last session, we discussed about what is the library required for configuring the route and how we can access and define the routes. So one example I've given you, and this is the example for route. So we discussed about the route architecture and how to install the router and what are the basic attributes, basic classes required for route, and how to configure the route for our application. So we will see some more options. So how we can deal and configure and work with the routes. So let's see some more options which are required for the route. From basically step by step we will build the routes. One more option, we need to understand how to define the routes. So we will create a simple example here. npm start cd Amazon npm start. Okay, I designed a component called home component, and the home component will be the startup component. That means it will start with app home component. Currently the app home component is empty, nothing is inside it, so we don't have anything inside it so to run. So let's keep some content inside it. So it's currently empty. First, how to configure the basic route? What are the rules for configuring the basic route? First, we need to install router module. Already we done that, React router module, and React router DOM. There is a library required for that. Now, first we are importing here React from React, and we are importing some options from React DOM. So from React router DOM. And what are the classes required? So we need basically a router, and we need a route, these two. But router is not compatible and understandable to every browser. So we need a browser router to use as this router. That is another configuration. We need to parse it into browser router. Okay. And now in configuring the routes, we saw the basic design. We will create simple functions, and we will create simple functions and define just like a functional component home. Okay, this home component so returns some home, so it will return some div and the heading as some Amazon home. Okay, you can have some content, something defined inside this. This is a shopping homepage. Okay, next we are designing another function, and this function will be some electronics. Okay, and it should return so a div. Here we are configuring so electronics home, and here so we are adding some image source is some speaker.jpg. It is in images, speaker.jpg. So some width and height, we are configuring the width and height. So, and this is image, we are configuring an image. So, and we have another option like some earpods. Okay, I already have some images in the public folder. In the public folder, we will keep some images to get them and use them. We will use some images into that. I will keep images folder, and in that images folder, some images I'm configuring there. I'm adding some images. So some yeah. In images, let's add some images. Okay, and I'm keeping those images here. Okay, so we configured and defined some electronics homepage. Similarly, I will define another function, and this function is so footwear. Okay, and this is footwear home. Okay, and here we have some shoe and shoe one JPG. Okay, so similarly, the other options, just fashion. You can define the navigation here. Okay, now here we will keep as some shirt and some jeans.jpg. Okay, now we have all these components ready with various kinds of content to display. Now here we are creating a class that can configure and access the component. That means we need a class which can define the entire presentation of these contents. So export, so default, so we will create a class or a function, whatever we want here. So function or class, and we are configuring the class, and the class or a functional component, anything you can define there. Now we are specifying the router inside it, configuring the router, so which can access the routes and which can define the routes. So how we can configure the routes and render the routes? There are various techniques of configuring and rendering the routes. Various techniques of configuring and rendering the routes. So for example, what are the various techniques? In the last session, what we done is we created a general class with render, and we are keeping a router. Directly, a router is having path. Router is having a collection of routes, and a route is defined with a path and component. So it depends on how you want it, how you can configure it. So there are various techniques of configuring the routes. For example, suppose, so we are defining a configuration of the route like this. So let's go to the class. I will say app home, and it extends, so react.component. And what it should do is it should render and return. It should render and return the content. So what content it should return? Earlier, we configured the route directly. We configured the route directly with router and defined it. Now, when you are specifying the routes, here I want both presentation. That means I want to return a router. Okay. In the router, first we want to design a screen, so where you can handle the navigation. So I will create a div, and so here we have an ordered list and some list item. So here I define home and another list item like about, or say here electronics, and here we have like footwear, and we have fashion. That's just some list options are defined. We will later make them as links. We will later configure them as links. Initially we have that, so it is going to render those options and define those options. Right. Home, electronics, footwear, fashion, those are defined there. So here, so let's keep a header. So heading Amazon shopping here. Okay, that's the header defined with the content. Fine. I'm configuring the route for this to handle the navigation. So how you can configure the route and define the routing? So you can keep any kind of orientation and all. So what I will use is this generally below that div, I will just keep a horizontal line. It will get a split, and below I want to display the result. Generally, to configure the routes and to define the routes, in yesterday's example, we directly mentioned collection of routes. Inside the router, we mentioned collection of routes. It is always recommended to configure a switch for routes. Switch for routes. Usually, what is the purpose of switch is nothing but a switch. Generally, this is written as a selector. That means a switch purpose is a switch looks through all its children route actually looks through all the children route, and renders the first one whose path is matching with the specified URL, whose path is matching with the specified URL. Always recommended to use a switch. Always use a switch to configure set of routes. But configure set of routes, but only one to render at a time. Yesterday you saw that it was not rendering only one at a time. It was adding to the existing route. Yesterday you saw an example. In yesterday's example, when I select about after visiting home, it is adding about to the home. I don't want like that. Only about should come or only home should come. That depends on how you configure contact or about or home or something. Yesterday we designed a contact, and contact should come. Contact is adding to the home page. It should not add. That means you need to configure a switch. Now, when you are configuring the switch, syntactically it looks like this. We have a switch defined. So we have a switch defined. In the switch is uppercase, yes. In the switch, we have to define the route. And the route is configured with path. And it is configured, so with the component, so path, and it is configured with the component. There is another technique. When you are defining the route, you can configure the path for the route. And don't use self-ending. You can write the route ending tag. And in between that route, you can configure which component to render. Like we can say home, that is how we can render. Means instead of using the component property, directly you can tell which component to render. That is the basic approach of configuring it. Now, generally, when you configure this, so what it will do is, it will bring that component and render that component. You can write component property, or you can directly configure the component inside. There are several methods. You can use any, you can configure and use any. So then you can turn off, end the switch. Here we are ending the switch. So switch and configuring that. That is generally defined and configured with the switch and specified with the switch. So that is how the switch is very important in configuring the routes. Yesterday we done that without any switch. Directly we configured a router. Inside the routes, we have the components to render, like home component and contact component to render. Now, how do we write the routes in our project? Let's see. Here we are using, in order to use switch, you have to import the switch here. From the router component, you have to import a switch. And we can use that switch here and define the switch. That means here I am writing a switch, and the switch comprises of collection of routes. So here we are defining collection of routes. That means we are using route. So we have exact, here some more options are there. I will tell you. Suppose path. What path? By default it is slash. Then which component to get? We can define the component here and access the component. We want home component to render here. That's how we can configure. Now in the routes also, another point is when you are configuring the routes. By default it is a home component. That means it gets the home component and render. Generally, if you don't have multiple components changing in the initial startup, then you can also configure as exact. Exact is an optional property. Exact indicates that the exact match of the path. If exact match of the path happened, and that can be only for one route inside the collection of routes. That is mostly used for default route. If you want anything by default, then you can use that exact. So it's not mandatory, but it's very good to configure the one as default, and that is defined as exact. And you define the other paths here. That means we have another route. This route path is equal to slash electronics, and then it should render the electronics component. The same, we have the route, and the route path is equal to some footwear, and it should render the footwear component. And if the route path, so route and the path is defined, path is some fashion, then it should get the fashion component and render. That is according to the path you have defined, and you can see by default home comes. In the URL, I am requesting here in the URL slash electronics and hit enter. So it should get that electronics home. That means in the URL, I can request like footwear, slash footwear. It should get that footwear and display. And I'm accessing like fashion. So fashion, so and it will get that fashion and display. So it is accessing that and displaying. Some file name may be wrong. So in images, we may not have that image called jeans. We may not have that jeans. Roughly, it doesn't matter. I will copy that image also there. In images, let's copy that and keep it here. Okay, fine. That gets that image and display that there. Okay. Now, initially, the paths are configured and paths are working fine. That means you are configuring and displaying that fine. Now, generally, when you want the routes to work here from the URL, sometimes user will request something. So user will request something and which is not available. You can see that actually we haven't written anything for home. That's the reason home is not coming. And if I hit enter empty, then the home is coming. The home is coming. So that means there is no route configured for the request. No route configured for the request home. That means there is no route defined here. You can see there is no route defined for home because home is coming. Home is coming with this path specification. Generally, we have to configure for every request, because if you are expecting that request, sometimes user may access home. If you are expecting that request, so then it is very important to mention about it. If you are expecting, then it is very important to mention about it. So we need to mention and configure about it. That means here, one more point is there. Suppose you are defining a route path here like this. So again, we are configuring a route. And if the path is equal to slash home, if it is slash home, it should navigate to that home, whatever option is configured. Actually, we can access the home component and define the home component. We can access the home component and define the home component. But remember, generally, sometimes if you are using the same, actually we are writing home, but sometimes it may have several attributes. That means child paths, parameters. A route can have a lot of details. If route is having a lot of details and you want the same one again, you don't need to mention them again. You don't need to mention them again. What you can do is, if there are currently there are no many, if there are many details, you don't need to mention them again. You can just use, you can just configure and use an option. Here you can simply write that. So we can use an option, redirect. We can use redirect. This redirect is very much important and it is regularly used. What is the purpose of redirect? The purpose of redirect is nothing but it will access an existing path. So redirect to which path? You have to tell slash. I'm using redirect to slash. That means when anyone requested home, it is redirecting to that particular slash path. Means it is redirecting to that specific location. Actually, suppose we are accessing here electronics and electronics will come. And I'm accessing here home, then home will come. Actually, what we are doing is we are redirecting to that location, redirecting to this location. Why you are doing so? Why you are not writing home? Because many times in this route, a lot of details may be there. Like you can have a component, or you can have the children. You can have a lot of details. And if you want to use the same details again, writing them again is difficult. It's very risky. We should not rewrite the existing paths. We should not rewrite the existing paths. We must be able to access the existing paths if they are already configured. Sometimes any technical issue occurred. We want to access the path which is already defined. We want to access the path which is already defined. Then we use redirect to. So redirect to is used for handling the redirections. So that means redirect to, that means the element redirect is used in route, to define redirection to an existing path instead of redefining the path. So redefining the path and its parameters, So syntactically, instead of redefining the path, so syntactically we define like this. That means syntactically how you write that. So syntactically we define in this way. In the routes, whatever the route we configured. So route uses a path. Route is configuring a path, and the path is some home. Then it uses redirect to slash. That means it will redirect to that location and configures. So that is route. So that is how generally we handle redirection. We are configuring the redirection to exist location. That is how we handle redirection. So let me keep this as a heading. Redirection of route. Okay, another option is generally when user is requesting something which is not available at all. User is requesting something which is not available at all. So in that case, so we need to show some other message. And we need to display. Generally, we need to get and display some other. So how we do that? So that means suppose user is requesting here, at the top he is requesting some electronics. Electronics is coming. User is requesting here mobiles, and there is no mobiles, and you can see it's empty. I don't want to show empty. I want to show an alternative message there. In that case, so we will create another function for handling so anything which is not available. That means I will create another function here, and this function say not found. That is the function, and it should return. So it should return a div we are configuring, and it should return. And what it should return? It should return a simple heading. So not found, and some information is page you requested. So not found. That message we are giving. Page you requested, not found. And how you will design a route for this? Generally, we need to configure the route by using route, and the route path. We are configuring the route path as asterisk. This is called as generic route. That means if you are requesting something which is not available, asterisk indicates the route not found. That means the path not there. Then it has to get not found and render that not found. So that means the route path, if it is asterisk, then it says not found because mobiles is not there. Page you requested not found. Suppose I said here, so electronics, it's working. Suppose I'm accessing some movies and it is not found. Anything you are using with other than the specified, and it should say that it is not found. It's not available. That's how generally we configure the generic, and very important actually. So we call this as a route for no match. How you can define route for no match? That means here, if client request cannot be processed due to 404 status code, so which is not found. If client request cannot be processed due to 404 status code, which is not found, so by default it renders empty. It renders empty page. You have to configure a generic route with the path defined as asterisk, which can render alternative if the match not found. That is what we have to configure. So syntactically, so how it is defined, syntactically how it is configured, we need to write syntactically that like this. So route and the path is equal to asterisk, and then we say, so a component called not found component can come and it can display that here. And here another important note you need to understand is, so always the generic path must be configured at the end. Generic path must be configured at the end. Always the generic path must be configured at the end. Otherwise it will misbehave. If you are not defining, so then it will misbehave. So actually people have different techniques for this, and so many things we can display. Suppose here you see when not found is coming, we are just displaying message. Actually you can use all your JavaScript knowledge. Suppose what they requested and what not found, I want to show them. That means I want to show what they requested and what not found. I want to get that and display. So that means I want to show and display that. Then usually how we can get the path of URL in JavaScript? How we can get the path of URL in JavaScript? Can you tell? How we can get the path in URL, not entire URL, how you can get the path in URL. URL path, how you can access in JavaScript. How you can access in JavaScript. Can anyone give an answer for that? How to access the current URL path? How to access the current URL path? So for that you need good knowledge of JavaScript. If you know JavaScript, I hope everyone knows JavaScript location object. JavaScript have a location object. Location object can get server name, path name, protocol, port number, complete href, URL, hash name, query strings. So location.path name, right? That means now what we can do here is we can write a simple variable here. So let location, and we can get the location and use the location by using, so use location method, or directly you can use window.location. That means this location object is using the browser location object. Directly we can use the browser location. Actually use location is importing that use location, and it is using that use location from the router. Actually JavaScript have directly window location. The router have a use location, it can get that use location, and what we will do is here I will display so the page you requested and what page they requested. I will put that location there, and I will keep this so in a different presentation. That means pre-formatted and all. I will use here as code. In a code I will keep that location. You can use anything. So code is a HTML element which is used for displaying in a separate style. You can use var or code or ref or anything like this. This is to get the location and display the location and show the location here. Now you can see that. So the location have a property called path name. You have to get the path name property. Then it will get the location path name and it will display the path name. That means movies not found. That looks good. That looks good. That means you can give specifically so what they are looking for and what is not found. You can define that and you can handle it. So that's what you can generally do. So when you are using the paths, actually here location.path name. Suppose we are not using this use location. We are not using that use location. That means directly location here we are configuring. And it says that I cannot directly use this location. Of course, suppose it cannot use the direct location. I said some window.location. Window.location is having some details. It will get that. It will use it. So it's not mandatory that you have to use that use location. We can directly use this window.location.path name. So that is generally used to access that and display. Access and display. So that is a general, yes. That means this is a general JavaScript object. What is the purpose of JavaScript object? It gets what path you are looking for and it will show that that path is not found. That means here I am saying some footwear and footwear is working. And I am searching for some watch. Then it says watch not found. The page you requested watch is not found. How you will able to get that? Actually, location.href instead of path name, href I am using. Location.href will get the complete path. Your wish. You can get the complete path. You can get only the path name and display what you are looking for and what is not available. That you can fetch that and display. That's all your JavaScript location object. So we can get that and we can display. Actually, router have a separate location details. That means router provides. So that means router library. Yes. So router library provides use location. So which can get the current location details. So generally what we do, let location so is equal to use location, so which will get the current location. So or you can also use so browser location object. Generally that will be directly like so window.location and .path name or URL. So whatever you want to return, you can define that. That is how we generally configure, how to configure the paths and how we can define the paths. So and specifying the generic paths using the generic paths and how to render the information if there is no match found. That's the option. Another important now is how we can configure links. So how we can configure links, configuring links. So configuring links for navigation. To configure our navigation, a router provides a link element. By using that link element, you can access and you can use it. That means the link element is responsible for fetching and displaying the data. That means a router provides so link element which creates an anchor. So which creates an anchor that can redirect to specified route path. You can use a link. So generally link uses syntactically. So the link uses an attribute 2. Here we have to define the path, configure the path, and your text or image, whatever you want, you can keep that in the link. That's how generally we have to use the links for navigation to a specific location. So we can configure the links for navigation. Suppose I want home, electronics, these are all links. I want them as links. Then to configure them as links. So what we can do now is here, we have to import. So we have to import another option here. So that is a link. We can use another link here. And this link allows you to create the links here. So for unordered list here and unordered list, I'm defining. So I'm configuring here. Let's keep a style, or separately in index also I can define that. So display as some flex. So flex, display as flex. And so display as flex, and we are configuring the options, multiple configuring here. Another option is list style as none, and I'm configuring here. So margin right as suppose 20 pixel. These are the things we configured for that. That means that is the unordered list display style. I can add some padding and all, so I can configure that. You can separately write in a element and configure that. You can define this now. This is margin right, so 20 pixel right, and yeah, 20 pixel. We are configuring this. Fine. Now that is for unordered list I'm giving. Actually margin right I have to give for list item. It is adjusting for the list item. So for every list item we need to give, not for unordered list. So I will go here and in the index.html page, you can add separate styles here. So style here, and in the style, so list item as margin right as some 30 pixel. That is the margin right 30 pixel. That will be better. Home, electronics, footwear, fashion. We have configured that. You can give a button style for that. So appearance. So border as 2 pixels solid, and some tomato. Okay. So background color, or just I will just give that. So border radius as 10 pixel, and list item padding we will keep as 5 pixel. That keeps the content in this way. Fine. And just I will give the width as 200 pixel. So that will be better. So just here we configure as 100 pixel. That's enough. Looks fine. And now I need to give text align to center. Yeah, I need to configure them as links. When user clicks on them, it should navigate to that location. Then what we do here is in our home page, this home, electronics, all we need them as links to configure them as links, right? Then how we can configure them as links and define them as links? So here we have to use the option. So link, we have to configure link, and the link name is home, and this should link to the path /home. And the same we need to do for others. So we need to create a link element. So link to, and so this is for electronics, the path, and link text is electronics. And we are configuring that here. So link, and link is footwear, and to /footwear. So that is how we need to configure the link that can navigate to that location. So to, so fashion. Okay, that's how we are configuring the link. And you can see that. So these are the links. And I'll just go here, and wherever anchor is there, text decoration as none. Text decoration we will keep as none. And so here we will define as color tomato, like this I defined. And font weight bold, let it be. So that will be the appearance for that. And you can see that. So this is home, this is electronics, footwear, and fashion. And I click on that electronics, it should get that, and footwear and fashion. It will render that information and it will show. That means we are creating a simple navigation. So between the components, accessing the components and displaying them. That is the option how we can define. Now, usually when you are configuring the links, there are several various options also. Actually, link to is configured here. Link to is configured here too. And usually links have an option called auto capitalize, auto correct. So many options are available for the link. That means the display styles. So you can configure the display styles. You can define the class names, means you can apply any CSS classes. These are all available. So these are all available for this. So that means you can see these are all the additional attributes which you can apply and configure for the contents. But we generally use the effects and options from Bootstrap, directly apply the class name. We can write manually so many. Means those are all Bootstrap classes and CSS classes also, we can dynamically apply them. That means on link visited, one color should come. So if link not visited, another color should come. Those things we can manage, we can change. So we have to just put some predefined classes for them. And to that, we can display in different styles. On hover, its appearance should be different. On click, its appearance should be different. We can navigate and we can configure and display according to the requirement. This is generally how we can configure the routes and define the routes. That is the basic example of route. Now, in this, we have used the links also, configuring and defining the links. Now, one more option is now in the routes, we need to understand about the route parameters. That means the route can configure and define route parameters. Route parameters are nothing but they allow you to query directly from the URL. Route parameter allow you to directly query from the URL. That means when you are configuring the route, you can simply say that, so I want, so electronics in the path. So in the electronics slash, I can define some price is equal to some 45,000. It can get that and display. Suppose I am searching for any product, then I can define directly product slash, so product slash, so 2, that means it will get the second product. It will get the third product like this. You can pass parameters and you can configure the parameters. Route parameters are used to access any particular location within the route. So you can access any particular location within the route. And routes can be nested routes. That means now you accessed electronics. In electronics, there can be some more. From there, you can go back. Actually, here also, I already given a navigation here. What I can do is inside fashion home, I can create a link which can get back to home page. That means, for example, so multiple navigation also I will show you. Nested navigation, how we can do that. Initially, suppose here on not found, it is displaying. And I will put another paragraph. Here we will write link. And the link to, I will define as home and say here, so back to home. I'm giving a link there. That means when anybody is requesting something which is not available, mobiles. So then it says that there is no mobiles. Page you requested mobiles not found, back to home, it get back to the home. That's, you can put navigation from any component again back. Mostly we can do this in a nested approach. That means within the route, you can configure another route, child routes. That's how we can define the nested routes and route parameters. And you can even prevent the routes from anonymous access. We can put a restriction for the route. Only authorized people can access the route, means security for the route. That means certain options is not accessible to others. So only authorized people can access and use it. You can do that. That is authenticating the routes. So how do we define route parameter, nested routes, and authentications? These are important in designing the navigation. That we interact with the APIs by using jQuery and by using fetch. Two basic things we learned. We used those options. Yeah. So this is the basic example we learned in the last session. How we can interact with the APIs. And to interact with APIs, we learned we have to discuss about consuming APIs with Axios. And what are the basic things about Axios? What are the features and how to use these features, how they work. We have to see one simple example now. We need to understand. So generally, while consuming and while working with these data and state interactions, we need to know about how to use the hooks also, which we will see step by step. We will try to understand how do we deal with that. Today, we will see one example of consuming API with Axios. How you can consume API with Axios. What are the options required and how do we configure and use. Basic introduction I told you about why Axios and what are the advantages of Axios. We discussed about differences between fetch versus Axios. So we learned what is the basic difference between Axios and fetch. Let's take one example now. I hope you already practiced or already you have tried working with the APIs. You all practiced how do we consume API with jQuery, Ajax, and with the fetch. These two are the basic things. And how to consume the API, how do we work with the APIs, we learned with these two. I hope everyone practiced this. You don't have any doubts in handling this, am I right? So have you tried an end-to-end example of creating database server-side Node.js and API and consuming with jQuery, Ajax, and fetch. Were you able to do up to that part? Were you able to do up to that part? That's good, right? Worked successfully, no? You tried successfully. There are no issues, right? Good, good. So now, yes. Now today we will see how to use Axios, how we can handle and how we can configure it. Let's see one simple example. For that, in order to use Axios in a React application, so Axios in React, how do we use in React application? React application. First step, what you need to do is, in order to consume API using Axios, so you have to first install Axios in your computer. Install Axios, Axios for your project. You have to install Axios for your project. You need the Axios library for the project, and you can do that by using npm install Axios. So that is the basic library required for installing and configuring Axios. So what I'm doing now here is, let's go to the project. This is our previous approach. In that we learned how to use fetch. How to use fetch. Okay. Next, I will create another component. Before that, let's install Axios. So cd Amazon npm install Axios. Right. We have to install the library for Axios. Let's install the library for Axios. So this will get the library for Axios so that you can use in your application. Right, so that is ready. Axios is ready. Once it is successfully installed in your project, now you can use this in your application. Now what we will do is, let's go to src and add a new component file. I will give the name as product details component .js. I'm adding product details component.js. Okay. Now we need to design this with all the logic that can consume the data from our API. Already server side, our API is there, and our API is running on this particular location and 8080, and we have get products, that is get products, the API. So here first step in the product details, so we need to import. So let's import React from React. Okay. Next, you need to import Axios from Axios. So we have to import Axios from Axios. Now we will create export default class product details component, and the products detail component extends React component. It extends the React component. Now here we can simply configure a state and define a state. So I'm configuring the constructor, and here we will define, so this dot state, and we will specify the state with a collection called products. We have products. Products is an array type of object. We are expecting the list of products. Now when component mounts, so we will use component did mount. When component did mount, we need to use the Axios request. We need to use the Axios request to fetch data from the API, We can use Axios. So we can use Axios.get method, and it can get the data from any specific API. We can get the data from that specific API. So URL we need to define. And what URL you have to configure? http://127.0.18080 get products. That is the URL. Now, if the request is successful, .then is the function. This then function will return the response. This response I need to get and display into the products data. That means whatever response data comes, I need to set that into the state. That means we need to use this dot state, set state, and we need to set the products. So into the products, we need to send the response dot data. data. Actually, the response object returned by Axios contains so many response details. Response details like data, status code, status text, headers. So many details are provided by that response object. That means when the request is successful, then it will create a response object. That response object contains a lot of details. The status text, status messages, everything we can display. Initially, from the response, we are accessing only data. Response, we are accessing the data, and we are setting that into these products. That when component mounts, it should get that and it should display. Now we need to render. So we need to render, and we need to return. So return. So the list of all the contents. The data is in products. Now you can use the approach how you done in the previous. Just like already we have done that in the products component, product component. So here the fetch option we have done. In the presentation is same. We will create a table, and in the table we will configure the details, and we will access the data from the products by using the map. We will render all these details and display. The table and the div is same. The presentation your wish, how you want to present. That means I want to return, and I want to configure all the data in a table. So we are creating a div products list heading, and we are generating a table with product ID, name, and price. And it is accessing the data from products, and using a map, it is collecting every product and printing the details. The product ID, name, and price. This have to render. Now we are using Axios. So by using Axios, we are fetching the data, and we are handling the data. We are fetching and handling the data. So this is basically how we manage the data. Currently, we are learning only GET request. In the next level, we will discuss about how do we handle post, put, and delete also, right? How we can handle them, right? So generally, now once it is ready, that means here very simple, we have to use Axios library. Through that we can get and we can return the data. Now let's make this in the startup products details component. So product details component will be in the startup. It will be rendered into the root. Okay. The products detail component is ready. Now let's start this application and see. So we will start the application and see. Before starting the application, make sure that your API is started, because you are using a server-side application. Make sure that API is started. So open an integrated terminal, and API is started. Node API.js. API.js will start the API. Okay. Then go to CD Amazon and npm start. npm start. So we are starting the application. Okay, once it is ready, and the Axios fetch have to fetch the data and display the data. And some product details component is not defined. Product details component.js is missing. Achha, we haven't imported this. Let's go, and in index we have to import that. So products detail component is not imported here. Okay, let's import, and from / products details component. So we have to import the products detail component. Yes, done. And we have the products details component, product details component. It is imported. Fine. Let's compile. And here we fetch the data, and the data is working fine. So everything is working fine. So this time we are fetching data by using Axios. So Axios is another important API which is used for making HTTP requests and handle HTTP requests. So we have seen three concepts here. So using Axios and using jQuery and using fetch, how we can handle data coming from 3 different locations. So there are several other APIs. used. So in React applications, you can use various other APIs. for fetching the remote data. So most commonly used is fetch and Axios. These two are very commonly used options. So generally, what is difference between fetch and Axios? I given you the differences between that fetch and Axios, because data is by default in the form of it is in the form of JSON. It is easy to consume the data and handle the data. Right? Now, many times people even use what WG fetch. So they use what WG. So first I will give you this example. After installing Axios in the project, next step, add a new file into SRC. So the file is product details component.js. In the product details component.js, so we need to keep this data. That means the logic, whatever the logic. So we need to configure that logic and define. So I will copy this products detail component and paste that here. Presentation, your wish, you can configure any way you want. So this is the basic option here. So let's add the logic here, and this is the basic. So what we done is we imported React and Axios, and we created a state products, and through Axios we are making a GET request. This GET request is going to get the data, and the data will be returned as a response and will be stored in these products. Presenting your wish, you create a table and render that data and display in a tabular form, display in table form. This is the basic approach of configuring and working with remote data. And people have different approaches. Already I told you, you can use various API tools, whatever you want. You can use the different API tools, whatever you want. Now, why I showed you different? Because usually people have a different criteria. Sometimes they need to use the traditional jQuery. Sometimes they need to use the fetch of window object. And if they want to utilize more of the functionalities, then obviously many times they have to use the concept of this Axios. And there is another option also. Sometimes you can see people also using what WG fetch. So you can also use the library what WG fetch. So note here, just you can also use what WG fetch for fetching remote data. In a React application, we can use all these for handling and interacting with the data. Right? You can use that what WG fetch for fetching the data. Concept is same like Axios only, but it is as per the what WG standards. And you know that what WG are the people who maintain standards for HTML. So, and that is the reason many people have interest in using this what WG. So they use what WG fetch for interacting with the data and configuring and accessing the data actually. So generally, you can prefer anything according to requirement. So actually, this is what WG fetch, npm.js.org. So you can go here. So what WG fetch. So we have what WG fetch. So this is generally used. This library is generally used. Actually, it also internally uses window fetch only. It also internally uses window fetch. You have to install npm install what WG fetch, and it is responsible for handling various kinds of data. And just I am showing you different APIs. It depends on your requirement. So you have to use the same window fetch. By using that, we can access the data and we can use the data. It uses the same concept. So fetch from where you want to fetch the data. Then success, it will send response. That response is converted into JSON. Why people prefer using Axios rather than what WG? Because what WG again requires the data to be converted into JSON format. Here we don't need to do that. We need to just get the data, and the data will be by default in the format of JSON. So we don't need to worry about that. That's the reason I just given you a simple overview of how to use all the three techniques. So better we follow and we use Axios or fetch rather than using this, because in the trends also, suppose Google Trends, when you look at the Google Trends, you can see most of the developers using a difference Axios. So that is one term that is what we are using. And another option is, so when Axios is compared with what WG fetch. These two are the regularly used options. And you can see mostly the Axios is preferred mostly used option when compared to the fetch. It depends, right? Depending on your project requirements, you need to use various options. Now we learned how to fetch the data, how we can fetch the data, how do we configure the data. Now we need to learn how to submit the data. That means how we can post the data, how we can delete the data, how you can modify the data. This is only fetching the data. So for fetching, we created an API and we are using that API. In order to handle submit, that means in order to handle post, put and delete, your API in the server side, currently it is configured only with get request. You need to define with post, put and delete. We need to define with the post, put and delete options also. That means we need to configure the API with all those methods. Then if API is ready to handle post and delete from client side, we can post that. Generally in your server side technologies, so you will have different techniques of posting the data and managing the data. Now we will see how we can post the data, But in order to post the data, you need your API to ready to accept the data and display the data and insert the data. Because currently how it can be done, I will show you. That means, so here we will see posting data to remote API. Currently what you have learned is fetching data from the remote API. So then how we can post data into the remote API? That means first step, you should know that API server side API must be configured with server side API must be configured with post method, So once the API configured is with post method, then you can post the data into the API. So how to configure API post method? Currently we are using MongoDB and Node.js. In MongoDB and Node.js, how we can handle the situation? Let's see. Go to API. This API is currently running. So that API is currently running. Let's see. The API is currently running. Yeah, let's stop this now. Okay, let's add the post method. How do we add the post method? We have to use app.post. We need to define app.post. Already we have a get request, so we need to define app.post. Okay, first server side you need that. In the app.post, what we need to do is we need to define the path where to post / add product is the API. Okay, this add product API, so it uses a callback function. And this function uses a request and a response object. Now, what we have to do here, collect the data that is sent from the React application. On form submit, we need to send data from React application into this API method. It should collect the data and post the data into database. It will add into the database. So we need to create that add product. Now it should post to add product. Here we connect with MongoDB. Mongo client.connect. Connect with the URL. So whatever URL is defined. So this is the URL already we have, MongoDB URL. So it will connect with that URL. And after connecting with the URL, it uses a callback function. This function will have an error if you have problem in connecting, or it will return a client object if it is successful, right? Now what we will do is, so we need to create a database object, right? So here we will create, so if not error, that means if there is no error, what should happen is we will create database object. So client object.db, it will connect with TBL database. And what is our database name? Our database name is Amazon DB. So Amazon DB. Okay, now through that database object, we can get the collection called TBL products. And into that, we need to insert the data by using insert one method. Insert one method is expecting the data. It is expecting the data that you want to insert. So that means first we need to prepare the data. And send the data. So here I am creating an object. So where data. This object will get data. This is a data object. What data you are expecting? What is the data you are expecting? So I am expecting product ID. Okay, from where the product ID will come. So generally, there are several techniques. Usually, you know that when data is submitted on GET request, data will be in query string. And when data is submitted in POST request, it will be in form body. That means in the React application, we will design a form. Through the form, we submit the data. That data need to be collected here and used. And who is responsible for collecting the data? That is done by request object. So response object sends data to client. Request object will fetch data from the client. So request object have to fetch from where? It has to fetch from form body. We have to use body. request.body. In the form body, remember, generally, when you design a form, this is a general HTML thing, I hope you know already. So the basic is we have the details like ID, like name and price. And we have text boxes here. We have text boxes, the text box for ID, the text box for name, and the text box for price. Generally, these text boxes will have actually a name and a value. Name and value, it is a collection. This is actually form body. Form body contains a name value collection. Whenever user submits the data, this data is submitted into the form body. Form body is a name value collection which contains the control names and their value. That means product ID and the value is 1. Name, that is TV, and price, some price. Like this it will have. This is a name value collection. This is a name value collection. This is a name value collection. So we have the name and value collection, the configuring of name and value collection. Now the key point here is, the important point is, we need to request these keys. We need to request these keys in order to get these values. And that we are doing here by using request body dot key is product ID. Second name is request dot body dot name. Another one price. So price, that is a request dot body dot price. We need to collect the data first. Okay. After collecting the data, this data must be inserted. That means by using insert one, we insert the data here, and it will use a callback function. This callback function will return an error. If there is a problem, and it will return a result if it is successful. So then here we will write a simple condition. If not error, there is no problem. Then console.log, just it should say record inserted. If there is a problem, then it should report that problem. Then console.log, so unable to, or simply error. That error message, we will display the error message. This is how generally we need to define the server side API for posting. That means, so generally people ask like, will you show how to interact with APIs in React.js? Everybody can show you that approach, but you cannot handle it until or unless you don't know how to create APIs server side. Why? Because to understand this concept in your technology, you need to understand how to deal with the APIs, creating APIs, configuring APIs and all, right? And different technologies have different approaches. Currently, we are using Node.js, MongoDB, server side and database. Okay, now let's test whether this is working or not. That means whether this post is working properly or not. We need to test it. So let's start the API now. So node API.js, it starts the server. Generally, you can test the get method. You can test the get method from browser 127.0.0.1:8080/get products. You can do that. You can see it is working fine. The product ID, the product name, and the product price. You cannot test post here. So add product is the post method that we created in the API. You can see the post method that we created is this add product. You cannot test that add product here because add product is designed on post. You cannot test post. You cannot test post in your browsers. So you need a good API testing tool. Generally, which API testing tool you are using? Do you know any API testing debugging tool? Do you know any API debugging tool? Generally, in your server-side technology, which API debugging tool you are using? Good. You can use Postman. Yes. JUnit. Yes. You can use Postman, Fiddler, right? So Swagger, you can use a Swagger also. For .NET like people, they use Postman and Swagger. So and others can use Fiddler and all these type of tools. You can. So let's open that here. We are using Postman. Here we are configuring Postman, right? Now in this Postman, we have to test the post method in API is working fine or not. The post method is working fine or not. So let's see that. Okay, so here I will select the method as post, and here 8080 add product, and in the body, what are the details expected? In the body, so you see there are options: URL encoded and raw and form data. Now here one problem will come while inserting the data, managing the data. One issue will come because the data you are sending will be from a general form. Whatever data is posted, that data need to be first converted into JSON actually. That data need to be converted into JSON. Then we need to post the data here. Directly, your data is not in a JSON form. You need to get the data in JSON and post the data in JSON form. Then actually, your server-side API is able to convert the data into JSON while sending, but it cannot convert the data into JSON while accessing. Then I think majority of you people know that in such cases, that means it cannot submit the data. In such cases, you need one more extra work. So I think majority of you people know that you need a tool called body parser. Especially we need a body parser while working with Node and MongoDB. I hope majority of you people heard about that. So this body parser is responsible for accessing the data from your form and converting the data into JSON. Then it is able to insert the data. So you cannot directly insert the data. So we need to convert the data into JSON. For that, we need a body parser actually. So how do we use this body parser? First, you need to install body parser in our project. So in server, npm install, you install body parser library. You install this body parser library. And this body parser library, after installing, you have to import that body parser library here. So what we need to do is import the body parser library, where body parser is equal to require. So body parser you have to import. Now the middleware have to use this body parser. That means app is already using cors. Similarly, app.use body parser.url encoded. In URL encoded, we should set extended to true. We will set extended to true. This allows the body parser to read the data coming from any post method. It allows to encode the data coming from any post method. So this is used in server-side APIs to fetch the data that is coming from client. When client submits the data, it will fetch it. URL encoded true allows to transport the data. So after transporting the data, it should be converted into JSON. So app.use, we have to use body parser.json. It converts the data into JSON. This is additionally required, especially while submitting the data. If your API is not configured correctly for collecting the data, converting the data, and sending the data into database, then you cannot handle this from your React application. So currently, the body parser is also defined. So we need to use all these now. The Mongo client to connect with MongoDB, Express to create API, cors to handle the cors issues, and body parser to translate data into JSON. So, and it will able to insert the data. Now you run your API. Okay, now go to Postman. Here in the Postman, post add product and data. So from form URL encoded, what is the product ID? So here we need to define the product ID, the product details here. Product ID, I will give as 4. Already 3 are there. I will give the product name, some Lee Cooper boot, and the product price. I give some price. Only these details we are configuring. The product ID, the product name, and the product price. We will add the product price, okay, and some product price is defined. Once you configured this, now you try to submit this data now. That means click the send button. The keys and values, because you see the API data is expecting. The API data is expecting these keys, product ID, name, and price from the body. And this body parser is responsible for encoding it. And you are doing that, and click on send. Then it sends the response here. Once it sends the response, you can see that here it should say record inserted. You can see record inserted. That means in the console, it says record inserted. Okay, now what we will do is we will cancel that. Then let's go to the get and fetch the data. Our get URL is get products, and click on send. Then it has to get the data and display that data. The Lee Cooper boot is also inserted. You see the 4th record is added into the database. Now it is working fine. And obviously your API have to get the data and display. That means your React application is working. Localhost on 3000, the React application is working. It has to get that and display that. So that means we are able to configure the data, and we are able to create an API which can collect the data and insert the data into this. Remember, server side creating an API to collect the data and submit the data, post the data is very important. Once it is correctly configured, because if there are issues in that, then it is unable to handle that. So it is unable to submit or unable to post or perform any type of interactions. So a lot of complications, a lot of issues will come, especially while interacting and managing the data, right? So first make sure that your API is properly accepting and your API is perfectly working for inserting the data. So for that, you need to test that through your debugging tools. Once you've done this and it is successfully working, fine. Now it is displaying here. Now what we need to do is, we need to create a form. Through the form, we need to submit the data. That means now in React.js application, what we have to do is, we need to design a component. That component can create a form from where we can submit these details and display. Generally, when you are submitting the details and posting the details, one more point is, we need to understand the status codes correctly. You have to understand the status codes correctly. For example, here I am just only fetching the data, but observe carefully, it is not just response data. Suppose in the state, I have a property called message, MSG. MSG is a general string type. And here in the set state, I'm using another option, MSG. MSG response dot, we have options like status text. It will get the response status text. Is it successful, okay, failure, some problems. Suppose I will put here the status message also here. That means I will put the message. So here, I will keep the message here. That is actually defining the status message and configuring the status message. And so some message, this dot state dot MSG, okay. It is accessing the state message and displaying. It says okay. That means the request is okay. If there is a problem in fetching the data, that means suppose when you are fetching the data, so if there is a problem in the URL, so there is a problem in the data fetching. So then it says here, there is a problem here. It is unable to access the data. The message is not displayed. Why the message is not displayed? Because we kept that message only when it is successful. Then means when it is successful. Now, if there is a problem, then how to handle that problem? Then we have to learn error logging, because this will be displayed only if it is successful. That means I will save this and we can refresh here. It says okay. You can display status text or you can display status code. We can display the status code and it will get the status code and display. I think status code is their status is present as status code. Status code is nothing but number. It will give the status number. 200 is okay. But we need to use error logs. We need to use the error logs while handling the API request, which we will see now how to handle that when we are posting and when we are submitting the data, how to log the problems and display the problems when they are having any issue in handling this. That means how we can handle the post method, and how to handle the errors in the APIs that we need to understand. So first we have to create an API. To post, what we have to do here, create post URL in your server-side API. Create post URL in your server-side API. So that is the code I am giving here. So the code is in our api.js file. And some changes we have to do. I will copy that all the code and I will paste that here. These are the changes we need to do. And extra what I have done in this is nothing but additionally I have used a body parser here. You need to body parser. Better I will give that option is you have to install body parser in your server side project. So here we have to run npm install body parser. Then we can use that body parser in our project. So, and this body parser will get the data posted from the URL in the form of query string, and it will convert the data into JSON. Then through request object, we are collecting the data on post method. We are collecting the data and inserting the data into the table by using insert one method. Now for this, we have to create a React.js component now. So we need to create a React component for posting API, for posting data into API. For this, we need to create a form, design the form, and insert that into that API through Axios, or through Ajax, or through Fetch, jQuery Ajax, or Axios, or Fetch. So you have different approaches we can use it. I will show you in one option. The same you can do in others also. So I will continue with this Axios, and I will show you how to handle the posting using Axios. Then we can design a complete CRUD operation example like editing, updating, and deleting. How you can manage that. That we will see in our next session, right? So we learned how to install Axios and how we can communicate with server-side API, get the data from the API, and display. For that, so we learned the process of making a request and displaying the data through this Axios get. Now, in order to handle the post request, first we need to create an API method which can post data. Create API method which can post the data. So already in api.js, we created the post method, and the post method, the app post method, is responsible for posting the data, and the data is posted into this URL. Add product is the API URL. Now, yesterday we tested this by using a Postman. So by using Postman, we tested how to handle and how do we work with Postman. We tested. Now we need to create a proper UI in our React application so that from there we can submit the data which is collected by API and it will insert. And for posting, some issues will come. So for posting, some issues will come related to translating the data into JSON and all. That's the reason we have to install body parser, and we have to use body parser. And we successfully used this body parser and submitted the data and posted the data into the database. Let's create a UI for this now. So we need to create a user interface. Let's go and design the UI for this. In order to insert the data, first I will start the API cd server and the node api.js. Now the API starts. Okay. Now in another terminal, cd Amazon, that is our project, and npm start. We will start our React project. So this will start the React application and our API is also running in the background. Now we need to create a user interface. So let's see how initially it looks like. Yeah. Now the React application started and it's ready. It is accessing the data. Yeah, it is fetching the data and displaying. So that is working fine. And we learned all the techniques of that. So I hope here the product details component, which is displaying the data. So here we need to design a UI for inserting the records. We need to create a UI for inserting the record. Then how do we design that? There are several techniques. We can create a separate component, and in the component we can handle this. Or we can design in the same component the UI also. So let's see how we can create and configure in the same component. So we can create a separate component for creating, and we can collect the data and insert the data, or we can use the same component. This is product details component, and we will see how we can design the UI here. So let's go to the div, and in the div we will design a heading. So add product, okay, and here we will create a simple form, and in the form we will design some details. So I will use a div, and here we are configuring a label as, or simply I will create a data list. In the data list, data term, so product ID. Okay, we will keep a text box. Input type is equal to text. Okay, next we need another data term, that is name, and data definition. Input type is equal to text. Yeah, and another data term, so we have price, and data definition. Input type is equal to text. Okay, and here we have a submit button. So button, so that is registered, or simply define as add product. Add product. Okay. Now this is the UI we created for inserting the record. I think already we have some bootstrap. So class name and container. Let's keep that class name container and define here. So that is fine. And in our index.html. So this is public index.html. Currently the link is not there for yeah. Let's create a link for bootstrap. I will add getbootstrap.com, and I will get the bootstrap CDN. You can locally install and you can link also. We will just go into the bootstrap CDN, and let's copy that bootstrap CDN link. Okay, and let's keep that here. So we are using bootstrap just for presentation sake here. In the container we have this, fine. Now this is add product, and for table I will give here in the product details. So for table, so we can just give the class name as a table and a table hover. So these are the class defined for the table. That's fine. Now we have few records here. Now user must enter the details, product ID, the product name, and the product price. And click on add product. The product must be inserted into the database. It must be inserted into the database. Now, a lot of work is there here. First, we need to collect the data. We need to collect the data and we need to send the data into API. Collect the data coming from these controls. So we need to collect the data coming from these controls. Generally, how we can collect the data from the controls and store in one location. In the next level, I will tell you forms and validations. Then you will understand collectively how you can manage all the data. Initially, observe. First step here, we need to write the configuration for data. I am declaring a object in the state called data. So data is an object. This data object comprises of various details, like it contains product ID. So that is initially 0. And it contains name, that is initially string. And another one is price, that is also initially 0. That means in the state, we created a data object which is expecting these three details, product ID, name, and price. Now we need to collect these details and store in the state. On submit, we need to send the data. So first point is how we can store these details into the state. That means whenever user is entering a value inside the text boxes, we need to collect that. I told you two techniques. In the forms, I will tell you a technique of collecting all together. For that, already in our previous example, we learned when we discussed about input and event handling, we learned how to collect all the data and use the data. One simple example we discussed actually. Currently, in order to access the data, what we will do is we will write change for every control. We will write change for every control. So here I am writing change for every control, like, so here I will say ID changed. That means we are writing a function. So that is ID changed. ID changed is a function. So we are configuring this. So that is ID changed is just a function method. ID changed is a method. Okay. And this method have to handle the change functionality. Handle the change functionality. It should get the value and return the value. I will write in a shorthand way. That means, so we have ID changed. When ID changed, so what we need to do is we need to collect the event argument, and through the event argument, we can access the value and we can set the value into the state. That means here on ID change, we are accessing this dot set state. Into the set state, we have data object. Into the data object, we have product ID. This product ID should get the value from event dot target. So event dot target dot value. It must get the value and it should display the value. So that means now data gets the value product ID. So state contains product ID. Into that, the value will be stored. And we need to maintain other values also. So name is empty and price is also empty. Or we can get from state and we can use it. So we can get from the state and we can use it. That means whatever the state value is there. That means we can say this dot state dot data dot name. And this dot state dot data dot price. We need to get that and use that here. But ID is coming from text box. This is the change event for ID. That means whatever change happened in ID, we are collecting and we are storing it here. Okay, similarly, I will copy this and I will write here. Another one is name changed. When name changed, so the product ID will be from this dot state dot data dot product ID. But the name should get from the target. That means event dot target dot name. It should get the name from, target dot value. It should get from the text box. Other details are maintained as previous, This is name changed. And another event we are configuring. This is price changed. Later we will learn collectively how to access all the details and use some validations also. Forms validations we will learn now. Now product ID is again, the product ID is this dot state dot data dot product ID. Name also same. Price will be coming from event dot target dot value. That means whatever the changes you are making, those changes are updated into the state. That means now this all must be accessed and defined on this change of text boxes. That means here we are writing the event on change. So this dot ID changed, it should fire up. And here on change, this dot name changed. So name changed, it should fire up. And on change, so here this dot, so we have the option price changed. And these all are using state. So what we have to do is in the constructor, we need to configure the state. That means this dot ID change is equal to this dot ID change dot bind this. So similarly, this dot ID name changed. So this dot name changed dot bind. So this dot price changed. This dot price changed dot bind and this. Now all the values are collected from the controls. On submit, we need to send these values. That means we need to write a submit click for the form. That means form have to handle a submit click event. So we will write another function. So we will configure another function that should be for submit click. So that means this is the function we configured. This is the function. Yeah. So we will write for submit click. That means submit click. Submit click is the function. And on submit click function, we need to fire up and handle all the functionality. That means on submit click, we are collecting the event, and we are defining a functionality on submit click. So submit click should fire up. So usually submit click should fire up on form submit. So it should fire up on form submit. So for form, we have to write event on submit that I told you in event binding. This dot, so submit click. That is the event that fires up on submit click. Now on submit click, I want to get all the data and display. First, initially, we will collect the data and see. And generally, form submit have by default submitability. That means it submits the data to the server side actions. If you want to prevent the default functionality, then in any event, if event is having some default functionality and you want to prevent that, you can write event dot prevent default. We can use prevent default. That prevent default will prevent the default functionality and it will handle only the functionality that you are looking. That means it is responsible for avoiding. Of reloading the page on submit. Generally, the page will reload on submit. It will avoid that. Or you can make it reload on submit. It's your wish how you want to configure. Here, temporarily see what I'm doing now. I'm accessing the details and I'm displaying the details. That means I'm creating a constant. So data. And this data contains the product ID. This will come from this dot state dot data dot product ID. And we have name. So this dot state dot data dot name, it is accessing the name, and price. This dot state dot data dot price. We are accessing all the details. Temporarily, I will put an alert here. I will write here. So data dot product ID. I'm just printing data dot product ID. So I'm just printing data dot product ID. That is just alert. I'm printing the product ID. So and in the next line, I'm printing the data dot name. And in the next line, I'm printing. So the data dot price. So data dot price. I'm accessing the details and printing them. So this is the approach we are following. We are collecting the data, and on submit, we are showing the data. Let's see here actually. I'm entering the product ID 5. The product name, some Samsung TV. The product price, some price. And click on add product, then it will get the details and display. That's working fine. Now, okay, that means it will submit the form. These details are collected now. Now, only one work extra is there. If those details are collected, submit the details to your server-side API. So first, in order to handle this situation, what I am doing actually is we are identifying the change in every element, and whatever the value changed, we are collecting it. After collecting the value, and we are storing in the state. We are storing in the state. That means on ID change, ID value is collected from text box and stored in the state. Similarly, name and price values are collected and stored in the state. On submit click, we are collecting all the latest updated state data and storing in a data variable. This data object need to be submitted to server-side API. If it need to be submitted to server-side API, first we tested whether it is working or not. Now we have to use, here we have to use Axios post method. We have to use the post method. This Axios post method is responsible for handling the post event. So usually post event is an API event that is responsible for submitting the data. So where to submit the data? You need to define the URL. And the URL to submit the data is actually, the URL to submit the data is http://127.0.0.1:8080/add product. That is the API URL. Into the add product API URL, I need to send the data. That means this is the URL, and what data you want to send into the URL, comma, you have to tell the data. So data is present in a data variable. We need to send that data. That means whatever the data is present inside this data variable, we are sending the data to that location. That means this data is having product ID, name, and price. And observe carefully in our API. That means after sending the data to that particular URL, so then we have to display .then method. So it uses a response object. Through the response object, I will just put a console log saying that response. That means whatever data is inserted. So, or I will simply keep a message like record inserted. This is just a log message showing that record inserted. Or we can tell which record inserted also. That means console.log. We can use response.data. That means what data inserted also we can define. We are submitting the data to this particular location and configuring it. Now it is submitted, and that is the data submitted. Now observe carefully. In our API, there is an add product method. This add product method is using request object to get that data from the body of the form, and it have to insert the data into the database. But here some issues will come, especially related to CORS, related to cross-site scripting attacks. We need to manage certain security, CORS, and parsing related issues in our server-side technologies, especially when we are posting data from across the requests. For example, see here now, I'm adding number 5 and the name Samsung TV and the price, some price, and add product, and the record added into the database, and it is not showing that record. You see, actually empty row came. So an empty row came here. That means whatever data you submitted, observe in the database actually, means we created a database. I will go to the MongoDB Compass. Means an empty record will come. This empty record is actually the result of issue of parsing the data. That means here in the console, inspect and go into the console area. So after inserting, it is reloading that page and displaying the page here. And you can see an empty record came here. I will show you that point. So you can go into the data here, MongoDB, because we are inserting into the specific database. Right. Let's connect to the database. And our data is the Amazon DB. This is the Amazon DB. And in the products, and you can see that in the products, we have some products data. See, last record is null. That means record inserted successfully. Right. So you inserted the record successfully here. But the problem is that means inserting is working fine. And only the issue is the data is not traveled to that location. That means it is unable to insert data into that location. Now there will be several issues while submitting the data and posting the data. So handling the data. So what are the general issues? That means operation successful completed, but only data is not coming here. Empty record is there. So this is due to two important points, like when data is coming into your API. So either the parser, the body parser, so which have collected the data and handled the data, it is unable to parse the data properly. Because if record is inserted and it is unable to parse, that means data will be always empty. Data will be always empty. So you saw that record was successfully inserted from Postman. That means from Postman when we inserted, that record was successfully inserted. There was no issue in that. Suppose observe here, I will open the Postman here and make a request for that API. Let's delete this record. And I'm confirming deleting. Okay. So let's open the Postman tool and check that. Yeah, this is the Postman tool. Yes, in the Postman, observe carefully when we are managing the request here on post. So the method is add product. Add product. Product is the post. Okay. And in the body, I'm entering the details like 5. And I'm entering like, so Samsung TV, and some price, 65,000. Okay. And when I click on send, that means the record is inserted successfully. And you can see in your MongoDB database. So once we refresh here, and the new record is added into the database. You see the new record is added into the database. Number 5 is working fine. So that means inserting record is correctly written in your API. Then what is the issue, right? Why it is unable to submit the data? Mostly means what is the issue of collecting the data from your library? That means so from your server side, from your client side form. Why it is unable to handle that? This always happens because of body parser. It is, and not only that, it always happens because of the CORS issues also. That means cross origin issues also. That means if cross is not allowing post method, then it cannot handle that. If it is not allowing the post method, then it cannot handle it. So we need to use, we need to handle all the situations in a correct way. So that means how do we manage that? Let's see. What I will do now is in the API, means how we can handle that form. That means observe carefully, refresh. And currently we have only these 5 records. That means the new record is coming because that we added through the database. Now from here, when you are trying to post, so it need to post to that particular URL. Data need to be submitted on that particular URL. So we need to collecting values are successfully happening. Observe carefully when I go to the product details component. The collecting of details I showed you on post here. The details is successfully happening. That means whatever data is there, it is successfully collecting. Observe, I am not using this post currently. Means I will just remove that alert. I will just check this data is coming, that the latest data is coming. That means data dot name. I'm just alerting this data dot name. And you see here, I entered some name and clicked on add product, and the name is coming fine. The name is coming fine. And when I click on OK, the name is submitted. But observe carefully, here in the URL, it is using a query string. It is using a query string. Through the query string, it is submitting the data. Through the query string, it is submitting the data. Usually, you are using an Axios post method. You see, we are using an Axios post method. Into that, we are submitting that. And on post method, when it is submitting the details, it submitted the details. After submitting, it is resetting the form. When it is resetting the form, that means the existing details are cleaned up and the new details, empty details are added into that. I will do one thing here. Several points we need to manage. I will write here event dot. I'm configuring here event dot. So say prevent default. That will make sure that the default submit will not fire up. The default submit will not fire up. Then after inserting, I will keep an alert saying that record inserted. We are preventing that. So we are preventing the data is not there. And observe the console log again. So you see the console log. So generally, when I'm entering product ID 6, and here I'm defining something like watch and configure the price and add product, record inserted, and OK. But you see that in the console, the new values are not submitted. That means it is not reloading the page and refreshing the page. And when I run this here, you can see again only empty record came. Again empty record came. That means on submit, the posting of data is happening, but data is not transferring. Now let's check another consequence. That means this is okay. That means here again record is inserted. You observe. I will refresh that. And again the record is inserted. You can see an empty null record is inserted. So record inserting action is firing up, but it is submitting the null options here. So first problem may be related to the body parser. So body parser is working fine. Why? Because the body parser able to collect the data and submit the data. Second point is the posting of data may not post the correct data you are expecting, but actually posting of data is happening correctly. That means here, whatever data you have defined, it is posting correctly. It is posting the data correctly to that post method. Only the option here is this data is empty. That means it is posting some data, but it is not collecting the value. That means what it is doing is it is submitting these empty details. The data it is submitting is those empty details it is submitting. That means it is not submitting the details that you configured. Suppose you try to submit directly the state data, because what happens here is we created a new record called data. We declared a new one data, and this data is accessing the details and displaying the details. That means it is having a key value collection. So this key value collection is coming from the same state. What I will do here, instead of this data, I will define here this dot state dot data. That means we are directly accessing the state data and configuring the state data here. So that means in state we have the data and we are configuring the data. But this state data so is an object. This state data is an object, but it is not accessible within this reference. So because it is a post method parameter, into post method parameter, you cannot directly access the state. We cannot directly access the state. So in that case, what we have Okay, sorry, lost connection for a while. Right, let's continue. Right. Now, let's see. Yeah. So what we need to do here is we need to verify three important things. First, in order to post the data, is course defined with post. Second, body parser is allowing to translate the data, is allowing parsing of data, and form is submitting the collection. These three things we need to verify. Now in our API, whatever the API we created, in this API, we used course without configuring any course related configurations. Now that is not a problem. If you have to define the methods separately, like we have to write the headers, get, post, put, delete headers separately, you need to write. But actually I written as course. This is okay. This is responsible for allowing all methods. That means get, post, put, delete, another. Body parser is also encoded the data. It is also converting the data into JSON. And here the request object is collecting the data and with the same parameters you are configuring. Now come back to your post method. That means here form on submit. So we have to collect the data and store the data in a local location. And this data need to be submitted into the URL. Now, how do we configure this? The post method is defined in this way. Way to define that. So http://127.0.0.1:8080. And what is the API method? Add product is the API method. Now into this method, this post method is expecting some data to pass. That means it is expecting the data directly. So we will define the data directly. So whatever the data we collected, we configured the data directly. If you have to collect from state, then what you can do is we can use this dot state dot data dot and data, that is the object you need to configure. But directly the state is not accessible inside this method. So obviously what you do is collect in a local reference and pass the data into that local reference. Then if it is successful, record inserted, and we will put an alert saying that record inserted. Now let's run this and see here. Sorry. Now we are adding a new record into this now. So let's enter the record number as a 6. Already 5 are there. Yes. Now here I am defining some mobile and some mobile. Yeah. And some price. And we are clicking add product, and this will submit the data. Record inserted, and that record need to be added, and it should be displayed there. That means it is successfully able to get the data and submit the data. Of course, you can write all the logic for generating the product ID automatically, so that you will not use the product ID manually. The ID will be automatically generated. I am entering 7. I am entering suppose some fossil watch and some price, and I click add product, record inserted, and this is also added into the data. Now once we go to our MongoDB database and refresh here, and we are collecting the data and adding the data into database, those 2 records are also inserted successfully here, the mobile and the fossil. So this is the concept how we can handle the interaction with the database. That means we are fetching the data and we are submitting the data. So we are collecting the data and posting into an API and configuring through the forms. Now there are so many other techniques of how you manage the data coming from a form, how you handle the data interactions. So like updating the records, deleting the records, and collectively together accessing all the details of the form elements, not individually verifying them. There are so many techniques of managing the data for handling get, post like operations. Right? This is one simple example of a complete end-to-end integration and reading and inserting the data into database. How we can read the records and how we can insert the records in. You can use jQuery, Ajax, post methods also, but all are same. So we are just using the Axios, and through that we are managing the interactions. This is one technique of how we can submit the data and insert the data. Now, if you learn about the forms and interacting with the forms, then this collecting data from form elements will be easy. And validations while sending the data, verifying the data types, these all are very important for working with the forms. That we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow, we will discuss about how do we design the forms and form interactions in React.js and validating the forms. Then you can make this more easy. And you can also handle update and delete like operations. But for that, again, to update and delete, you need to write the API methods for updating and deleting. Right? This entire example I will post into the classroom. Just once try. And if there are any issues, let me know about that. Okay. Tomorrow, we will see how to work with the forms and validations in React. Creating a component, embedded, external, using that component into the application. So one complete scenario we discussed. So everyone practiced that perfectly. Everything is working fine. So everyone practiced it. and everything is working fine. Are you clear with what we discussed about how we can integrate the React application? Everyone is clear? Yes. Right. So what about all of you, right? Everyone in the class able to design a React application integration with existing application. You don't have any issues, am I right? Yes. Right, good. Yes, Madhav, what is your problem? What is the issue? What?
Hi, sir. Actually, what happened? It is not regarding yesterday's session. You showed on Friday. You showed me you presented how to create a React app. Right, sir. Because of some workload, I was not able to configure those everything. I'm trying to configure those, and in my system, when I run the create React app shopping, it is not creating, sir. Some problem I have posted in classroom also commented 19.
You have written the command in a wrong way syntactically. Once verify the notes I given to you. So the command you given for that is not the correct way. Where you have done, you posted this.
19th. The last one, sir. Last one.
Yeah. So here, so what's the command you are running? And actually, the command you are running is to trying to install create app, na?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
You are
That,
trying.
that I ran and it is running, sir. It did create app in my npm folder. Whatever the folder is doing. After that, when I do that create React app space shopping to create an application, and that time it is throwing this error as script is disabled on the system for more.
That is just only permission related issues. What you do is you are using the PowerShell, na? Here PS PowerShell.
Okay.
So run from command prompt, right?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah.
Run from command prompt and make sure that suppose if you are working on your company systems, so writing permissions are not allowed on them. Installing
So
them.
it is not complete.
Then what you do is better open your application or command prompt, run as administrator. You know, na?
Yes, sir. Yes, I know.
You run your command prompt and Visual Studio code in administrator mode. This unauthorized access is related to that security issue. Understand?
Okay, sir. Okay. So when I click when I try to execute my Visual Studio itself, you want me to run as administrator?
You run your Visual Studio in admin mode.
Okay, sir.
And these commands also you run in command prompt instead of PowerShell in admin mode. Run command mode also admin mode. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Because this roaming related write permissions are blocked because of security issues in your machine.
Yes, I got it.
Right. So if you can do that, then it will be fine. Still, it is having an issue. Post me there any comment. Huh?
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Other than that, everyone fine? Huh? Yes. Good. Yes. Sagar, what is your doubt?
Sir, actually, can you share my screen?
You would like to share your screen? Okay. Okay, you can share now.
Can you see, sir, my screen?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
That is my code, sir, index1.html. I can import this double library from here.
Yeah.
And then script here.
Yes, embedded. Where is the body section? Can you show me the body?
This is body section.
That is the class you given. It is an ID, na? You are saying get element by ID. You are using get element by ID and you are using class name. Huh?
Yeah.
Understood? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is the issue.
Beside this, this component is not showing.
It will show now. It will show now. Why? Because you are using class name and you are accessing by ID. How it will access? Huh? Understood? Huh?
Yes, sir.
You have to. You run this now. It will work. You given class name.
No, sir. It's not working yet.
What error it is showing? Is it clearer?
Unexpected tokens are and this is showing.
Yeah, sure. Once share. I lost that screen. Babel is wrongly configured. So show me your Babel library where you got it. Can't see that. Share entire screen so that I can see whatever you are doing. Okay, you have any task on your machine?
Yes, sir.
Let's do one thing. At the end of the session, give your any task ID. I will check that.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Fine. Right. Right. So yesterday we discussed completely how we can manage our applications, right? How we can create one React application, integrate React environment into existing project. That is the option we have learned. Okay. Next point, after understanding how we can integrate, now we learned two techniques. The second part, what we learned is, so which was the first in the first occasion I showed you. So creating an individual React application, complete React application. So that is the first point we have done actually. I told you, I given you two scenarios. One is how to create a separate React application. So, and that we have done by using this mechanism. That means we created a complete React application in a simple technique. So we used this. Yeah, this is the command for creating a React application. You have to install, create React app, and you need to create one React application, and you can start that application. So two techniques you have learned. One is how do we design an individual React application, and how to integrate the React environment into existing application. And all our practice, whatever we are doing, we can do anywhere. So you can work on only React application or existing application. You can practice anywhere. But we will learn all the React on individual React application, because what is advantage in this application is all the library that you need for React development, React application development, everything is downloaded and installed and kept offline for you. So you don't need any CDN, and it is readily integrated. You just need to use it. So how to create everything by ourselves and how to use the existing. So we created one React application called shopping. Let's go to that and see the environment now. So that means here, so configuring the component in an existing React application, we have to handle it, right? First, we will discuss this. We will discuss everything related to React. Understood? So we will discuss everything related to React. Okay. First, to follow what we are learning. So what we are going to learn already is there in your course content. Once verify that. Right. So now what we are doing is we are handling an individual React application. So let's go to that. I will open the folder. We created a workspace. So the workspace that we created is a React app workspace. So that is the workspace. We will open that workspace. So in that React app workspace, so we have a folder called shopping. I given you a good clarity on what is difference between workspace and application. I told you the difference. A workspace can contain several applications. A workspace can contain several applications. This is our workspace. In that workspace, we have one application called shopping. Already I explained the file system of this shopping. And in this, so all our components are present in this SRC. SRC contains the components. These are all your components. And the public contains, so the static index page. So you can observe that now index page is your startup page, and index page is having an ID, a div with an ID root. And you can see that index page here is configured. Index page is configured with all the design. Rest of everything is normal. And in the body, it is having this div. And you know, I think in HTML, no script is a tag which is used to verify whether JavaScript is enabled or not. I think everybody knows that. That means it will just show a warning to the client that JavaScript need to be enabled. So without JavaScript enabling, it will not work. So you have to make sure that JavaScript is enabled. For that, usually we use a HTML element called NoScript. Now index.html, so is our startup page. It is our startup page. And the logic for this index.html is coming from the SRC API.js. In API.js, so it has some ready-made options designed. That means some logic is designed, and it is rendering. So it is rendering the content and it is displaying the content. we have two files, api.js. You can see index.js. Index.js is rendering by using DOM render. It is rendering into the root element. That is a basic thing which is already there in your application. So technically, you can how to work in this environment. We are going to learn now. The previous environment, there also you can practice your React. Here also you can practice React. So the difference is here all the library is readily available for you. So there you integrated the library only what is needed for that particular situation. Only for that situation. That is the two different applications. So once you are good in understanding how to create a simple component by yourself, how to integrate into this, and how we can access and work with this, so then you can start working with individual React application. So it depends on your requirement. Either you directly work on individual React app, or you will just integrate into a page and first learn about all the basic. The correct learning method is first, what I showed you is this. That means the correct learning method is first learn how React is integrated into the project, and how it is compiled, it is processed, and what are the requirements needed. After learning everything perfectly here, then you can go there and build the application perfectly. So first I will show you all the basic language related things in this environment only. So already in this environment, I showed you that components can be two types. You can design a component embedded, and you can design a component by using module technique. What is difference between those two? We have seen module technique, easy to extend, easy to reuse, easy to test. Am I right? They are easy to test, right? And embedded technique is integrated into the application, so into the page. It is faster, but reusability, maintainability, testability concerns are there. Now, what as a React.js developer you have to learn is, in order to design any component and work with the component, you have to have a good knowledge on JSX. So in React.js, we are going to first learn detailing about this JSX. So JSX is the main concept in working with React. Without JSX, you cannot do anything in React. So this is the primary thing you have to learn in order to build any React application. So we are first going to understand this big concept, and we are going to use this in designing our application. First, important in React, so to work with JSX, you need to know a few things. Actually, JSX is a statically typed object-oriented programming language. JSX is statically typed object-oriented programming language. So actually, this programming language compiles to standalone JavaScript. It compiles to standalone JavaScript. So the main reason why JSX was developed is complex programming can be simplified. So JavaScript language is having a lot of complexity with the separations. JSX intention is to combine its statements and expressions together and make it simplified. So JSX was developed to make JavaScript programming more simplified and perform better. That is the main intention of JSX. Actually, statically typed programming language is very complex. So, and it is a combination of the logic and the functionality. The logic and the functionality means logic, design, and functionality. So everything is integrated into one point. The main intention of introducing this JSX is to make JavaScript perform better. That is the main intention of JSX actually. So it is a statically typed object-oriented programming language. That means it can use all features of JavaScript. It can use all features of JavaScript. And another point is it finally compiles to JavaScript. The advantage is it is a combination of presentation and logic. It is a combination of presentation and logic. That means the logic and presentation together combined into one. So actually, it makes inline technique more effective. Inline technique means in a single line you can write the functionality and the presentation. It can make inline technique more effective already. That means actually programmers say that it makes JavaScript more expressive and present and effective. So effective. It makes JavaScript more expressive and effective because it is a combination of presentation and logic. It easily extends everything. So that is the main intention of the JSX. So React completely depends on this JSX. It completely depends on this JSX. So actually, JSX language can be individually used not only by React. Any technology which is working with JavaScript-based environment, they can use this JSX. Any technology which is working on JavaScript-based environment, they can use this JSX actually. So if they are using JSX, then it makes the JavaScript performance more better. Individually, we can use JSX. Don't think that JSX is only relative to React. It is not just relative to React. It is for every JavaScript environment. Every JavaScript environment. So you can use this. You can use this. Now, what is the specialty of statically typed language? Why it is called statically typed language? In many interviews, if you say it is a statically typed language, many times a question may be asked to you, like what is statically typed language? Any one of you ever heard about it? Do you know anything about it? What is statically typed language? Statically typed language. Any idea? Have you ever heard about that? Statically typed languages? No. I hope when you learn JavaScript, you might have learned strictly typed. You learned strictly typed, na? Right? You learned strictly typed. Right? Yes. Good. Right. Strictly typed. And you heard about strongly typed. Strongly typed also. Right? So what is strongly typed? Strongly typed means that is strongly typed means the data types are fixed, right? So that is strongly typed. Is JavaScript strongly typed language? Is JavaScript strongly typed language? No, it is not a strongly typed language. So, but it is strictly typed. Actually, statically typed language is nothing but, so the type of variable is known at the compile time. So instead of at the runtime, So actually, JavaScript type of variable is known at the runtime. You know it, na? That means the type of variable, what type of data you are storing. That means the type. So that means generally the type of variable. The type of variable is known at the compile time. Generally, if the type of variable is known at the compile time, then it is known as a statically typed. So actually dynamically typed. So dynamically typed means dynamically typed is determined during runtime. Dynamically typed means it is determined during the runtime. So understood? Difference understood? So JavaScript, one of the main problem is yes. JavaScript main problem is, the main issue with the JavaScript is dynamically typed. Am I right? JavaScript is dynamically typed. That means the data type will be determined. According to the value defined. So during the runtime it will be determined. So here it is JSX is little bit contrast from JavaScript in declaration. Why? Because JSX is a statically typed. That means at the compile time it will verify. That is good. So if it will reduce the inconsistency issues in the types, because JavaScript have that problem. Already you know the issues with JavaScript. JSX improves that. So JSX makes it better. At the compile time itself it will verify. That is why it is called statically typed language. Now how to use this JSX in our React, you have to learn. For learning how to use JSX, first we have to know how JSX is written. So how JSX works. Generally, while learning about React, many people directly learn about JSX in React direct. So, but if you know about JSX individually, then it is good and great. That means you can handle more better way as a React developer. So that is the reason some basics of JSX need to be learned. You should first learn how to use this language. Then only you can use this in your React. Let's see how we can individually use JSX. So in our application, let's check how to individually use JSX. For that, what you have to do is you have to install JSX on your PC. You need to install JSX on your PC. What is the advantage you will get with React application is, currently already I told you that JSX is working on this page. That is index.html page, because of all the library that you have added, JX is already working. But if you want to individually learn JSX and you want to test JSX and use JSX, then you need to install JSX on your machine, so that it will support JSX programs. And you can use that knowledge in your React applications. How to install JSX? You can install JSX by using npm. So that means for that you need to install npm. So that means you have to just run this command. So we need to run the command npm install -g JSX. So you have to install JSX library, JSX on your computer. Make sure that you are installing JSX. Okay, let's do that. Already I told you, you can do it from command prompt, or you can open the terminal. So this is the terminal. In this terminal, I'm installing npm install -g JSX. We are installing JSX. So it is -g is nothing but globally it is installing JSX, so that you can try this in any project. You can try this in any project. You can use this in any project. So JSX is successfully installed. JSX is successfully installed. Once JSX is successfully installed, now your project is ready to use JSX programs. Your project is ready to use JSX programs. You can individually use JSX programs. Let's see how we can configure and create JSX programs, how we can define JSX programs, the basic syntaxes, how to handle them. Usually, so how a JSX program looks like, the basic syntax of JSX program. So first important point you should know that creating JSX program, creating JSX program. So how we can create JSX program? First point, JSX programs must have the extension .jsx. They must have the extension .jsx, and you have to run the JSX programs. So you can run JSX programs. You can run JSX. So by using the command, the syntax you have to do like this. JSX is the compiler, --run, and you have to use your program.jsx. That is how we have to run the JSX programs. So creating the JSX program and compiling and run the JSX program. You can compile and run JSX, compile and run JSX by using this syntax. So this is the basic thing, how we can create a JSX program, how we can configure the JSX program and run it, how you can define it. So let's see how we can create a program. So what I'm doing is, in this project itself, I'm creating a new folder. So remember, so I think there is no confusion. What is our current concept? Our concept is learning JSX. Understood? After learning the basics rules of JSX, we will use this JSX in building our React components. Everyone clear with this pointer? Everyone clear with this pointer? So first we are learning individually a language called JSX, and we will use this language in our React component designing. Understood? Because we cannot design components of React without the knowledge of this one, right? That is the reason we are first learning it. Okay, let's see. So for that, what we are doing is, I am creating a new folder in the project. I will give the name as JSX examples, or so JSX examples like this. I'm creating a folder JSX examples. Okay, in that folder, I'm creating a new file. So hello.jsx. JSX files will have the extension .jsx, and you can see this is a JSX file. This is the JSX file. Now, the first thing you need to know is the basic program structure. What is the program structure of JSX programs? Usually, the JSX program, so it contains several features. It contains static types. It contains a class structure. So it contains a main method. It can contain the arguments, configurations, functions, everything just like your JavaScript. So how it works, how it is configured, and very important is JSX will support the types. JSX supports the type. I told you it is statically typed. When it is statically typed, so it will specify what type of data you have to handle. It will restrict to that particular type of data. It will not allow any another type of data. So that you will observe here how we can write a program. So what is the basic architecture of a program? How we can configure a program? How you define a program? So generally, JSX, I'm giving here JSX program structure. Usually, a JSX program comprises of a class. So it comprises of a class and a main function contains a class and a main function. Traditionally, every JSX program contains a class with a main function. So with class with the main function. Every program comprises of the class with the main function. You can use in different ways according to your requirements. You can configure and define in different ways. And important is, generally, what is the key point is First, I will show you how the main functions and classes are defined. Then data types and all, how they are strictly typed, we can handle them. Basically, see here. So we are creating a class. We are creating a class. And the class name, any name for the class I given as some main class. So any name for the class, main class. This main class is having a static some function, static function. And the function is some main is the function. And it is having some parameters. It is configured with parameters. So that means it is having arguments. And these are the string type arguments. The string type of arguments is defined with the string type arguments. And its return type is an void return type. It's a void return type. And we need to configure. So we need to configure the type. Means we need to define the options and what the functionality it has to return. We have to configure it. That means you can see that here. So how you configure it, I will tell you. First point is, so this is the basic arg structure. What is args string? This is, if you are new to this kind of syntax, first you should know that. So first you should know that it is a statically typed programming language. That means JSX uses all statically typed content. Statically typed content means what I told you. The data type is determined at the compile time. Am I right? Data type is determined at the compile time. Am I right? So that means statically typed. And first you should know what are the various types determined. That means what are the types configured and what are the types specified. Usually in JavaScript, you know the types that I will tell you, because without knowing the types, you cannot directly design a class. First, I will show you that. Usually JavaScript is not statically typed. JavaScript is not statically typed. JSX is statically typed. JavaScript is not statically typed. Then in JSX, so what are the various types it supports? Same like JavaScript. So we have JSX requires the data type to be defined for every variable and parameter you define. That is what important is. JSX requires the data type to be defined for every variable and parameter that you define. That is what very important for JSX. And actually JSX can use the JavaScript data types. What are the JavaScript data types? We have primitive types and non-primitive types. So or people also call these as object types in JSX actually. Primitive types and non-primitive types. JSX can use all the JavaScript primitive types and non-primitive types. It can use all the JavaScript primitive and non-primitive types. Actually, what are the JSX primitive types? So that means JSX primitive types. I'm not taking much time. I'm just giving a fast overview because it is same like JavaScript. Where difference comes, I will explain. JavaScript primitive types. I know that you know JavaScript primitive types. We have a number. So we have a number type, we have a string type, and we have a Boolean type. These are the JSX primitive types. How we configure them, I will show you. Number, string, Boolean, these are the primitive types, configuring the primitive types. So let's see here. And how do we define here? So we are using var. And of course, I don't need to explain that variables before going into this primitive types. You know variables and all, I don't need to explain. Variables can be declared by using var, let, const. No need to explain that, na? You know it, na? Difference between var, such basics I'm ignoring because you already know them. You know variables are declared by using var, let, and const. You know the difference, na? You know the difference, right? So you are learning the data types here directly. So actually variables, yeah. So JSX variables, you know the point. Variables can be declared by using var, can be declared by using let, can be declared by using const. So you know the differences between var and let, const. You learned JavaScript now, right? Now how do we declare variables? Yeah. So a lot of differences are there, na? Var, let, const. I think you have learned in JavaScript already. So var is a function scope. Am I right? Var is function scope. Am I right? Var is function scope. And var supports initializing, rendering, and declaring. Let also supports initializing, rendering, and declaring. But in let is block scope. Am I right? Let is block scope. Var allows shadowing. You know the point now? Var allows shadowing. Let will not allow shadowing. You know this now? So what is shadowing? Shadowing is, what is shadowing? Shadowing is allowing the declaration of same name identifier. Understood? Allowing the declaration of same name identifier within the scope, right? Those basics are same because remember, those all you have to use here. So you have to know them perfectly. Huh? What is const? Const will not allow declaration and rendering. Const will allow only initialization. Am I right? Right? Const will allow only initialization. It will not allow declaring and rendering. So if you have to use JSX in React.js, you have to be perfect in all these basics. Without that, you can't handle, right? So var LET constant. So I'm declaring here var, I'm configuring here var. So suppose I defined name. So name and colon, you have to define the type, what type it is. So we have to define that as a string type. So that is how we configure the value. That means how you define the value. That means it is a string type. It is configured as a string type. That means this name is configured as a string type. It is defined as a string type. So it is not initialized with any value. It is not initialized with any value. So, and very important is, suppose you want to declare price. Suppose var price is a price colon. So you have to define what type it is. It's a number type. That is number, lowercase. You have to use number type. So number type, it is number type. So name, so is string type, price is number type. It is defined with the number and string type. These are the types, configured with the types. But very important here is, these are the data types. You define the data types and you configure the data types. Suppose another var is in stock. In stock is Boolean type. So that means we are using a Boolean type. So in stock is Boolean type. It is defined as a Boolean type. So in stock is Boolean. So we are configuring the variables and defining the data types. Now JSX, in JavaScript, you don't have types. In JSX, you can configure the types. You can define the types. You can configure and define the type. Now important is, so that means syntactically how you define variables. The syntax is, we have to use var, so and a variable name and a colon, you have to define the data type. So what type of data it should handle. Var or LET or const, anything you can use. LET, variable name and the data type. So, and if you are declaring const variable name and the data type, so and equal to value, it must be initialized with value. Without initialization, it will not work. This is how we define. But one of the great advantage is JSX also supports type inference. This is what in many interviews they ask. People who know React.js, they can't answer such questions very frequently when asked in interview at experience level also. At experience level, to anybody, if anybody asks like, what is type inference in JSX? Then he says that I am very much experienced in technology, but I never heard type inference in JSX. That is like silly thing. That means then how experienced you are. Just like, so you worked in a company for a long time, it doesn't make any sense that you are experienced without knowing the technology properly. So the point is, this is where many people fail in interviews, because in interviews, generally they ask technically about the terms that are used for that language, which only genuine experienced people have that idea. Or if you have learned in that way, that is very good for you. So type inference is one technique which is supported in JSX. So that is the reason why when you are using JSX in your React.js, you use type inference technique. Type inference means it is a technique where JSX identifies the data type according to the value, and assigns the type to variable. That means in JSX, you will see that people are not writing the data types regularly when they are using in general React.js. For example, I will show you here why it is not, because type inference. That means, see here, I am writing simply var name is equal to TV, and var price is equal to some number, so some number, and var stock is equal to true, just like your JavaScript only. But observe, interestingly, in when I move the mouse onto it, you can see that it says it is a Boolean type. Type is already determined now. Understood? Type is determined to it according to the value you defined. Understood? Now the point is, suppose in that stock, so we have that stock. In that stock, I'm trying to store a string or any another type of value. It will not allow to do that, which JavaScript does. You can see that it is still Boolean only. At the compile time, it will show an error here. It says that A is not allowed because it is Boolean. It is not expecting that string. It is Boolean. But you know that in JavaScript, it is allowed. Am I right? In JavaScript, it is allowed, right? Type inference is a technique. So where the data type is determined according to the value assigned. Now one doubt will come. If I don't determine the value into it, if I don't define the value type into it, now what is problem here? You can see it is considered as any type. Any is a root type used for the data types. It uses an any type. It is the root type for all type, any type. But still here, observe carefully. Into the stock, later I rendered a false value into it, Boolean value into it. Now stock is still any type only. That means it is considered as any type. It is configured as any type. This will create problem because later I entered stock is equal to some string. It will allow that stock. It is continuously any type only. So that is the reason in regular, when you are working in React.js especially, so we always ask the JSX contents to be constant. So what is the point about constant? They must be initialized with value. Understood? They must be initialized with value. If they are not initialized with value, I think you know that constant will not allow. Understood? Constant will not allow. They must be initialized with value. So that is the reason you will see the syntax now. You will observe this syntax. Let's implement in our program. Let's go to index.html. Here, so we have a src hello.js. Here, what I am doing is above, I am writing so a constant called element. Into that constant element, I am writing so here, so the paragraph. So this is hello from JSX. That is the message I am writing here. That means why it is defined as constant. That means now it is determined as this string type. That is determined as string type. Suppose we are configuring here again a constant. So I said name is having something like John. So John, that is name like John. And you see this name John, that means it is in the quotes. That means it is considered as a string type. It is a string type. It is a number type. It will be initialized with that type and configured with the type. Now here I want to embed this value. Into the expression. Generally in JavaScript. So generally in JavaScript, you know the binding expression. The binding expression in JavaScript is a $flower brace. Am I right? In JavaScript, binding expression is $flower brace. Am I right? Binding expression is flower brace. Am I right? I hope everyone knows that. And in JSX, the binding expression will be just this flower brace. And here we access the variable, that is the name. So whatever the name you want to render, we can access that and we can use that here. We can access and use it here. This we will see in example, we will implement and we will configure here. Now the first question comes is why it is recommended to define as a constant. Understood? Why it is recommended to define as a constant? Why it is defined to recommended to define as a constant? Because JSX is what type? JSX is statically typed. That means it should know the type of the value before it is dealing with it. It should know the type of value it is going to deal with it. Understood? It is going to define the value. It is going to configure the value, right? That is the reason it is important. And usually what we do is here. So we are accessing this element and rendering that element here. That means we have to render that element into that root component. We have to render that element. So that means the element contains the JSX syntax, and JSX syntax so is always recommended to be initialized so that it can understand what type of content you are going to deal with. So this is a recommended way of configuring JSX. And if I don't use const, that means it will allow to render different types of values, especially when you are individually dealing with the data types in your JSX. Now, this is the point we have designed. Now, usually, what is the intention when I run this? That means we haven't yet learned about expressions and all. We are just learning this program and doing this here. And you see here, it prints all the rest of the content. It is printing all the rest of the content. It is configuring and printing all the rest of the content. So paragraph, everything it is printing. I'm saving this. It is printing all the content. But important is it is printing. It's no problem. It's working. But it is not translating into the paragraph. It is not translating into the paragraph. Why it is not translating into the paragraph? Because so this content that you return with JSX and embedded expressions, you have to tell the React application to translate this into an HTML element, because I think you already know that. So you have two options, inner text and inner HTML. Am I right? Two options, inner HTML and inner text, right? So what is inner HTML? It will transform that into HTML and present it. What is inner text? Inner text is nothing but it is going to display exactly as it is. Currently it is working. So only the point is it is not translating this into the element and presenting. For that we need some functions. We will discuss about that. But this element is added. So this element is added. Suppose I am writing. So expression I will remove the expression. I will simply write here hello. So I will simply write hello from JSX expressions. You are going to deal with them, and it is just showing hello from JSX. It's working fine. That means we are configuring that element values and we are accessing and using that here. We are configuring and we are accessing and using that here. So generally, so JSX, when you are individually dealing, so you have to configure the data types. Or JSX support type inference. When it supports type inference, so you have to just assign a value into it. We have to just assign a value into it. According to the value, it will determine the data type. And it will use the type. So generally, you can configure the data type. That means you can configure the data type. So, and you can store some value into it. So then it will be considered as a string type, or according to the value, it can determine the data type. That is one advantage here. So what are the primitive types supported in JSX? So type inference means, I will give you an example like this. So var, and we are defining variable name is equal to value, is equal to value. This is type inference. That means var, suppose I defined username is equal to John, like this. Then automatically, so here username is considered as a string type. According to the what value you have defined, it will be determined as string type. Suppose I said var some salary is equal to some value. Automatically here it is considered as a salary is considered as number type, So that is what actually JSX supports. JSX data types are supported. So usually it will support all the primitive types. In the primitive types, we have a number type, we have a string type, we have a boolean type. So and already you know that you have null type and you have undefined types also. You know JavaScript types now, no need to explain all of them, right? So that means it is going to support all these primitive types. And similarly, JSX has non-primitive types. JSX has non-primitive types. JSX have non-primitive types. Now tell me, what are the non-primitive types? It supports same non-primitive types. What are the non-primitive types we have? We have non-primitive types like dates, like array, like maps, sets. All these comes under the category of non-primitive type. Am I right? They all come under the category of non-primitive type, right? They all comes under the category of non-primitive type. That means actually non-primitive types are actually object types. Actually, they are object type. You can simply say that they are object types. So typically, so JSX object types are JSX object types are. So we have the object type like date is an object type, like array is an object type. So like map is an object type. So sets we are not using anymore, right? Map is an object type. So this all comes under the category of object type. So we have a date, we have an array, and we have a map. And not only that, even an object is an object type. Object also considered as an object type. So you know how we can configure the dates, how we can configure the arrays and maps. Generally, how you configure the dates, example, same var some date is equal to new date. I hope everyone knows that, no need to explain. And var, suppose some array is equal to new array. So new array. So we can configure, and we can also define var, so object. So that means some object is equal to, you know that object is defined in flower brace. Am I right? Everybody knows about these syntactical options. These syntactical options are same across all the locations. So generally, when you are defining, when you are configuring, and when you are using, so the types in JSX, they are all the same type as in JavaScript. So the JavaScript primitive and non-primitive types, the same, they are used in JSX also. But important is how we can use them in our application, we will see. So first, if we know the types and how we can configure the type, then we can easily handle them and work with them. Now, these are variables, JSX variables, JSX data types, and JSX operators, JSX expressions, all are same like JavaScript, no change. They are same like JavaScript. JSX statements are also same like JavaScript. That means if statement, so exception handling statement, so like conditional selection statements, all are same like JavaScript. So no need of worrying about them. And JSX functions are same as JavaScript functions. JSX classes are same as JavaScript classes. So these are also similar. And JSX modules also same as JavaScript modules. So that means how we can use the modules and how we can work with the modules. So same as JavaScript modules. So only one point you have to know is just the syntactical way of representing JSX. What is statical JSX? That is what you have to know. What is the intention of statical JSX? You have to know. So rest of all options are same. Rest of programming related things are same. So that is the reason if you are good in JavaScript, no need to much worry about JSX because all are same. Only one point you have to know is we have to statically handle them. You have to be very careful when working with the variables constants because so they are statically typed. You cannot just use them as JavaScript. You have to define the types, configure the types. Based on the types, you need to use them. Rest of all options, no change. Operators, expressions, statements, functions, classes, modules, everything is same like JavaScript. So that is the reason you don't need to spend much time in learning JSX if you are good in Java. Just only syntactical differences you need to understand. That's enough. Rest of everything is same as JavaScript. So now we will use this knowledge. In building the components for our application. That means how to use this JSX in building components in our application. Let's see step by step. First, I will show you a sample JSX program separately. How to write a JSX program separately. Then we will use this JSX programs in our React.js. Individually, how to write a JSX program, how to compile and run that. We will see one simple program example. Then we will go into working with JSX in our React.js. That we will see name property is used and its value is stored. Whatever value you are defining, its value will be stored. Now, these values, remember, are stored in, that means you enter value in ID text box, then this property will be, it will get the ID of, it will get that product ID and its value. Then it will set into the product ID value. It will set into product ID value. We want to collect, we can collect all the details by using this property and value binding technique. That means by using the property and value binding technique, we can access the value and use the value. And of course, if you are using state and you are binding the options, obviously we need to handle this update form data in the constructor. So in the constructor, we have to define, so this date update form data is equal to this dot update form data dot bind this. So now we need to collect the values and display the values of the state. That means I am collecting the values heading. I will say product details, and we need to display here. So in the product details, so I am displaying a data list data term name, and we need to get the name, that is this dot state dot product dot name property, and I need to get the product ID. So product ID, and here we define this dot state dot product ID. We are accessing the details, and data term price and data definition. So this dot state dot product dot price, we are accessing the price. Now let's keep this form class demo so into this location. So import form class demo from, so form class demo, and use that form class demo here. We are configuring that, and let's run this and see cd Amazon and npm start. So we created a form, and we are collecting the data from the form. This time we are using a simple technique of collecting all the data from the form and use the data. Collecting the data and using the data. Instead of writing a separate method for every control, you can write one method and you can use that method for all of them. So it collects all the details and display all the details. So yeah, export is not there. Already we started this in index.html, no problem. We are indexing that in index.html. Index.html. No, this is not API. It is just general a form we are using. This is our previous example only. So the React is not imported here. Fine. Okay, so now this is the form defined. Now here we are entering the details. So the product ID 2 and the product name and the product price, it gets the details and display. And you can see that currently it is handling only one value. It is handling only one value because generally, because only one value, but observe carefully. I entered ID, ID is there. Okay. I entered name, then only name is there. ID is removed, and I entered price, only price is there. Why? Because currently this product object you defined in the state is expecting only one value. It is expecting only one value. Now into that, we need to pass multiple values. Can you tell me how you can configure any parameter that can accept multiple values? How you can define parameter that can access multiple values? Multiple arguments, how you can define, it is working, but it is taking only the last value you define. How you can create a parameter that can accept multiple values? What do you say? Parameter that can accept multiple values. Generally in JavaScript, you might have learned about REST parameters. You remember that? So in JavaScript, you might have learned about REST parameters. What is a REST parameter? You know, in JavaScript, how do we define a REST parameter? How do we configure the REST parameter? So if you have learned the parameters in JavaScript from ES5 and ES6, they introduced the concept of REST parameter. REST parameter is defined by using ... Am I right? So you have to define the REST parameter. I hope you have learned about REST parameters. So yeah, REST parameter, certain rules also we know, right? How do we configure the REST parameter and define the REST parameter? Actually, here it is taking all the three values, but here it is defining only the last one. It is defining only the last one. That means now when you set the state, this employee, product object you observe here, this is the product object. The product object should be designed in such a way that it should take multiple arguments. That means the product object must be able to take multiple arguments. We need to set multiple arguments into it. Then usually what we do is to set multiple arguments into the product object. Usually when you define set state and you define set state. So here we can configure. Remember, property cannot be REST. So its value inside this, you can see here, we are configuring a REST parameter. So ... So this dot state dot product, we are configuring the product. That means it defines a key and a value. This indicates that, so this is a REST parameter technique in JavaScript. This indicates that the product object will allow multiple parameters, and store multiple parameters. That means multiple properties and multiple values. Otherwise, it will allow only one property and value. Here, still see, I entered the product ID and the product name. It will keep those details now and it will display. That is a REST parameter technique. Generally in JavaScript, we use REST parameters, which are used for configuring multiple values. We can configure multiple values. You can define multiple values and we can access. This I have defined on collecting the values on change. When submit, we can collect the values and display the values. On change, we are storing the values, but we don't want to display the values. On submit, we can do that. That we will see how we can design that option also. Now, this is the technique of collecting the values and configuring the values from multiple elements. So when compared to the previous technique, this is the easy method. Why? Because here all elements having a name and value. Name is referred as a key and the value. Now we will collect all the keys and values through the state reference. So how we do that? Whenever change happened, we will collect its name and its value. And generally, if I don't use this mechanism of REST parameter, it will take first whatever the name you are entering, it will take and it will store its value. That means the property and value of the property and the value of last element is stored. That means you entered product ID, it is stored. You entered name, then ID is removed and only name is stored. We need to design in such a way that it should allow multiple parameters. If any object is expecting multiple parameters, so in JavaScript, the multiple parameters are defined as REST parameters. Then REST parameters are configured as ... this dot, state dot product. So this is an object. And into that key, so we are defining some value. And this indicates that now that product object can accept multiple values. So REST parameter is multiple values. Generally in JavaScript, you write like this. Generally in JavaScript, you write a function. So, and in the function, you say some list. And if you say some list, generally while calling the function A, B, C, this is not valid. You cannot pass 3 values into it. So it will take only the first value. But I want this parameter to take all the values. Then we mark this as ... I hope everyone knows that. This is REST parameter technique. By using this REST parameter technique, we can configure multiple parameter values and access those values. This is the general technique we are following here. So it is always good to define in this way. So here we are creating one update event, and through that update event we are collecting all the values. And for that, on change of every value, we need to update the state. So this is generally example how we configure the data coming from multiple. Accessing data from multiple form elements. I will give you some steps here to understand. First step is you have to create a state. You have to create a state for handling multiple values. So syntactically, suppose this dot state is equal to. So in that we defined product is equal to product is an object. Product is an object. And in the product object, we are defining some properties. So like ID and like name, like this. That is how generally we configure the state. We have to create a state for handling multiple values. Next point is after configuring this, after configuring the state, next step, you need to bind them. So bind the state with elements. Bind the state with elements. So generally we have input type is equal to text, and here the value is equal to, we need to bind this dot state dot id. So product dot id. That is how we have to bind it. And usually it will have a name. It will have a name called id. Right? That is how generally we bind the data, how we can bind the option. Next point, we need to configure event. That means configure event binding for element. Event binding for element, which will be input type is equal to text. And here we have on change is equal to, so handle change. So this handle change function should fire up. So this dot handle change, this must fire up. Obviously it will have the other details also. Okay. Next step, after defining the event binding, after configuring event binding for that element. So we need to define the event, define the event method to access the values and names, to access the value, and you can say name and value, to access the name and value of element. To access name and value of element, we have to write here. So handle change is a method. So event, this is expecting two options. Name is equal to, we have to get that event dot target dot name, and value is equal to event dot target dot value, and we need to set that to the state. So this dot set state, and in that we set state object. We have a product object. So into the product object we need to set the data, and it should accept multiple parameters. Then we use dot dot dot. So this dot state dot product. We need to configure that, and it should take the value. So that means the name will be used as a property, and the value is used as value. That's how we need to configure. These are the techniques we need to follow in order to handle the data and access the data coming from multiple elements. So this is a simple example. So I have form demo. So form demo.js, and in that is the code I'm giving. You can give any name, just stuff. This is so how to configure and define the forms. Means configuring the form and accessing the element from the form. Two techniques I told you. Individually, you can collect every element related value by writing a method for it, or collectively you can do by using a single method by accessing all the names and values. Now, but generally, when you want to add validations, we need to deal with validations, adding the validations and dealing with the validations. Validations can be done two ways, anywhere. Manually, you can handle the validation, or manually means you have to write all your logic. So on click, on change, on blur, you have to write your own events and verify the value. Or you can use a predefined validation library. So that validation library allows you to handle the validations also. Forms generally are built with libraries. Why we need libraries? Because actually we have events like on blur. So we have like on focus. So we have like on change and on key up. Such events are there. But one of the main issue is we need multiple events to manage certain functionalities. For example, I want to know whether field touched or not. Touched means user clicked inside it or not. Generally, clicked and came out. Then for that, we need two events actually. On blur we need, and on focus also we need. These two are used to identify whether it is touched or not. Touched means, so it gets focus. Blur means it loses the focus. It loses the focus. So we need to verify, is it valid or not? Is it valid or not? Then manually writing will be risky. So that's the reason we can design complex forms for our React application by using external libraries. So that means we can use external library for designing the form, and validating the form. First we will see designing the form, then we will see validating the form. That means how we can design and how we can validate the form. Generally for that we need various options to manage predefined libraries. External libraries, so many are there. One of the common library used regularly with React is we have a formic library. So formic. So the formic is one of the popular library available which you can use for building powerful forms for our React application, and it will provide several properties and methods that are used for validating the forms and form elements. It will provide a predefined library which is responsible for handling the interactions. That means formic is a library used for building complex forms and handling validation. So we can use this. So actually formic, technically formic is a group of React components. It's a group of React components and hooks, React components and hooks for building forms in React, for building and validating forms. It provides some components and hooks, ready-made components and hooks, and those components and hooks, these ready-made options are available which can verify whether the value is valid or invalid and report the problems. So we will use validation in the next point, but first we will learn how to use this formic and create the formic for our application, so that it provides you simple techniques for managing the forms and handling the validation for the forms. You need to install formic for your project. Let's install formic for project. Go to the terminal here. In the terminal, cd Amazon. In the terminal, we have to install the library. So let's install the library in the terminal. We have to go to the project location, Amazon, and we need to use npm install formic --save. So that is the saving the library so that it will not reset after installing. Whenever regenerated, it will reset actually. To avoid that, we save. Now, what is the advantage is this provides several predefined components, and it will provide you the predefined libraries which are responsible for handling various interactions. Once the formic is installed for your project, now you need to know how to use the formic in our application. So generally, how the formic works in our application is the library of formic. So the library of formic. Generally, the library of formic, what it can do is provides hooks and components. Provides the hooks and components. So which are accessed using formic prefix. So which are accessed by using the formic prefix. Is accessed by using the formic prefix. So generally, how you use that syntactically, suppose we are handling on form, so we are using a form, and form on submit, I need to use a formic hook method. So formic hook method, generally we use here a formic prefix, and in the formic, so we handle submit and we manage that submit. Now all the events are used with the formic prefix. For example, you are giving a text box. That means input type is equal to text, and I want to access and bind the value, and we can use formic formic, and we can use the values. So values dot some name, that is the property of that we can configure. We will see one example how generally we design and access it. So now the point is, whatever data comes, so that data can be accessed and converted into JSON, and it can be displayed. And in order to use formic, so in your React application, React component, you have to inject formic. So that is use formic. Yeah, use formic. You have to inject use formic. So into any component, if you want to use the formic library, you have to inject that use formic. So it is responsible for maintaining a state for your application, maintaining a state for the application, and handle the state for your application. So it provides some simple methods. Those methods are responsible for collecting the data and handling the data for your application. How to design a form using this formic library? Let's see. I will create a new file again. Create a new file. So form library demo.js, form library demo.js. Now here we will import React. So from React, okay, and we have export class as form library demo. So that extends. So React dot component. Okay. Now here we are configuring the values and defining the values. We have to render and return. So let's create a simple container to render and return a form. Now, how you configure the form, how you can define the form, and how you can use the elements inside the form. Usually, the formic library provides a technique. So generally, it will provide a state also. Using the formic state, you can store values and you can access the values. Instead of configuring the state, you can use formic to configure the state and define the state. For example, so here, how you can configure is here. We are using in the render method. So we are configuring constant, and so formic, and this will use formic. So use formic. So we have to import that formic in order to use the formic also. So first, what you have to do is import that formic library here. Import. So we have to import use formic. So use formic from the formic library. You have to import use formic from the formic library. Now, generally, we are importing the formic because why we are using a block curly brace, because actually the formic is a library which contains collection of several classes, not one default class. If one default class is there, you can directly write. Otherwise, you have to configure. Now here we are creating a constant. We are defining a constant formic is equal to, it should use formic. Use formic method, you can see that it is having predefined so properties. You see so many properties are there. These properties, so you can observe here, initial values, formic values, initial errors, and it will provide so many initial touched. If you can utilize these properties, you can easily understand what the problem occurred and what is happening inside it. Validate on change, validate on blur, validate on mount, is initial valid, enable reinitialization, on submit, rest, and these are the options configured. Now, what we have to do is use formic. We need to configure initial values. It's mandatory to define the initial values. What are the initial values you want for the form? That means we want a product ID, and we want a name. So, and we want a price. These are the initial values we want. So formic uses the initial values. And on submit, we need to collect the values and convert all the values into JSON and display in a JSON format. Anywhere, you can display anywhere and you can configure. And that means now this formic method, use formic method, is already having, so you observe product ID name string, and it is having some actions also. That means validate on change, validate on blur, and it is having the events like so submit, count, and 36 more options are there. After specifying the initial values, we can write here on submit. That means on submit, what it should do is it should collect the values, whatever the initial values are there, it should collect the values and return them. Generally, what I'm doing now on submit, I will declare values, and it's a parameter, and it will collect all the values. On submit is a function. It should collect the values and alert the values, or I will simply put console.log, JSON.stringify, and it should stringify the values. It will convert the values into JSON and display. Currently, we are displaying in console. Later, we can display in page. That means now Formic is a library which will use this use Formic method to configure the state and to identify the changes and collect the changes on submit and display those values. So this library is very good and easy to handle. That means now on submit, so it should handle the functionality. So it should handle the submit functionality, which is going to manage all the details, right? So we will see how it can manage the details and configure the details and display them. Initially, how you bind and how do you configure? Generally, what we do, this is the Formic, and this Formic contains submit, and it contains product ID, name, and price as initial values. Now we can use that to bind to our controls. So we have a data list, we have a data term, and we have product ID. And we need to bind with the text box. Input type is equal to text. And to the text box, we need to bind. So then how we can bind to the text box? So events and the values. That means now the values is going to collect the initial values. Initial values are accessible with the reference of values. With the reference of values, we can get that and bind them. That means now here for every element, we are defining name as product ID, and we are having on change. On change is equal to, it has to use Formic. Formic has observed several properties are present. And these properties I will tell you, so which are very important to understand the validations. You see, so many properties are there. We have like touched, like have untouched. So we have like dirty, like errors. So these are very popular, and these are very common in understanding general, not only React. So in web-based frameworks, so those methods are very popularly used to understand, is it valid or not, is it invalid, what actions need to be performed on valid, invalid, we can do that. Currently, Formic uses handle change. You see, handle change is predefined. Earlier, we need to write handle change method, but Formic is now having a handle change. It will identify the change inside this particular text box, and it will bind that to the value. So we will use a value. To which one it should bind? It should bind to Formic. In the Formic, we have values. It will get the initial values. Into that product ID, we need to bind. Earlier, we need to write the methods and events. Now it is automatically binding everything into this. Means it has predefined. So same approach we need to follow. That means, remember, we need to design this inside a form. We need to configure that inside a form. And that form should handle on submit click. It should handle. That means form uses on submit. On submit, it will use Formic dot. So Formic dot handle submit. It will use handle submit. So you don't need to write a method. It will automatically fire up that method. Generally, we need to write the method. Already we configured the method. Handle submit means it will automatically use this on submit. It will collect the values. It will convert the values into JSON and display the values. So generally, we put a button here. Like that, we have to add all details. I will create that. I'll say register. That means on this button click, it should be able to get the values and display the values and manage the values. So this is form library demo. But still it is incomplete because all other details also we need to mention in the same way. So we need to configure all other details in the same way. So initially, I'm just using this index.js form library demo. So let's import that. So import form library demo from form library demo. Okay, and we will use that form library demo, and we are configuring that form library demo. And initially, so the form library, so does not default is not there, huh? Right? So where is it? So form library demo, export default class. Okay. Yeah, use Formic cannot be called in a class component. So React hooks must be called in the class component. So the Formic have a problem in calling the class component, but it is not a problem here. Where is use Formic? some mismatch is happening. On submit, that is fine. Where we are rendering it also. So this, so in the render we are writing it. So we need to create a custom React hook. So custom React hook actually not required. Without that also we can manage. In that case, we will just use some problem in this format library. I will do one thing separately. The details I will copy here. It is returning this presentation. That is written. Okay. I will keep this as const. So form library. Form library demo is equal to, it implies return. We'll copy this return. And let's configure the constant format. So the constant the form library demo directly we are defining. In class component also it should work, that not an issue. The library I will just directly render this. We will directly render this form library. So it's not only this, because generally it should work in class component also. We should not change this. Okay, so we will export this here. Export which one is form library demo. So default form library demo, it is exported. Fine, it is working fine. Okay. So we are exporting this component. Actually, we are creating a functional component, but this should work in class component also. I will check once, because so class component also allows this library. Only one point is we need to create a custom hook. We are using ready-made hooks here. We need to use a custom hook. So we will create one custom hook and see that. How to create custom hooks I will show you, because this is a library that we imported, and in a class component it is expecting that you need a custom hook. So we will create a custom hook and do that. Initially, so on submit, it need to collect the data and use the data. So for that, we need to complete this. So on form submit, how to collect the data and how to handle the data, right? So that means what, how from where the values need to be collected and how the values need to be submitted and defined. Initially, we are not using any complete reference here. Just we designed it. We are not using any complete reference here. So because the product ID is submitted, so the product ID is submitted. The other details are not submitted. We will submit the other details and we can get the details and we can convert that into JSON and display. Right? Initially, the values are coming, but it should work in a class component also. We will see when I click on submit, it logs that and displays that. So because I'm just using in a console log, I am presenting it. So whatever the values are there, it is collecting the value and presenting the value. So we need to design all other options also in a similar way. That means what we have to do is, so we need to create another term. So this is for name. This is for name, and we need to access the property name, and through form with values. So we have to define bind the property name, and on change, the name will be updated automatically by using handle change. What is the specialty of this is nothing but you don't need to write the separate methods again for handling those events like blur, change. You don't need to maintain a separate state again, because it will maintain the state and it will configure the state for you. So all the details that you are submitting are collected and handled in the same way. So another option is there, price. We are displaying the price, and here we are configuring the property price and the value. So this value is coming from the price. So while designing the complex forms, so this is also coming from the price. Yeah. Now I will save this and refresh here. So we have name and we have the price and register, and all the details are collected and displayed here. That means the product ID 4, the product name Samsung, and price is this. So this is collecting the data. Once you collect the details, you know how to display the details. That means it is generally accessing the data and displaying the data. This is by using a third-party library. In real-world applications, mostly we prefer these kind of libraries. Why? Because now this library, it should work in the same way for our general class component also. I will see where it is missing. We will create a custom hook and write in that hook, because class also will allow to manage this libraries. We need to create a custom hook and do that. So initially, what is the advantage here is now this formic library will provide some additional methods that verify whether the text box is valid or not, whether the form is valid or not, whether the text box touched or not. It can manage those interactions and handle them. So with that, we can easily handle the validations and configure the validations. So we will see how to handle the validation by using this formic library, and what are the various validation services used for this formic library. That will simple formic library for validation. By using formic, we handled validate, and we learned how to deal with the validation. So I will let's run this and see first. CD Amazon npm start. Okay, so we designed a simple example, and that example is to handle validation in React using a third-party formic. Now another option we will see here is we can use different types of libraries. Another option in validation especially while you are dealing with Formic. Most commonly, the Formic people, means people, the developers who use Formic library, they generally use, this is the Formic, right? Yes. Yep. So this is the example we tried, and in this example, we defined events. The events are for blur event and submit event, and every field we are verifying whether touched or not. If any field is touched, then its validation will fire up. So we define the validations and we configure them, and on register submit click also it will verify and define the validation and display the details. Now people who are very regularly working with the validations, like Formic, they have another library called Yup. So this is a library for handling validation, Yup library for handling validation. Actually, so it provides object schema validation. It provides an object schema validation. So object schema validation is nothing but it provides a validation schema which will automatically identify the validation errors and trigger the validation error messages for elements. So it provides a validation schema. That means Yup provides a validation schema. So validation schema object. So it provides validation schema object, and this schema object comprises of key and value reference. So actually it uses an error object. It uses an error object that can bind with any HTML element and configure the validations for element. That is what it can do. So actually it comprises of key and value reference, just like I showed you. I told you here schema object comprise key and value reference. So where actually the key refers to validation error, and the value refers to validation message. That's what we can do. This is basically handled. Now, how this library can make difference, how this library can handle, you will see one simple example. Actually, we have to use this library explicitly, and we need to configure the library with validation schema for every property. Actually, Yup object provides the keys, which are element names, and the values, the error related object values, and how they are configured and returned. I will show you a simple syntax. Actually, syntactically, we usually have validation schema. This validation schema will use an Yup object. This app object comprises of keys and values, and the key is here. The key is the element. So that means what element you have. That means element reference. That is some name or something, and it uses Yup dot. So the data type you want to allow. What data type you want to allow, and what validations you want to allow. You can use the validations like required. You can use the validation like max. So you can define the validation like, so means you can add validations. So by using predefined methods like we have email, so we can configure the validations in this way. We can define the validations and configure the validations in this way. So this is generally what advantage here is. So it will use these predefined functions and verify that this property, that means that element is matching with these values that you define. If it is not matching, it will contain the error message that it can display. That means we can configure the error messages and display the error messages. So that is a general approach So how we can do and how we can configure. And one more option is it also provides options to access the values that you input into the element and identify the changes in the values. So that means earlier we have to write the events like on change, like on blur, like events we need to verify. Now you can handle that by using a simple property. That means we have to use, that means library uses so formic, so it uses formic get field properties method. By using this get field properties method, you can access and you can define. Get field properties, you can access the values and you can use the values. So it uses this get field properties method that can give access to values of elements. Earlier we need to use change event, so blur event, or we need to configure different events. Now it can allow to access the properties and use the properties. So by using this formic library, you can by using this formic library with combination of you can easily handle the validations in a simple way. So let's see how to do that. Means it uses this get field properties. Get field properties is responsible for identifying the changes in the field and handle the changes in the field. For example, syntactically, so whether the value changed in that field or not, we have input type is equal to text, then name is equal to some name. We need to identify whether the value changed or not. In order to identify whether the value changed or not, we need to use a dynamic reference here. We need to configure a dynamic reference here. In the dynamic, this formic field properties. So we'll use a REST parameter dot and formic dot get field properties. Why it is field props? Why it is a REST parameter? Because it can access multiple values. That means it can access name or it can access any another detail. Everything will be stored inside one reference. That means it can access those properties and it can bind with the properties that you have defined. So in formic, whatever properties are there, it can bind with that. Earlier, without this library, what we have to do is we have to use input type text and the name is equal to name, and we have to define this dot handle change, and we have to define that is on change. So on change is equal to, so we need to handle that on change. We need to collect that value, and we need to verify the validations on blur. So we need to handle the validation changes. All this not required now. Simply you can use a simple formic get field properties. You can access the value, which will keep tracking in the changes in the value. If any change occurred in the value, it will identify the changes and it will return the changes. That's how we need to do. Let's create one example and see how this library is used in handling validation. So already we done validation earlier, but we are using an additional library here. So let's install that library for our project now. So install the library for the project. So what we are doing, so let's take a new terminal, cd Amazon, and we need to install npm install and --save. We are downloading and installing this library for our project. Just like formic, you have to implement and install this. So same like what you defined the form inside the formic. So same we have to configure and use it. Yeah, this library is also installed. So once it is done, okay, let's close this. Let's create one component here. And I will create a component here. Let's add a component. We will give validation demo.js. Okay, validation demo.js. And here we need to import. One is generally we need to import all these basic React and React DOM. Already React and React DOM are defined, so we need to import React. So from React, okay, React DOM and all those are already configured. So we need to define import and use formic, and from the formic library, we have to import that formic library. Now you need all the classes of because provides a lot of classes. We need to use all the classes because provides all the parameters for minimum, maximum, required, valid, invalid, and all this. So we need to import all. To import all, you can simply use import asterisk as yup. So from, and you can download from yup. That is the library. This is adding all the classes, whatever the classes are there in that yup library. We are importing that and we are using it. All the classes from the yup library. So first one is, you know that generally in module technique, first one is referring. First one is referring here. First one is referring that default class, and the second one is if you have multiple to export, you can use any. This indicates all. So whatever are there, you can import them and you can configure them. Now let's create a component. So constant, and we designed yup validation component. Okay, in this yup validation component, let's return some data. This is the validation component. So here we will first initialize some values. We will configure some values and define. Before that, first we will design a return. So it should return a presentation div. Let's create a simple presentation. For example, I will give as a div, okay, some class as class name, or simply I will use data list for easy sake. Data list with the data term, and this is name. And the data definition, I want to define the name. So input type is equal to text. Okay, fine. Another option, I'm defining data term, some price, and the data definition. So suppose input type is equal to text. Okay, suppose I want to use another data term, some like email, and the data definition. So here I defined as input type is equal to some email. So, or even email validation, we want to handle. So with the help of general input type text only, we can do that. So just by using text, we can do that. Fine. These are the basic options we have, and just we defined so the details like so name and the price and email. These are the three details we configured. All right. Now I will put a button and make sure that all this is inside the form. All this inside the form. So let's create a form, and in the form we are configuring all of them. And form on submit. So it should submit the data, and while submitting, it should first verify the details. So this is the library, and this is what we want to render. So yup component. So here we configure. So React DOM dot render. It should render this component. Already it is rendering. We can just use export. So we can export that. We can render and import and use anywhere else. So I can simply define here. So I can say export default, and the component is yup validation component. That's we need to export, so that we can import and use in our another index page. Fine. Now these are the fields that we have: the name, the price, email. So, or simply general validations, the name. Suppose here we have some salary, some email, like this details we have configured. Okay, now I need to handle the validation for this. I need to configure the validation for this. So first step, how to collect the values of this. So how do we collect the values of this? To collect the values, now inside this component, so we will create a constant. So that is a formic. It will use formic. And formic, so formic object requires initial values. Initial values is an object that is expecting name as a value, and it is expecting salary as a value, and it is expecting email as a value. These are the three initial values. Now earlier in our previous example, what we have done is, earlier we were writing a validation function and using that validation function for validating the fields. Now yup library will provide you predefined validation schema. It will provide you predefined validation schema. So that schema provides, that means earlier we have to write the methods. We need to get the value. We need to write the method is name length greater than 30, name length less than 30. We have to write, but we have ready-made schemas now. We can use these schemas and define the validation for the elements. So we have to write inside the formic. After defining initial values, you have to define validation schema. Validation schema can be defined by using yup. So by using yup, so we can access yup object. This yup object, so we'll access the keys and values. That means this yup object is expecting all the elements. This yup object is expecting all the elements and their validation. What are the elements we want? First element is name. Okay. For name, what validation you want to define? For that, you have to use the yup library. So yup library, and you can define the data type. What type you want? I want string. That means you can define the data type like number. We can define the data type like boolean. We can restrict the data type and we can configure. Currently, we want string. Okay. String is the data type. Okay. Now, what are the details about string? What are the options you want to define for string? What else you want to configure for string? These are the options you need to define. That means, for example, string is required. String minimum 4 characters are required. Maximum 10 characters should not exceed. That means for name, we need to add some validation. So we can add dot and we can write the other validations, or I will simply use here the dot here itself, just for our convenience sake. For our convenience sake, I am writing here. That means you can write side by side, concatenate all of them. So that means name must be a yup string type. So it must be string type, and it can use the minimum 4 characters. If minimum 4 characters not entered, what message to display? Error message. You can write the error message here itself. That means error message. What message you want to display? I will say that name too short. This message I want to display. Name too short. So min 4 characters. That's the message I want to display. Now I am adding another one. So max how much? 10. And I can define here. So name too long. So max 10 characters, 10 chars. This message I want to display. I want to add one more validation, that is required. And required requires a message. So username required. This message we are defining. That's how we need to configure one field. After configuring the details for one field finished, comma, then we have to define the second field. Second field is salary, and yup, I am defining as a number, is a number type. And here, along with that, we are configuring some more details like, so the number, and here also I defined required. So I define here salary required. You can put min, you can put max range of value. That means the minimum and maximum range of value. You can handle any number of validation. So next, I want to set validation for email. So that means we want to set validation for email. And for email, so that means, remember, you need to define the validation for these initial values, name, salary, value. That means what are the initial values you are defining in Formic? Yup, we'll define validation schema for them. So what type and what option here? So yup, here it should use a string type again, and it must use another validation here. It must use a required validation. It should say that email required. It should display that email required, and it should use another option, that is email. Email is a email validation, so it indicates that invalid email. If it is not a proper email, it shows invalid email. You can use the validations and you can configure the validations. Generally, when you are writing the validations, the validations can use so various options, like you can write all these functions. Is it nullable? Is it uppercase? Is it URL? All the HTML related validations are supported and configured here. Now we are defining all the validations for the elements or the validations. This is validation schema. That means Formic is expecting the initial values, what values you want for the form, and validation schema defines what are the limitations for those initial values. That means the limitations are configured by using yup. Earlier in the previous example, what we have to do is we have to write all the validations by ourselves. We have to manually write all the validation by ourselves. But now all the validation is defined here. Now after defining validation, then we need to use onSubmit. So we have to collect the values submitted, and we need to print those values. I will use an alert and a JSON.string file, and I need to print all the values collected. Now these must be binded. These must be binded with those controls. These initial values must be binded with the controls. So then how we can manage that? Suppose register user, they must be binded with the controls. First, this form onSubmit. So form onSubmit have to bind with Formwic. So Formic, so handle submit. It should bind with handle submit. And the name text box. So requires a name. So reference name. So that is name. And it should use a binding technique which can collect the value and send the value and store the value into the initial property. Then we have to use a ternary. This is REST operator dot, and we have to use Formic. And the Formic will use get field properties. It will provide get field properties. And which field property you want to get? I want to get the field property, that is name. That means you can get that field name is name properties. Name properties like whatever properties are there for this name. Properties like minimum, min length, max length, the properties like min length, max length, and the properties like value, ID, references, class names, all these we can access by using this. So the same thing we have to handle for all of them now. That's it. That means we need to bind a reference for that. So this name is a salary, and it should bind with formic. So formic dot get field properties and the salary. So salary related properties it should bind and get. So it should use a REST parameter. REST parameter indicates that it is collecting multiple values. Remember, salary is the field name. Under that field name, several values will be there, like ID, like name, like class, like value. All of them you can access by using REST. The same I need to define here. Name is equal to email, and here we have to use formic, and the formic dot get field properties, and you need to get the property email. That is how we need to configure. All the options are defined and options are configured now. Now we need to display the messages. And how do we display the messages and where you want to display the message? Suppose for name, so for salary and all these details we want to display the message. So here we can display the message below it, below the name. So I will put a data definition, and here we will put the class name. I will put the class name as text danger, and here I want to display the error message. How you display the error message? Same like yesterday, we can configure the condition formic. So formic dot touched. So formic has touched name. If name is touched, and formic errors object is returning an error, name error. That means we have to define the condition like this. That means if it is touched and we are having an error, that means name returns error. That means formic dot errors is returning the name error. Is it returning the name error? If it is returning the name error, then what should happen? So if it is returning the name error, we need to get the error name and display. So just we need to define formic dot errors dot name. In that, whatever message is there, it will display. Otherwise, you can display null. That means if it is touched, error message displaying is same. Only the point is how you configure the error message will change. Displaying error message is same. There is no change in displaying error message. Same like yesterday. So for data definition, so class name, we are configuring the class name, and class name is equal to, so we are using text danger. That is the class name we are configuring. And here we are adding, so an error message. So that means formic dot touched dot salary. If salary is touched, and formic dot errors dot salary is having errors, then display that error. So formic dot errors dot salary related error must be displayed. Otherwise, it should display null. This is the basic thing we need to do for all of them. And the same I have to define for this. So for email, so data definition and class name is text danger and text danger. Okay, and here same. So the condition formic dot, so errors, sorry, touched dot email is touched, and formic dot errors dot email. If email error is there, then formic dot errors dot email, whatever error message is there, otherwise null. That's how generally we need to configure the error message. Now this is the validation, and configured the validation error message, and we will put a button here. So just we will put a button here and say submit. So on submit, it has to get the details and display the details, so just like I said, register. Now what happens is when you bind the initial values with the form elements, now whenever the form is submitted, or whenever any change happened in the value, in these initial values, any change happened, then it will first verify, this validation schema will fire up, and it will first verify that field is matching with the validation properties that you define, and then it can handle that validation error and display that validation error. Now we need to access this and use this now. So let's go to index.js, and here we are importing. So we are importing, so that validation component. So we need to get from validation demo, and we can keep that validation component in the startup. So validation component in the startup. Now that is the basic validation component we defined, and so let's run this and see it is showing these details. That means now you have name, salary, and email. Now when I click on submit button, when I'm clicking on submit or register button, it should fire up these messages and show. That means username required, salary required, and email required. It is firing up those validations and display. And here important is When I click inside this name and click outside, that will fire up individually. So majority of the developers who are using Formic, they always prefer using this YUP library. Why? Because one of the main advantages about this YUP library is, so you don't need to write the validation functions so separately and call the validation function. You can write validation schemas using web, and those validation schemas can be defined and configured directly here. So that is very important. That is very important. You can handle that, right? Generally, when you are typing the value inside it now, you would see I'm typing the value. It says name too short, minimum 4 characters, and I'm entering minimum 4 characters. Then it's okay. If it is more than 10 characters, then it will show that validation. Name too long, maximum 10 characters only. Then we can handle it. So salary is also required, and the salary we haven't defined. We can configure the salary. So, and here email required, and we are configuring the email. Some Raj at, so, and it says invalid email. So then gmail.com. So that is fine. Now, when you submit these details, when you submit these details, it should get the details and display the details if everything is valid. So this is the basic approach of configuring and handling the validations by using Formic and by using YUP library. So Formic and YUP library. Generally, this difference is nothing but Formic alone can use validation functions. It depends on a lot of validation functions to define. So in yesterday's example, if you have seen the register component that we created, register product component that we created, here validate uses a validate product. Validate uses a validate product. And validate product is actually a function. So this function is manually taking the data and verifying the data by using custom functions. By using custom functions, we are handling it. By using the custom functions, it is going to manage. Now this time we are not using any custom functions. We are using a validation schema. That validation schema provides the predefined validation methods which you can directly use for any element. That validation message, that every validation method contains a validation message and the validation condition. So you can handle that condition and message. Whenever that property fires up with errors, then automatically the error message is collected and it is used here. It is used here. For that, we need to bind and we need to identify whether the changes occurred inside that or not. That you can do by accessing the field properties. We can get the field properties by using Formic, and we can identify whether the field changed or not. If changed, then identify is it valid or not and show the errors. This is one important option and how we can deal with this. So this is using an YUP library, how we can manage the validations. So the example, so we have YUP validation. Yeah, so we have YUP validation demo component. I given as YUP validation.js. Yes. In that, let's keep all this code. So whatever the code I defined there, it is this. This time we are using predefined validations. Then one of the great advantages here is, so we have predefined functions. By using the functions, we can verify the value and we can simply report the value. Actually, there is another easier method of handling the validation. Actually, Formic provides Formic components. Formic provides Formic components. Actually, Formic comes with some built-in components. These built-in components are responsible for configuring the form, configuring the items inside the form, and configuring the error messages in a simplified way. That means without writing much logic. So of course, all the logic will be similar. Without writing much logic, you can simply handle the validations. So that means it will reduce the usage of all the functions, and it makes your presentation more simplified. That means the predefined components are responsible for configuring the library in such a way that the UI can easily bind with the fields and verify the validations for the fields and report those messages. For that, they have ready-made components. People have an interest of using these components also, ready-made components also. So we can use the ready-made components of Formic library so to handle validation. That means Formic library provides predefined components used for designing a form and its validations. So form and its validations. That is one important point you need to know, that we have a ready-made library for handling that situation. Actually, the Formic components, predefined components, that means the built-in components of Formic, the built-in components of Formic library. So we have the components like Formic. Formic is a library. We have like form. We have a form. So that is a component. We have like field. Field is a component. We have like error message. error message. Error message is a component, and error message. So this is the option. These are all the options. We have ready-made components now. What is the purpose of this component is it allows us to build a form and internally configure the validations for the form and display those validations with simple predefined components. These components will identify the state of your form element, and they will validate and return the validation error messages. Validations you have to write in the same way. Validations you have to write in the same way. That means validation schemas, initial values, everything you need to define in the same way. But this time we have to configure everything by using simple components and configure with the help of components. So syntactically, we have to write the components and define. For example, suppose we want the options to handle. We need to design a form. Generally, what you can do is syntactically, first I will show you. Syntactically, what you can do is we can design a form by using simple formic element. It will use initial values. These initial values is an object. So this initial value will use the collection of your values. It will use the collection of your values. That means like name, what name you want. So right, and it is like some salary, what salary you want to define. So like some email. So what email you want to configure. You can define the initial values like this. After defining the initial values inside the formic, you can also define validation schema, and you can write your validation schema here. That means you can configure the initial values, you can write the validation schema, and you can also configure on submit. That means you can also configure on submit. So what values you want, you can define the values to submit. On submit, what functionality to happen, you can configure that functionality. And not only that, you can also define form with a collection. So it can take the properties, and through the properties it can design, means it can return the presentation also. Through the properties it can design and return the presentation. That means here we can create a form element. And inside the form element you can configure all the details. Now what is specialty here is this form element can easily identify the submit. You don't need to write on submit. So here it identifies the submit button, it handles the submit button, and it handles the validation. Now controls also you can define not by using input type. You can simply write here field, and a field can be defined with a name. So that is field name, and field type is defined as text, and we close the field. Automatically whatever values are entered, whatever the values you are changing, they are identified without binding any event here. We don't need to bind any property or event here. Automatically this field is binded with the initial value name what you configure. This is more simple and more advantage for handling the validation. Even error message also, if you want to display, we can configure the error message just by using error message component. Error message component, for which element error message, for name element. Then whatever error message is there, that error message will be displayed here. That means we don't need to write any conditions also. If it is having any invalid data, that error message will fire up and it will display. So this makes your validation process more simplified. If you are dealing with complex validations, then you can go with the predefined components and define. This is generally how we use the form states and formic. We will see one example with this also, how to use the formic and configure the formic ready-made components. Then we can finish the concept of validation. And after understanding the validation, we will discuss about another important, that is now routing. How to deal with the routing in React.js. What is routing? How do we configure routing? That we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow we will see one example how to use this formic component, and then we can see how routing works in React. About the validations using formic. One more point, I told you that formic provides a formic component. By using that formic component also you can handle various interactions. So using formic also we can handle various interactions. Actually formic components are also there. We can deal with the validations by using that formic component. Makes the presentation and interactions more easier. So you can see yesterday I just given you a syntax about that, how the formic is used. So that means we can use a formic component. That formic component configures the initial values. It configures so your validation schemas, and it configures the submit actions, and it will bind the properties to the elements. We can create a formic form, and we can create a field and error message. What is advantage is these error messages will automatically fire up according to the state and situation. So let's see one simple example of how we can deal with that, how we can handle. So usually, so let's create a simple example of working with the component here. So I'm going to the source, and yesterday we saw this yep validation. In that we are designing something like name, salary, so an email like options. Now how to design the same? By using component, because here we have to create a component, and that component uses the formic methods and configures the validation schemas and defines the validations, and you have to design everything, and you need to configure events like submitted or not, on blur, on change, is it touched or not. You have to use a lot of references. What is advantage of component is you don't need much references. Let's see how to do that. That means we will do the same work, and this time I'm creating a new component. So validation component .js. I'm creating validation component.js. Okay. In this validation component, so initially we are importing. Let's import some library here. So we are importing import. So React. So from React, and next we need to import the React DOM from React DOM. Already they will be there by default. You need extra these two things. One is import. You need to import use formic. So from formic, first I will import formic from. So from formic. So from formic you have to import here. So options use formic, and one more is we need formic. Formic is for designing a form. For designing a form we need form, and for designing field we need field, and for designing error message we need error message. We need to import all this. Formic is required for configuring initial values, and form is for designing the form, and field is for designing a field. Error message is for designing error message. What is advantage of using these ready-made components? The advantage of using these ready-made components is they will fire up the error messages automatically according to the state and situation. So very less events we have to manage. In previous examples, we need to depend on a lot of events like on submit, on change, on blur, and get the property value, verify. But now we can do it in a simple way. Suppose we see here, I'm declaring a constant, and suppose I say validation component. Okay, and let's create a component and return. So just return some presentation. This time we are using formic. So this is the formic component. We are configuring the formic component. Inside the formic component, all the configurations are defined. So inside this, all the configurations are defined. All the configurations are specified. That means now what it contains. Formic usually contains initial values. We have to use initial values. Initial values is an object. That initial values object usually contains a collection of fields. What are the fields it contains? It contains like name. It is initially empty. It contains salary. So that is also empty. And it contains some email. So that is also empty. We are configuring this. Now, after defining this object, remember, all these are defined as attributes of formic. They are defined as attributes of formic. One attribute is initial values. After defining initial values, so that means these are initial values, then I need to configure another option here. Another is validation schema. After configuring the initial values, we have to define another validation schemas. That means actually, to make it more simplified for you to understand, I will tell you here, syntactically, formic is defined like this. So we have formic. Formic will have initial values, and we need to configure initial value and space. We need to define validation schema. We need to configure validation schema. And after defining validation schema, so we need to configure the properties and define the properties. So these two are defined in formic. We need to configure in this way. So that is generally how we have to handle. So by using formic. So that is what I'm configuring here. After initial values, you need to write the validation schema. Validation schema is same like as you have designed with the YEP library previously. So all we need to do in the same way. So that means we have to use the YEP library for configuring the validation schema. So we have to use the YEP library for defining. And usually for that you need to import YEP also. So import. So import everything as YEP, and from, so that is YEP. So this is all the library for YEP is imported, and we are configuring the validation schema. In the validation schema, so we need to create yup object. This yup object comprises of the properties. One is name, and the name property, so it should use yup dot string, that means the data type, and it should use options like it is string, and it should use like same previous I will give, like min is equal to some 4, and I will define a message name name to short. Okay, and here I will define a message name to long. These are the options I defined for that. And after configuring this, another field, so that is salary, so salary, and I am defining yup. So I am defining yup, and for that I am configuring some value. So the value is same as you defined that you can define a string or you can define a number, and you can add here the options like. So this is, for example, I want to add one more attribute like, so I want to add required also, required, and the name required, that's the message we are configuring. We can add all the options, whatever we need. So we need to configure that. And after specifying, so this, so, and here this salary is also, one more option is for email. We need to define, yep, have to use, so a string type, and it must go with the option that is, it must use the required says email required, and error message. So for email, you have email validation, so we say that invalid email. These are the options we define. Now this is how you configured the validation schema. After defining the validation schema, that means after configuring the validation schema, so that is validation schema done. After configuring the validation schema, now you can directly write here on submit also what actions to perform. That means we have to write another option on submit. Everything is defined inside the component. On submit, so we'll return the values. We will return the values. That means alert some, I'll just define JSON.string file, and whatever the values are there, we will configure that. This is the approach how you define. This is the component based design. In the Formic, you can directly configure all these details. That's what we are defining here, specifying here. Everything is managed inside the Formic. That means you have to define initial values, you have to define validation schema, you have to define like on submit, so what interactions it should do. All these things are defined. Now, how to design the components related validations, and how do we design the fields? We design component, this Formic component. So we use inside the Formic. This is the Formic start tag inside the Formic. So you need a function, so that will render the UI, and it will get the properties and configure the properties. That means you need a props. So that means you need a props. This props is a parameter for configuring the data to return. What it should render? It should render a div. So this is rendering. This is going to render form. What it has to render? I need to create a form here. I will keep a heading. So register user. Okay. And here I am designing a form now. I am designing a form. And remember, this is not a general HTML form. Actually, it is a dynamic form. That is the Formic form. This is the form. It is being used from Formic library. It is used from the Formic library, but it will map to the HTML form element. So here I am writing a data list with a data term. So suppose say name and a data definition. Here I want the text box. If you want the text box, generally we define input, but here the element should be in such a way that it should dynamic. Then we have to define that as field. We have to define as field, and field contains a name. This name refers to the name property. And what is the field type? Type is equal to text. That's how we need to design. Now, if that field contains any validation, so we need to define the validation. And earlier, we have to write for validation, we have to write the condition, like if touched, if it is changed, then display, and if it is not valid, display. But here, what I can do is directly, I will use a data definition and a class name. I will use as text danger. And here I am defining a component called, here we can use a component called error message. Error message is a component. This error message should work for which field? You have to define the field name. That's it. That means in the name field of the Formic, in the Formic validation schema, In the name field, any validation error fires up automatically. So that message will be displayed inside this error message. So you don't need to write any logic. This keeps your entire presentation clean without much logic. Earlier, we have to write the logic and configure the logic and define it, right? So we need to configure that and define it. Now, so many important points are there to understand. I will tell you, because you may ask, like, if I have to use a field, input type is text. If I want a drop down, then how to do that? We will see. For example, now we are configuring this, and I will create another data term. This is salary, and definition here is here the field type I defined as text. Okay. So, and if this field is having any problems, and it should display. So here we should display error message, and this error message should work for salary property. It should work for the salary. Now, similarly, another data term, and I'm defining here email. So email, and data definition, we need a field that should map to email property, and the type I will give here as some email. You can give type email, or you can give type text. So type email not required, because already we are using an email validation for that, right? So now this is generally configured and defined. Now, many times the question asked, like, why can't we use HTML validations also? Because HTML have like type email, HTML have like type date, HTML have like type date, and HTML have dependent, and they are not completely according to our requirements. Some lot of issues will come. So initially we are configuring this, okay, and data definition, and here we are giving an error message. So error message, and this error message should map to email. Okay, that's how generally we are configuring. Now we need a submit button. So for that can submit the data. That means just we are giving a submit button. So we are configuring a button. So, and that button have to submit. So say register. We don't need to configure any submit click or define any submit click or specify the submit click. Initially, this is what we need to do. Okay. Now we need to use this in our application. So let's go and see. That means here we have designed everything by using formic component. By using a formic component, we defined initial values, we defined validation schemas, we defined on submit, and we are configuring the content to render in a simplified. So once you defined all this, now let's create render react dom.render, and it should render this component called validation component. So validation component, and document get element by ID. So that is root. Okay, and we need to export this. So export. So the validation component export default. So validation component. Fine. Now once it is done, once it is configured, let's use this in our page. I will go to the index.csjs, and here we have to design the validation component. Let's keep the validation component import. So validation component from dot validation component. Okay, and we will keep that in the startup. Validation component is in the startup. So validation component is in the startup. Now once we refer this, and you can see, let's run this and see. So once you start this localhost, so, and this is there, we have the name and the salary and email. And usually now what happens here is when I click on register, so register, the details will come. For all of them, we need to configure the class text danger. That will be easy. Now here, so for all the fields, so here, yeah, I will keep wherever error message is displayed, I will keep the class of error message here, class as text danger. So we are using the class name as text danger. Okay, so that is here. And when you are touching that, automatically it will fire up only that message. And we are adding some data, then it is saying too short, and it is okay. Now it is saying it is too long. So now it is okay. So salary, so here, so we are touching that, it says salary required, and it must be a number, because according to the configuration for number, we are not writing any message. We can write a message. If we are not writing a message, by default, it will get a message. It will get a message, and we have to enter a number because of its data type, because we haven't defined any message for number error. So we are not defining any message for number error. If we are not defining any message, actually number, so it can have its message. You can configure the message. If you don't define any message, it will take by default message and it will display. And email required, and email we are entering raj@gmail.com. So that is fine. Now click on register. Those details are submitted and provided to you. Simplified. It looks more simplified in design. Why? Because so generally earlier we have to swap and display the error messages. And for that, we need to write the condition if it is touched. And we need a lot of events. The formic component advantage is without configuring much event. Performing any submit, it can identify form submitted or not, and it can identify the value changed or not. So based on the properties, initial values you have defined, they are binded with those fields, and any change, it will be identifying the change, and it will be displaying the change. And only the point is, many times the doubt is how I can design the controls. Usually you can design controls in different ways. For example, if you want a drop down, then how you design a drop down? How do we configure the drop down? For example, here I have a city. So city is empty. I want the user to handle the city. But is here in the design, getting a data term. So your city, and here in the data definition, I want a drop down. Now, generally the formic uses a field. So it uses a field. Through a field, how you can design drop down? Just what you have to do is, so generally, if it is text box, checkbox, you can write type is equal to checkbox. You can write type is equal to radio. But if it is drop down, so then what you have to define is, you have to write field, and field name I will give as city, and it should be used as, we have to use as which element, select. That is how we configure. As select, as text area, as data list, anything you can define by using as. So if it has to be designed by using that means you have to configure as select. And in that, so we are having option. So in that we are having option like Delhi. So option like Hyderabad, like this. That means it has to create a drop down, and it will get the value and display the value. So that means you have to use the technique of configuring and defining that. So by using this method, you can manage it. So this is generally how the validation is configured. So by using component. Now the component provides several properties. Now the first point is, what is the purpose of these props? This props is returning all this content. It is returning the form actually. Props is returning the form, and it is managing the form. Now what is the specialty about that props is, this props can access various details. The props can access various details. So we can use, suppose we have a button. So for button, we have to use some disable. Disable should get the value from dynamically. That means form should be disabled if form is not valid. Form should be disabled if form is not valid. That means now important here is we are configuring props. So through props we can access various options. Props will give access to all the services like errors, all these services. We have is valid, is invalid. So it can get touched or not. It can get whether the field has been touched or not. It can use those properties, valid, invalid options. We can use that. That means dirty means modified or not, and valid means dirty, touched, and valid. These are the options. That means if props dot is valid is equal to false. That means is valid is false. Then disable is false. If it is valid, disable is false. If valid not valid, then not valid means it will be true. Then disabled will be true. That means we are defining disabled as true. So that means here you can see that by default when you configure that, so that should work for this particular element and configure for that particular element. So disabled is a property which can be dynamically controlled and which can be dynamically handled. So if you are configuring the properties, so we can handle these validations. Actually, I will give you a simple option. That means generally, suppose here I will roughly present a binding expression here, just write a binding expression here. And here I am defining, so props dot is valid. So we are accessing props dot is valid. First, you can see that generally the props dot is valid have to display the options there. And this is verifying all these properties like name, like salary, like email, like city. It is verifying all these properties. And three attributes are there which are very regularly used. What are those attributes? Actually, what Formic provides is, so inside the Formic, so Formic uses so a function which renders the content. Formic uses a function, props. So Formic uses a props, so which is going to render the details. And what are the details it is going to render? So that means actually it is going to use your fields. It is going to configure your fields. And this props is provided with. So the props is provided with. So props function function in formic is responsible for identifying the validation state, identifying the state of every field, Usually, the state of every field, what are the states of every field? Usually, what field it has? Generally, every field have the state like. We can configure the state like. So one is dirty. Dirty means dirty is a state. It indicates that. So it returns true. It returns true. So when form is, it returns true when form is modified. It returns true when form is modified. That means you can say that. So when any field in form is modified, you have options like touched. You have option like touched. Generally, touched indicates that. So it returns true. When any field is touched. Touched means it got focus, that it gets focus, it is touched. One more option is valid. So is valid. These are three regularly used. A lot of options are there. It returns true when all form fields are valid. So if all the form fields are valid, then it is going to return true. So this is going to handle the situation. So that means now what you can do is, based on that you can configure the properties for the elements and define them. Usually you see this is the props, and the props is going to define the field names, and every field you can individually verify. Remember, every field you can individually verify. All together also you can individually verify. That means here we can write the condition like, suppose I want to define disabled, and I need to get dynamical value from props. So from props, and here I need to define that if it is valid, then if valid is false, then it should disable. That means we have to use, so props dot is valid. So that means props dot is valid. So we don't need this just reference, right? Props dot is valid is equal to true. If it is true, then it is going to disable. Sometimes, so you may be wondering like why we need touch and dirty like options. We need touch and dirty like options also because generally sometimes we give buttons like, so not register, we give buttons like save. Now this save button should be disabled or enabled. The save button must be disabled or enabled based on the state. State is nothing but generally when the save button we want to work. So we want the save button to work when the form is modified. If form is not modified, then we don't want the save button to fire up. So then how you configure that? Generally how you define and how you configure that? Usually what we do is, if save button have to work, so then we use an option like dirty. If dirty is equal to false, then save button will be disabled will be false. If dirty means modified means if modified it is true, if modified it should work. So disabled by default it gets dirty false or not. Suppose if dirty is false, that means not modified. When modified it should enable. You can write logic in different way. That means, for example, you can write in this way also, like you can configure props dot, so we can define as touched. We can use touched also. Touched means you went there and came out, but dirty is not like that. Touched means you went there and came out, that is called touched. But dirty means, so you went there and done some modification. That means save button should not work until or unless you configure this. So in that case, what you do is you can write like dirty. So that means if dirty is equal to true, that means if it is modified, so then save button should work. Then we have to set it to false. That means save button currently disabled is false. So disabled is false. Why disabled is false? Because disabled is false because it is waiting for the modifications, and based on the modifications it will enable or disable. You can write the conditions at any level. But here the point is, these are all form state validation. That means these are verifying all the fields in the form. You can see props is referring to all the fields in the form. Props is configuring all the fields in the form. You can configure any specific field also. And based on the field you can define. Any specific field also you can configure. Any specific field means, suppose if name is valid, so then I want submit to work. Disable, enable should work on that. That means you can access these properties. That means you can access the name, and the name also can use the options like is valid. Individually you can deal with any particular field, but these are mostly used for displaying error messages, not globally for all the form properties. For globally all the form properties, we have to use just props. So that means it is related to all the options. So if it is valid is equal to true, then so we have to disable or enable. Right. So conditions depending on what you are configuring. So suppose you see by default true, you can see buttons are not working. Buttons are not working. That means these buttons are not working because you defined them. So is valid. So is valid. So is valid as true. And observe carefully here. Suppose I done some modification, then save button is working now. Save button is working now. Why? Because you said dirty. That means if any modification happened, then enable. If no modification happened, then don't enable or don't register. So that is generally approach how you configure. Now you can see now some modification happened. It is displaying. You can give in a reverse way. That means you say is valid is false. Is valid is false. That means you are configuring false. That means initially you can see that register button is working. And if register button is working, observe carefully. Currently register button is working. But when any field is invalid, automatically it will disable. You see register button is not working. And save button is not working. Why? Because for save button, we said dirty false. That means when it is modified, then only it will enable. That means some modification happened in this field, then save button will work. But register is still not working because so it has to handle all the validations and config. Any one validation is failed, it cannot fire because you are dealing with all the validations. All the validation. Props is used to verify all. Props is used to verify all. So this makes so good in handling the validation. So we have the options like dirty, we have the options like touched, we have options like invalid. That means if field is touched, but value not modified. Modified, touched but not modified. If modified, then it will return dirty. It will return dirty. These are the basic things. So which are very important to create forms that can handle the validations in a simple way. This is general example of dealing with the validation, right? Hide and show of buttons are nothing but you have to configure the style object. Already we learned about style object if you remember. So style object, we can dynamically apply the style display, none, display inline. Right? So that means hiding the buttons and showing the buttons requires to use a style combination here. We need to use a style. So style we need to define. We learned dynamically how we can display the style. That means a style object can be configured here. Generally, how do we configure the style objects? If you remembered, already I told you dynamically applying the styles. If you remembered, dynamically applying the styles. So how we can dynamically apply the styles? So I'm creating a constant. So style object, and the style object usually have an attribute. So what it can have display. Display it can have none. That means it will be hidden. And this style object, so is applied here. That means display you have configured none. That means that style object will be used here. So style object will be used here. Already I showed you in style concept. Now what is the point is when it is valid, when it is invalid, you can write the conditions. So that means here we can write the condition. What is the condition? So if properties is valid, then change this style object display to block. So or display to inline. Right? Dynamically applying the styles I showed you in style binding concept. Right? So you can just add a display hide or none. So for that, nothing special you have to use. If you are unable to understand that how to deal, in another example I will show, but already we discussed that. So how to deal the dynamic binding with styles concept I showed you. And with that, we have used a lot of events also. So you can use that dynamically. In various other examples also, we will see that if you are unable to refer that once, you go through in style object I already given dynamically how you can apply the style. That means if you want to hide any element, you want to show any element, if you want to change effect to that element, so then you have to apply the styles. You need to configure the styles. For example, suppose if I want this field to turn complete this field into red color with red border with red background, if it is invalid, then how do we configure? For this, we can actually use a style and we configure the style, and dynamically we can apply the style with some colors. That means that style should be applied based on style object should be applied based on the properties, right? So if you can't do by yourself, it's no problem. I will show you in another example how you can apply the styles dynamically. For that, we don't use any validations. Validations are only for verifying. Is it valid? Is it invalid? Is it touched or dirty? If you want to hide or you want to show, you can use the style attributes. In style binding related concept, in example, I showed you already. So if you haven't gone through that, one more time, I will show you here in validation how you can do. That means generally these days what we do is, instead of showing these messages and all, generally what we do is usually, so you can see, generally what we do is instead of configuring the messages, we will directly put colors, right? We will put a red color, we will put a green color combinations. Just I need to put a border for that. they are not validation attributes. They are just styles, dynamically binding the styles, right? If you want, in another example, I will show you how we can dynamically apply the styles also. But already we learned in the notes I given you dynamically binding the styles. Anyhow, in another example, I will show for you if you want that, how to bind and how to configure. So this is generally how we deal with the validations using the component, right? And if you bind styles, you can hide, you can unhide, you can change the color of the field, so you can display various options. Now, after understanding this, now we need to discuss about another point. So this I will copy and as an example for you, right? So this is a component validation component.js. I will show you another example with the styles, how you can apply the styles. If you are talking about hiding, unhiding, and displaying with the visual effects like colors and all to change dynamically, then we use styles, right? I will show how we can use style binding. So for the validation. But style binding requires, we need to configure the style objects and apply the style objects. So suppose we already discussed it in the style concept once. Where is that? In our document itself, I showed you style binding. We discussed a concept called the style binding in our project. Styles somewhere. In this, we discussed about inline styles, embedded styles. This is the topic I showed you. In this topic, we learned how to apply the styles to the React. We create a style object, property and value. We apply the style object there. That means what we are doing here, I am just giving colors, backgrounds, and all. Based on the properties, you can apply style display as none. It will be hidden. And if again you want to display, then you can display. Dynamically, you can change. So this example already I showed you once. So means how we can dynamically apply. So with validation also I will show you. So with validation, that means on button click. So the styles can be applied, can be configured. That example also I will show you if you want that, right? So then once we've done this, now we need to go into another important concept. So how to deal with validations? How do we deal with routing in React? In React, how to deal with routing? What is routing and how do we deal with routing? But we will see the validations and various techniques of validations. How to work with third-party components and libraries in validation. And as I showed you, one more point is like, as you asked, like how we can apply colors and effects. You can dynamically apply the CSS using validation classes actually. So this is, yeah. So in the validation component, so we can configure, here you can say that a validation styles using validation attributes. So styles using validation attributes you can configure actually. What is the point about styles using validation attributes means? For example, you want to apply some effects dynamically. So you can apply the effects dynamically. How? Let's see, for example, Amazon and npm start. Okay. So when you are configuring the validations, suppose we want to apply some colors or some effects dynamically to the contents. Okay, so here we want to apply some styles. So dynamically we want to apply some styles and configure the styles. Just like yesterday, one of our people have asked that how we can hide or change the colors or anything you can do. For that, you need dynamic styles to apply. What you have to do is go to this now. The point is, suppose I don't want to display this button. I don't want to display the register button if it is invalid. If it is valid, then I want that register button to display. That means dynamically based on valid or invalid, I want to apply some effect to this hide, show hide any controller this button. Then you can write like this. So in React, how to dynamically apply the style? We know that styles are configured dynamically. So using a binding option here. we are configuring the effects by using the validation options. What is the validation option here? Validation option is, so if props dot is valid means it is true. If it is true, then I want to apply the styles, means we are writing like a ternary operator. If it is true, then that means it is valid. I want to apply some effect. And if it is not valid, I want to apply some other effect. We need to configure like this. That means if it is valid, I want to show or hide. That means I'm using the attribute like display. Display, I'm using like block or none or anything. So if it is valid, display inline, display inline. If it is not valid, then you can put here as display. If it is not valid, display as none. We can handle that. That means based on the condition, we are defining display inline, display that is it valid or not. Based on that, we are configuring. Now you can see that. So here, suppose, so when I'm clicking here and outside without entering the name, it is invalid. Then you see the register button is hidden. Register button is not displayed because our form is not valid. Now when our form is valid, that means we are entering some details into it. Then automatically the register button have to come. That means we have to display that because it depends on other options also. That means all the details are defined here, gmail.com, mail.com, and here we say salary is defined. Now everything is correctly configured. Then register button will come and it will get the details and display the details. If anything is went wrong, so then the details button is not there, it is hidden. That means you are applying the style dynamically and you are configuring the style dynamically. You entered, it is valid, now register button is available. You can show, hide the buttons, you can add, remove the buttons. You can add everything using style. You can put the colors for the fields. So based on what is valid, what is invalid, we can apply the effects. We can configure the styles dynamically and display them. That means, so which property we have to configure based on the properties and values we need to manage them. So that means generally these properties are like, suppose you want to apply for any field, then usually here also you can define a style. And here you can define your rules. That means you are looking for here an option is some email. So email dot valid, email dot invalid, we have to configure that and we have to use that. Dynamically we can use that, right? We can configure, right? I just showed you the concept like how we can add effects. It doesn't mean that you add, only hide. Na? It doesn't mean that you add hide. You can add color, you can disable, you can enable, you can add a lot of effects, right? So I just showed you an option because yesterday one of our people have asked that how to hide, how to show dynamically. That's the point I addressed here. That you can put any effect, right? If it is valid, we can put a green color. If it is invalid, you can put a red color, right? That's your wish. You can add multiple attributes also, right? You can configure multiple attributes, find multiple attributes. So that means it depends. So that is dynamically styling actually, dynamically how we can style, how we can configure and use it. So that is anything. It can be display or it can be like, suppose you are giving a, instead of display, suppose I said background color. So background color, so suppose I said as green and suppose I defined the background color. So background color as like some red. So red, all these things we can do. That means we can add any effect and configure any effect. Now it is green. If it is invalid, then it will be red color. So your wish, you can configure in any way. You can define in any way. I just showed you that you can add the effect dynamically. It can hiding, showing, changing the color, effects, everything. So based on the state of validation, you can verify and you can display the effects. Because visually these days we show. That means we set background color as green, background color as red. That means not only for the content. So you are writing here. I'm writing for button. But actually we can write for, so not for the button. So we are not writing for the button. So we can write for the form. That means we can write here for the form. That means form can have those effects. That means form can be configured with the effect dynamically. You can configure that. That means it depends on your requirement. And you can see that now currently it is applied. So currently it is applied for entire form. For entire form it is applied. That means the background color. So and if anything is invalid, it will get red color there. That's your wish. You can apply at any location. That means it is not only that you have to apply for a button. That means you can configure for entire form. That means now dynamically it is changing. That is just so one syntax, right? That means what you can do is, so you can dynamically apply styles. So based on apply styles based on validation properties, based on validation properties. And this is an example for that. Syntactically how you define, syntactically how you define that. So that is syntactically how you define. It depends on your requirement, how you configure. So I'm just giving you these options that it is going to handle the affected. Similarly, I'm giving style and configuring. We have props. So we have props. In the props, we have these options: is valid, is invalid. So that means here we are having some name. In that name, we can configure is valid. That means if name is valid or name is invalid, because only props, what it will do, only props it is going to apply to entire form. If you want to apply only for specific element based on the specific element related property, you can configure these properties, because properties will give access. Properties will give access to all these. That means it is going to give access to the name, price, salary, or whatever you have. You can configure them. So generally, at any level, you can handle these styles and you can configure these styles. That is a general approach of defining styles, how you can configure and affect it. Next, important after understanding these validations and configuring the validations, how to deal with them. Now, the next important part we need to understand here is about client-side routing, client-side routing in React. We need to understand how do we deal with client-side routing. So the next important we need to know is about client-side routing. For that, first, we need to know some basic points like what is routing and why we need routing and how this routing works actually. So first option is what is routing? So what is the concept of routing? So the first question here is what is routing? Generally in web technologies, so actually routing is a technique. Routing is a technique used in web applications, to configure user and SEO friendly URLs. So routing is a technique used in web applications to configure user friendly, SEO friendly URLs. Actually, user friendly URL allows to query any content. So from URL, it allows to query any content from URL easily. That means, for example, earlier, so that means without routing. So without routing, how query happens actually? Without routing, suppose HTTP like this, :/, so www.amazon.in. In that, we have some electronics.jsp or PHP, something. So here we are using some HTML. In that, so we have question mark. So category is equal to electronics, and ampersand model is equal to Samsung, something like this. This is how generally, without the routing, so the technique works. Without the routing, how? That means the URLs. It is very difficult for querying. A lot of query strings are passed and all. Now with routing, so that means with routing transform in this way: http : www.amazon.in/electronics/ here mobile, so /Samsung, like this. It's very simplified. So it is easy for querying any content directly from the URL also. That means the URLs are more clean. So that is what user friendly is. So URL is user friendly URL. This makes more better. These kind of URLs are possible by using routing technique. This is user friendly URL. Then you may be wondering like, so what is SEO friendly URL? Actually, SEO friendly URL is nothing but, generally SEO friendly URL means, usually SEO friendly URL allows the search engines, that means the web crawlers means the robots that are responsible for fetching your information in search engines, actually allows the web crawlers to identify the exact location in page. That is very important. That is what SEO friendly and user friendly. Actually, in single page applications, routing allows to access everything from one page. That means new content will be added into page without reloading the page. This is all about how routing is used. What is the purpose of routing? This is very much important, especially in single page applications. Any technology which is using single page application environment, so they need this routing technique. They need this routing technique. And generally, actually, so routing can be handled server side routing will be there, and client side, server side and client side. So you have JSP, PHP, .NET, like server side technologies, they can implement routing server side. So with their dynamic pages. But React.js uses routing client side. React.js uses routing client side. React.js is used to create routing client side. That is the main concept here. So it is used for dealing with routing client side. Now the point is, so here the key point is how this routing is going to work. So that means how the client side routing handles everything, what we need for managing and configuring the routing. So that means the key concept about routing is keep the user in one page and get access to everything into that page. Without reloading the page, bring the new details into the page and render them. That means by default, implicitly it uses Ajax interactions for accessing the pages and rendering them. Right? So how this routing works? The basic routing architecture. Because once you click experience, so and you try to show experience in any technology, architecturally several points are asked. That is the reason we need to know about some architectural points, how this concept works actually. Generally in any technology, so when routing is handled and routing is configured, usually what the basic route architecture, how actually route works. One simple example I will show you. So at learning level, majority you don't need much to know about route architecture, but experience levels requires to understand the route architecture. Actually, what happens is, so we have this is the web server. We have a web server. So we generally have a web server. So web server, or we call this as a HTTP server, the web server or the HTTP server. This is the HTTP server. Okay. Generally, this web server comprises of HTTP processing pipeline, HTTP processing pipeline. It comprises of a HTTP processing pipeline. We are architecturally discussing about some very key points related to that routing technique, HTTP processing pipeline. Generally, what happens is when the request comes from the client, so that means client makes a request. So when client makes a request, the request will first go to this HTTP processing pipeline. That means the request will be to that HTTP processing pipeline. When client makes a request, that will go to the web server. So that will be sent to the HTTP processing pipeline. That means usually you request in the URL. Now what happens is in this web server, this HTTP processing pipeline will make use of your requests. All your requests are managed by using, the requests are actually managed by using a HTTP handler. There will be a HTTP handler inside the web server, which is responsible for managing the request coming from the client. It uses an HTTP handler. Now this HTTP handler so handles the request coming from the client. And actually, how it will process that request? It will process the request by using a routing engine. It will process that request by using a routing engine. That means wherever the routing is handled in your applications, the routing is actually managed by using a routing engine. And routing engine, actually React calls that as route engine. So React calls route engine. So many route engines will be there. It is responsible for handling various options actually. In different technologies, different route engines are used. So, and they are used for handling various interactions actually. Now, the route engines that are used for our React-like technologies, that means the route engines are used like, actually the route engine is internally managed by, in React, this route engine is managed by, we call electrode Redux router engine. In React actually, electrode Redux router engine. This is responsible for handling the routing and managing the routing for applications actually. So that is a routing engine. 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 That is a So electrode now, this is no need to know about that at a learning level, but generally these routing engines are responsible for managing your all routing client side and server side also. So in order to handle your interactions server side from the client side, these router engines are very much used. That's the reason mostly server side technology people know about these router engines. So Redux router engines. So electrode is one Redux router engine actually. These are all not required at a learning level, but it's good to understand them, right? That means now what happens is this routing engine is going to verify what can be served or not. Actually, it uses a route table. It uses a route table. So generally, a route table contains information about the routes that can be served to the client. That means we generally have a route table contains the information about what path and what component to render. That means what is the path and what is the component to deliver. That means if user is requesting home component should be rendered. User is requesting about component should be rendered. It contains information about that. That means now you have a React application. That means here you are having a React application. You have a React application. This React application comprises of all the resources. That means it comprises of all the resources. That means it contains components. Actually, it will have index.html and it will have components like home.js, about.js, contact.js. It contains these components. And the component related information is configured inside the table. That means route will do render. So that means home like this. That is how generally the options are configured and defined inside the route. Route table contains collection of routes. Remember, it is a collection of routes. Now, React application, what it will do is, when the application is loaded, it will first load the routes into the route table. React application will load the routes into the route table. After loading the routes into route table, when user makes a request here, that means he makes a request like /home. He makes a request like /home. He is requesting /home. That means all the path will be there along with the /home. Then this request will be processed by the web server using a handler. With the help of routing engine, it will connect to the route table and verify whether the requested path and the component available or not. If available, then it will get response from that. And it will send the response back to the client. So response back to the client. That means now it gets a response for the request. And response for the home component, and that home will be rendered here. This is generally happens. And home will be rendered in which page? In index. So actually the route works. So this is the basic architecture of configuring the route and defining the route. The main concept is, so when client makes the request, it will process it through the handler and routing. And very important is the route table that you created is always, this is actually always a static table. That means why it need to be a static table? Why? Because so it is loaded when the application loads. And after loading the application, it should work with a connected architecture. That is the reason it need to be static. That means the route table will not load every time when user requests. Route table will load and it will be in the memory when the application loads. And from there we can access and we can use the routes. This is the basic architecture how the routing works. And to configure these route tables and collection of routes and all, generally in React.js, so to configure this entire routing, so we need a separate library for that. And the library required for configuring routing is actually React Router DOM. React Router DOM is the library that you need in order to configure the routes and define the routes. And very important is, so the route table is created. By using, in your application, it is created by using a router collection. That means router contains collection of routes. That means it contains a route. Every route contains individual details to be configured. That means it will contain collection of routes. So that means it contains route. Every route contains information about how and what to be delivered. That is what designed inside this router table. So that means router table contains collection of routes. The routes are configured in this way. That means our application have to render a route table. Whenever the application starts, it renders the route table. And that route table is under the control of routing engine. And the HTTP handler will take control of that routing engine and select the route from the route table and render that component. That means every route contains information about what to deliver. That means actually every route comprises of the path. The path indicates the request type, how it should be. And it comprises of component. So component, that means which component to deliver. So home component to deliver. You need to configure that route path. So every route contains the information about what component to be delivered. That's how we need to design. So configuring the routes and defining the routes is important for us. So let's see how you can manage and how we can handle this. That means how to configure and define this. So this is technically designed and technically configured for our application. So let's see that process, how it is done. There are so many points about routing again. We will explore all those points one by one. So this is the routing architecture we have. So some problem in this. I will save this as a React router. PH. Okay, I'll upload into the classroom now. Now, the key point is how this is going to manage this entire functionality and how it is going to handle that entire functionality. Let's see. For example, suppose our application is starting with, we will close this. Our application is starting with some component called app, because already app component is the startup component. Our component is starting with app. So that means it is starting with app. So app component contains the basic information about the contents. So the component we designed. So that is validation component. Yeah. We'll clean up this. We are not using that. Yes. Now this is the React component. So by default we have this React. Now actually, whenever application launches, I want by default one component to start from there. User should navigate everywhere. That means all the components he must be able to access and render from that location. So what I will do now is let's go and design. Already we have a lot of components here. I am creating a new component. So app home.js. I am creating simply app home.js. Now I want to use routing in this application now. We need to configure the route in this application. So how do we configure the routes and how do we define the routes? For that, actually, first we need to import. So we need to import routes. We need to configure and import the routes. Means we need to install the route. So I will open the terminal. So cd Amazon. And first we need to install the route. How do we install the route? So we have to run the command npm install. So save React router DOM. You need this React router DOM. So this provides the library for routing in React. You have to install the React router DOM. And once you install the React router DOM, and you can see that, so it will give you some library files which are required for configuring and handling the routes. Okay, so we have to install this React DOM library. Right, this is the React DOM library added into our project. Okay, fine. We have to import here, so we are using import, and we are importing. So one is React. So from React, okay. Then we are importing. So here we are importing the routes and configuring the routes. Actually, what we need basically to import and define the routes, what we need. Actually, two options are required initially, as I showed you in the architecture, router and route. A router contains collection of routes. A route contains information about the route. That means we need two options here. So one is router and another one is route. From we have to use React router DOM. We have to import from there. We need two options from that. So one is router, another one is route. Now we also have some important points to understand is, so generally when you are using the routes, some compatibility issues also will come. Some compatibility issues will come related to, so what the route you are configuring and which browser you are using. To avoid the compatibility issues, actually, we can also use a browser router. So browser router is a component, so where React will place all its child routes. So you can use browser router. Actually, browser router is a component, and directly router will work. For some old version browsers cannot understand this router, legacy browsers cannot understand the router, then we need to use another library which tells that legacy browsers that this is a browser router, because some browsers can understand browser router, not router. I will show you how that is configured and defined here. Suppose here we are creating a class now. So export class, and I am exporting the class called app home, and which extends React.component, which extends React component, and it should render the routing for our application. It should load the route for our application. Then usually route is configured. So with the help of router. This router contains the collection of routes. It configures the collection of routes. That means how do we define the routes? How do we configure the routes? So that means it is a collection of routes we can configure directly. So a route, we can configure a route. Each route that you defined here, you can use a self-ending for that. So each route that you configure, it contains a path. Each route comprises of path. You have to tell, the path indicates how the request is expecting. So if you define slash, that means it is expecting for root folder. That means if user is not requesting anything, then which component you want, you have to define the component to render. We need to define the component to render. Which component you want, you have to tell the component. That means there must be the component which you want to render. You need to configure the component to render. You can bring from any external source or generally, suppose temporarily. I'm creating here. So I'm creating here a constant. So home is equal to, it's an just functional component which is going to return. So functional component which is going to return. So let's return. I want to return just a div and put a heading. So saying that, so this is welcome. So React app home. That's what I am defining. Just a simple function I have configured which will return this and which will configure this. Now I want this home component to be rendered. I want that home component to be rendered. That means when it is requested, I want this home component to come and I want the home component to define. So we are using this and configuring this. Later we will see the links combinations, how they are handled and managed. Initially, this is how we are expecting here. That means if user is not requesting anything, by default, it has to get that and use it. That means here I'm using in index here, I'm importing the home component. Later we will create multiple pages also. Import, so app home component. This is app home component. What's the name we given? Their class name is app home only. Okay. So app home. So that is from app home. Okay, we are importing that. And we will use that here. So app home. We need to configure and use the app home. Still here, the key point is, you see here when you are configuring the app home. So it says it is trying to import app home doesn't contain export default. Achha, we haven't given default. Okay. Now this is configured with the app home, and you can see that return statement where we have return statement missing. It should return. What is the problem here? Which method we are rendering here? It is already written, right? We don't need this return. So directly the div is returned for this. Achha, this return is not configured here, right? Yeah, here problem. Yeah. Location, app home, some problem in accessing the home. Location undefined. So that location is undefined. Let's check here. We are having the home configured here correctly. So it is returning just a heading I will give app home. have a problem in router JSM. It is problem in router library. Let me check that. Router DOM is successfully configured only. No problem in this. That means it is not able to understand this router. So we will pass that. What is that? Browser router as router. No, it's okay, fine. Just compatibility issue is there, fine. So as I already told you that browser router is responsible for handling it. So here the key point is this router is not understandable to your browser in various situations. Then we need to make this router to tell the browser that it belongs to a browser router client side. For that, we just need a parsing technique to configure that the browser router will use this router. Browser router will use this router. This is generally compatibility issue usually comes. Compatibility usually comes. And that's what I said, that by default browsers natively understand this browser router. And we need to make our router to translate into the browser router so that it can handle that virtual DOM. Now you can have number of components defined here. Suppose I'm creating another constant. So like contact. And contact is just a component, so which is going to render the details. That means we will keep a div, we will keep some address. And here I am defining some Naresh IT, so hatchbath. And in the next line, so we configured some options like so HR at nareshit.in, something like this. Now the concept here is this contact, so need to be configured here. We are using again a route. So route path is, if it is path is /about, then which component it should render. So it should render the component called about. That's how we need to configure. That means if it is about, so or it is contact, right? It is contact, then it has to access that contact. It has to access that contact and use the contact. So that means we need to import that contact on request of contact. We need to access that. So that means we are configuring multiple paths and defining the multiple paths here. Now you see this is the home, that is the path that comes by default. And here I'm using /contact. Then it has to get that contact and display that. So under the home, already home is there. In that home, it is going to get that and display. By default, it gets the home. And in single page applications, everything comes onto one page. So now you don't want the existing. You can replace that existing and keep a new one. That means you can configure multiple and you can define child routes. So by using a switch, you can use a switch. By using the switch, we can handle that. That means multiple. And we can get only what we are looking for. We don't want to add everything into this now. Here I'm accessing again the home, and you see that only home comes. And in the home, along with the home, I say contact, and you see the contact will come there. So you are configuring, so the URL. Now you can put links there. And on link click, you can make that content to come and display. That means we have to understand how do we create router links which can handle the navigation. That means we need to create a proper interface from where user can click and user can access the content and display. So this is the basic, how you configure the routes and define the routes. You need to import the router. So use browser router as router and configure your components and design a home screen where it contains the router table. And how to configure the route for various situations. We have wildcard routes. We have configuring routes with a specific path. Route can have parameters. Route can have child routes. So that makes application more perfect in presenting the content. Right? Now we will see how to handle the routes and child routes and route parameters with a proper example, with the links, how to navigate and handle. That we will see the API. How to consume REST API in React. Various techniques are available. We are learning about all the different techniques. So the first option is how to access the REST API and use it with jQuery. jQuery. So already we saw one example yesterday. One more, we will see now how to use the fetch options. So yesterday we learned about consuming API with jQuery. So this is the example I given to you, and this is by using jQuery. Now we will see how we can handle consuming API. So consuming API consuming REST API using fetch. So how we can use this fetch, and what is the point about fetch? Actually, what is difference between jQuery and fetch? That is the first basic point you need to know. The difference between jQuery and fetch is actually jQuery uses Ajax. jQuery uses Ajax explicitly to connect with API. Uses Ajax explicitly to connect with API. And fetch uses window.fetch, which implicitly uses XML HTTP request. So fetch is more native than jQuery. So you can better use fetch and handle the interaction with API. We will see today how we can use this fetch. And response, everything is same. But what happens is fetch will return the data. Fetch will return the data which need to be parsed into JSON, Fetch will return the data which need to be parsed into JSON. So that means directly the data returned by fetch cannot be used for presentation. Why? Because fetch, yesterday I told you that point actually. Fetch provides various details in the response data. Fetch provides various details in response data. So you have to convert data into JSON. So that is the basic point actually. So let's see how we can use this fetch and how we can interact with that. That means accessing and using the data with the help of fetch, right? So let's go into the component here, the products data component. Before that, we know that we need to first run our server-side API. Let's open server-side API location, and in the server-side API, node API.js. So server-side API is running. Okay, and that's enough. So you can test the API is running or not. You can test whether the API is running or not. So let's open the browser. So http://127.0.0.18080 get products. So API is working fine. Okay, good. Then we need to consume this and use in our application React. So first we will create a component. So product data component, import React from the React library. Okay, next export default class, that is a products data component. Default class, we can say this as products data component. Okay, and this extends the React component, React.component. Okay, now let's configure a constructor, and in that we will define state. State comprises of a object products is an array type. Fine, that's fine. Now in this, when the component mounts, that means we will use component did mount. When component mounts, I will fetch the data from API. For that, we can simply use the fetch. So you can simply use the fetch function. Fetch is a native function of JavaScript. So you don't need to install any special library for that. By default, fetch is available, and you can simply define from where data is coming. So data is coming from the URL http 127.0.0.18080 get products. That is where data is coming. Okay, dot then. So if the data, whatever response data comes, that means we need to convert the response data into JSON. That means whatever response data comes, this response data so need to be converted into JSON, response.json. It should be converted into JSON. And after converting into JSON, that response data need to be stored in the products. That means dot, then after converting into JSON, it's mandatory to convert into JSON. After converting into JSON, then we will get that result. That means you can simply say that the response data. That means whatever the response data is coming. So that response data need to be stored into the object. Response data need to be stored into the object. So that means this dot set state, and the state is products. Into the products, we need to send that response data, whatever response data is there. So whatever response data is collected, that response data is now stored into this. So we are converting the data into JSON. Then that JSON data is provided to this products state object. Okay, that means the data is stored into these products. Now we need to just present these products. So we need to just present the products. So what we have to do, we have to create a render method, and this render method should return, and it should return a div. And let's keep here the products list. So the products list, and let's present a table. So let's keep the table name width as some 400, and border is equal to 1. Okay. In the table, we have T head. In that we have TR, we have TH. One is product ID, another one is product name, so name, and another one is the product price. We are configuring these details. Now we need to generate the table body, T body, and table body should be generated here for every, it should generate every row. So dynamically, we need to use this dot state dot products dot map function. This map function will get every product present inside the collection, and it will return a table row. So it should return a table row. So TR. So it should return a table row TR. So in the row, as per the rules, so we need to define a key. So key is a product ID. So product dot product ID. The product ID is used as key. And in that we need to configure the cells. So table cell, in that we need to display product dot product ID. In the next cell, we need to display the product dot name. And in the next cell, we need to display the product dot price. These are the details we need to display. Now everything is ready. Now all the data is ready. We are fetching by using the fetch function of window. Now everything is defined here. Products data component is kept in the startup. Let's start our application. So open the terminal and start the application. And make sure that course is defined in our application at server side, and make sure that the API is running. Now we are fetching the data and we are accessing the data. Now you can see, so it has to make a request to the API and get the data and display the data. And it is working fine. So the data is coming from the service and it is returning the data. This time, so we are using fetch. So by using the fetch, we are able to access and configure the details. So this is technically very much used. So in the REST API consuming, to consume the REST API, we need to configure this and we need to define this. This is one simple approach, and this is the recommended approach also actually. This is the recommended approach. So we don't prefer jQuery Ajax. We mostly prefer this REST API consuming with fetch option. So anyone, both are similar. Only one point I told you detailing. Like, so the difference is jQuery uses an explicit Ajax calls, and this is general window object. We use JavaScript native window object for consuming and configuring the data. So that is one approach we need to follow. Now, this fetch actually internally handles XML HTTP request. It is a built-in JavaScript method. We don't need any additional resources. So the main point is fetch will not reject when there is an HTTP error. So fetch will not allow to use cross-site cookies. That is another key point. It will not allow to use cross-site cookies. So that means data carrying out across the requests will be safe. So will not send cookies by default unless the cookies credentials are configured. That is very much required for server-side securities actually. Very much required for securities. So that fetch is good when compared. Fetch is good when compared to your general APIs, jQuery APIs. It is good to handle because it is native. It is native to our JavaScript. It will easily work, right? So many times people ask the question, so what is difference between fetch and jQuery? So this is the point you need to tell about fetch. What is the advantage of fetch? So in this example, simple, what we have done is just we have created a component products data component, and in the products data component.js. So this is the logic we written. So let's go into the logic here. Yes. And this is the logic we have written. So let's paste that. So this is consuming the API and using the API with the help of fetch. Now in React, there are various API techniques used for consuming the REST API actually. And one of another popular use of REST API, so generally when they are using the REST APIs, is what WG fetch and Axios. So generally people call as Axios. So we can consume and we can handle the interactions by using other third parties also. Third party libraries, we need to use them. Let's see another third party. First, we will learn how to consume using all of them. Then we will learn how to handle all data interactions. Data interactions means inserting, updating, deleting, how these interactions are handled, right? So now another example is, so this is one example. Another important point is how we can consume API, consuming APIs. So with access. So this is how we can consume. So what is the purpose of this and how it is used actually? Generally, one of the main advantages of this is, I told you already, several libraries are there. So nobody will force you to use only this one, right? One of the point about this is, it can, or you can say Axios can by default can handle data by default in JSON format. That means fetch actually requires explicit JSON parsing. So Axios actually converts the data into JSON, and provides to application. So you don't need to convert again into JSON. And another major advantage is, so technically it can make use of async and await, which I already told you, async and await. So for more asynchronous requests, for handling asynchronous requests, So that is performance wise more better because it can handle through asynchronous calls. Another major important is, it is provided with built-in request forgery token, built-in request forgery token. That is the reason it is more preferred by developers in real world, especially when compared to fetch. What is a request forgery token? Generally, when you are dealing with applications, several security issues will come. Like cross-site scripting attack. So cross-site scripting attack, like request forgery. So request forgery, cross-site scripting attack, these are very popular issues that generally we come across while developing web application. I hope majority of you, if you have learned any server-side programming or web development server-side, so these terms are very familiar with you. Cross-site scripting attack is nothing but generally, so you are configuring a string. So you are configuring a string. This string contains, so that means you are defining a variable. So your input, and your input actually contains, so JavaScript alert hello, so it contains JavaScript alert hello like this. So it contains JavaScript alert hello. Now you are trying to input a query, JavaScript query. This is dangerous in applications if it is executed, because this will affect your application. This is obviously going to affect the application. This is actually cross-site scripting attack. What is request forgery? Request forgery is, that means cross-site scripting attack means nothing but they asked name and a text box. You entered name like this, B hello and B close. If it allows this kind of queries in text box, then it is very dangerous. That means they may affect your application. That is the reason. So it is very important to prevent them. That is cross-site scripting attack. Request forgery is another problem that you generally come across in applications. What is request forgery? And this Axios inbuilt have a security that prevents request forgery. Request forgery is nothing but, so especially suppose you designed one application. In that application, on post, data is collected, submitted, and it is used. On post, data is collected, submitted, and used. For that, you need some server-side programming, actually, server-side programming. Let it be a little bit more clear for you to understand. I will show you one simple option. I will open IS. Here, this is server. And on this IS, I have a website. This is my local server. I have a website called Amazon. So this is the location for Amazon. Okay. Now in this, suppose, let's open this in Visual Studio Code. And I will open the folder. This is Amazon. In C drive, Amazon. That is the folder. Now in this project, I have some server-side program. JSP, PHP, .NET, anything, some server-side. Suppose welcome.aspx, some server-side program is there. Welcome.aspx. In that, they have written some server-side programming. So don't worry about what I am writing, just I'm using some server-side programming. So page, so language is equal to some C# like this. I'm using some server-side programming, just roughly here. So doc type HTML, so head and title server page. And here we have a body section, and here we are collecting the data from some location and displaying. So here we are configuring option like, so response.write, and here we are defining request.queryString. So that is uname, response.write request.queryString uname. So we say hello. Say let's keep this hello. This is a server-side program, just a server-side program. Don't worry, just this is a server-side program, and some program is configured. Suppose you are accessing that here. So HTTP localhost. This is a project. In that Amazon, we have welcome.aspx. So this have to display some content and show some content on the screen. This is a server page. It shows hello, and query string. Here I am passing question mark. Uname is equal to John. It gets the query string and display. This is a simple server-side program I have written. Some server-side coding I have written. Now, this is my project. This is localhost Amazon welcome.aspx. This is the URL where data is being posted, and this is the query string. So it is the location. That is the query string. Now I copy this, and simply what I am doing here is I will open Notepad. I will create a simple HTML document, doc type HTML, head. So HTML, so head, and title, some demo. So title close, and here so head close. In the body, we have a form. Okay, form method is equal to post. Form action is equal to, it is posting. So form action, suppose method is get. Okay, get. On this, it is posting to this particular URL. It is posting to this particular URL. So is equal to some David, something like David. To this particular URL, some data it is posting, and form. And this is button. We created button. and say submit. Submit button is defined here. Now I saved this page on my some C drive in some other website. That means suppose I saved that in our React full stack. In React full stack, so sample page, sample.html. I saved that in sample.html. Now observe carefully here. So I'm launching this page now. In our project, we have that sample.html. That is the page. I will run this in the browser. Now from here, I will submit. So this application is submitting data to another application. By making a forgery of its request. This is the request forgery. That means this sample page doesn't belong to that application. This is somebody else. That means somebody captured your URL and he is using that URL and he is submitting data from his website into your website. So this is called request forgery. That means when he submits, it is submitting to that location. See, it is submitting to Amazon. We can submit the data coming from any URL. Observe here. So I'm not passing the data here. It is submitting to welcome.aspx. And here we have a text box. So name, and it is a text box. Input type is equal to text. And the name is equal to uname. And you can see that this is the page. And this page is entering some name and submitting. It is submitted to another application which is collecting the data and using. Now a different application, some other application has made a forgery of your application request and it is submitting data from their application into your application. That is very dangerous. This is called request forgery. Generally, when you learn web development, you know programming, these are very common things you have to know in server-side technologies. Java developer, .NET developer, PHP developer, server-side, how to handle request forgery. If you don't know that, then there is no protection for your application. Anybody can post data into your application by making a forgery of your request. I think everyone understood this point. Understood? What is a request forgery? Everyone understood? Got clarity on that? What is a request forgery? I hope everyone is clear about that. So request forgery means some other application is making a forgery of your page request and it is submitting data into your application. From another application, how anybody can submit data into our application? That is very dangerous. And this problem will regularly come, especially while working with APIs, because generally we consume API from other application. When you consume API from other application, so whether to allow posting, remember, you cannot prevent GET. That means fetching the information, you cannot prevent. Any type of security you give, they can use GET. But you can prevent submitting. We can prevent submitting by handling request forgery. That means we should not allow any third-party application to post data into our application, which is a very common problem that comes while working with services, REST APIs. And one of the main advantages here is, so Access provides, it is provided with built-in request forgery token that prevents cross-page posting. This is a very important concept you need to understand. So cross-page posting. So that is actually referred in several ways. Request forgeries, cross-site request forgery. People call it as cross-site request forgery. For experienced people, they generally ask like, what is XSRF and what is XSS? These two things are very commonly asked at very experienced level. So XS is cross-site scripting attack and XSRF is cross-site request forgery. These two are very important. And Access provides a built-in protection for that, So that means what are the main features? So features of Access. So the main features are, some of the main features are default data format is JSON. Format is JSON. Default data format is JSON. And it provides you can say streamlined error handling. That means good error handling support for preventing a lot of errors, right? That I will show one simple one. And protection against cross-site request forgery. And you can also set response timeouts. You can also set response timeout. And it also provides the ability to cancel the request, because it can uses await and async options. That means asynchronous based request. And it even supports, advantage is supports CORS. It supports CORS, and it supports legacy browsers. Legacy browsers are nothing but, you can say, old version browsers. I hope many of you know that legacy browser means old version browsers. These are all the important options. So these are all the important options. And how do we generally make a request? How we can configure the request and how we can handle the request. So generally how Axios can make the request and configure the request. Actually for that we need to install. Generally how it makes the request. That means requests with Axios. So generally it can handle the requests in a simple way. So it uses same like as Axios uses an object. It configures an object that handles the request. It comprises of method. So which method you want to deal. So is it get or is it post? So it uses URL. So from where API URL, from where the data is coming. Right. So this is the basic, just like how you use jQuery as X. So it has those methods. And if it is designed for post, that means Axios. So it uses the post method here. That means if it has to submit data, then it will use the method as post. Then into which URL it should post. URL, it defines the API URL. So it defines the API URL. And it also defines what the data to be posted. That means you can define the data as an object to post. Whatever data need to be posted, you need to configure that. This is the option that you have to handle. You can also use a shorthand way. So shorthand request types, actually shorthand requests. Shorthand request, you can simply use Axios.get. You can directly use that Axios.get, and you can define the URL where to configure. You can also use like Axios.post. So you can define the URL and what the data need to be posted. You need to configure that. So similarly, you can handle all the other type of requests like put. So like delete. So delete, all these you can manage from the client side. This is generally how we can configure and handle the requests. So the data coming from and the data handles the request. Actually, another advantage of Axios is, so Axios can handle multiple requests. This is another ability of Axios. That means you can get requests from multiple APIs. You can handle requests from multiple APIs at a time. This is also regularly asked in interviews. So can I request multiple APIs and handle them? Usually with one request, you cannot handle multiple calls in jQuery, AJAX or fetch. It is used to handle only one, but Axios allows to handle multiple requests. So actually syntactically, what it can do is it can use all method. By using all method, it can handle multiple. All is an array. It is an array of requests. So it can use get to the particular URL. You can define the URL, and it can configure. So it can configure array. Array means it allocates a separate memory. In one memory, it will execute this one. In another memory, it will execute another one. That means actually, so it is at generally at a 0 index, and this is at usually 1 index memory. It is going to manage 2 API requests simultaneously at the same time. So it can handle the request for multiple APIs and configure them. And the response will come by, response is captured by using .then, right? So then it can handle the response. You can simply define then, and whatever response comes. This response will deliver the response. So usually the response is an object, and the 2 responses will be there. One response is for the API, another response is for second API. That means, for example, we say console.log. This is for first URL. So first URL, how it gets, it will get response. Response is an array, 0. The response 0. It will get the data from that particular. That means from this it will get the data. And second object. So it is console.log. It will get from second URL, and it will get the data, and response will be that. It will get from the second URL dot data. That means one dot data. At a time, you can handle request from multiple. That's what we can do. We can manage by using this. So response is going to get, and remember, the result will be stored. The result will be stored in response data. So we can configure that and store in the response data and define the response data and access the response data. So usually how it is used, how it is configured. For that, actually, we need to use the API methods and consume by using those API methods. And generally, when you are configuring data from API and handling data from the API, usually what happens is we need to use the lifecycle methods. So because in which stage you need to access and in which stage you need to handle, that you have to define. So you have to write the logic, and we need to configure the logic for returning the data. Where to write is important. So that means the lifecycle methods are very important, and we need to configure the lifecycle methods and handle the lifecycle methods. Generally, the lifecycle methods are nothing but, so we have component, did mount and all, we can configure and use them. One problem will come is whenever you are making a request inside the lifecycle method, if your component is a class component, so or generally we use another technique. So that means a lifecycle method. And in the lifecycle method, usually the latest version, 16 and higher version onwards, they introduced a new lifecycle method, which is responsible for managing these kind of interactions. So the basic means state related actually. So what we have to understand here is you have to use the state hooks. You have to use the state hooks. So state hooks. So basic state hooks of React. So of React to handle interaction with the APIs, generally with APIs. Actually, there are 10 built-in hooks provided with React 16 and higher version, right? People who know about React 16 below versions, they are not aware of these hooks, and we are learning the latest versions. So we need to have an awareness on these hooks. All other basic hooks we have discussed, and I showed you the cycle, how we can handle that cycle. And generally, we have the hooks called use state. Use state is a hook. So we have use effect. Use effect is a hook. And most commonly used, we have use context, use effect. Okay. And we have use context. We have use reducer. These are the new hooks we need to use for specially working and consuming. Generally, when we are writing the API connection in a class component, fetching the data from API and returning the data through access, we prefer writing everything inside use effect. Actually, use state, these four are commonly used. Use state hook allows React developers to update, handle, and manipulate state inside functional components without needing it to convert into class. That means generally, in a functional component, you need to convert into a state component. Means if you want to use state in a functional component, we cannot use that. We have to use properties. Now you can use your state inside functional components without converting them into state class components by using use state. So use state allows you to configure the state. And we can set values into the state. By using this technique, it is possible. So that is what actually use state is. These are new hooks into React. So one of the commonly used, these we can use while working with API. Use state is nothing but, use state is a new hook. And what is the intention of this is, it allows React developers to update, handle, and manipulate state inside functional components without converting into class component. That is one concept here. That means simply we can have a functional component syntactically. We have a functional component function. So some functional component is app, and this functional component can have the values. Suppose we have some constant, and the constant is having the value like name and price. These are the two values. This is destruction technique. I think you know that. And you are defining use state. So we are configuring. So we are configuring here. That means here we have name. Two options are defined. So name and set name. We have options like this. And use state is suppose John. So use state is John. That means it is a string value. We are configuring a state value John. Like this we are configuring. Now what we can do is we can set a value into it. So by using any button click. That means, so we will define, so on click, that means on. suppose on button click. Yeah, on button click is a function, and this function can return. So set name, and we can change this to new name, that is David. Like this, you can define. That means we can access that and we can use it. We can access and use it. So in our application, that means when we return, so when we are returning, so here we can return can use a div, and here we want to display some message, then we can add the message some name. That means whatever the name variable is configured, this name variable can be collected and displayed here. And by default, use state will define this. Remember, this is a destruction technique. I hope you know array destruction technique. In array destruction technique, first value will be stored inside this reference. That means name. That means use state. It will use the name as John. And after, when you click the button, it will change that set name. That means it will use this memory and it will set a new value into it. So it is going to set a new value into this location by replacing the existing value. And that new value will be displayed here. This is newly available in our React. We can use this from the latest versions. Mostly functional components are responsible for that. So in functional component, we can define these hook methods. These hook methods are very regularly used. Recently, in recent React versions, we use these hook methods especially for consuming and working with the APIs. I will show one example of how to use these new hook methods and implement these hook methods in consuming the API with access. How we can consume the API coming from access and present it. So by using access, how we can manage that, we will see in our next session, right? First, in tomorrow's session, we will discuss about these new hook methods available in the latest version and what the responsibility. Then we will use these methods in consuming API and presenting the API. If we can do this, now end-to-end integration is done. We will see how we can insert, update, and delete. So that we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow we'll continue with that. So the basic routing architecture and the functionality, how to deal with the routing. And this is the application. Yep. So in this, we learned about how do we configure the routes and how we can navigate the routes. One simple example. Next, after understanding the routes, the basic, we need to know about one more option, that is route parameters, how we can deal with them. CD Amazon and npm start. So we created one example that configures the routes and handles the routes. So where we access the data and render the data using the link. Now in the routing, dealing with the route parameters also are very important. So how do we deal with the route parameters? How do we configure the nested routes? One simple point we will see. Yeah. So this example already I uploaded. So one more option we need to understand is about the route parameters. Actually, the main intention of route parameters is route parameters are used to query any content in the component, directly from URL actually. So you can query any content in the component directly from the URL. And not only that, route parameters are used to transport data across requests. That means you can transport data across the request from one component to another component. You can transport the data. That's what actually route parameters can do. So earlier we need to depend on a lot of query strings actually. We need to use query strings for transporting the data. Now the query strings are used as route parameters here. So we use the query strings as route parameters and configure them as route parameters. With a general example also, we will see that actually. Now, how do we define the parameters? How we can access the parameters and use the parameters? This is the basic concept you need to understand. Actually, to configure the parameters, parameters are configured in a route. Parameters are configured in route. Generally, how they are configured in the route. So example will be like this. So syntactically, it will be like this. That means we use actually path route. We have a path, and in the path we configure some product. So that is the path for product, that is /product, and this is expecting some parameter. So you need to configure the parameters. So that means we have to use /: and the parameter. We can use /: another parameter. You can add multiple parameters here. We can configure multiple parameters and define multiple parameters. Every route configured in this way. And the parameters, this is like parameter 1, parameter 2. So parameters are passed in the URL, into URL. Parameters are passed into URL. So, and for that, usually the syntax for passing the parameters in the URL, we use this technique route. So in the URL, we define like this: http:// so localhost, so 3200, so / and we have the product, and parameter 1 and parameter 2 value. That means we have to pass the values for 1 and 2. So param1 value and param2 value is passed here. So configuring the parameters and passing them in the URL. That's how generally we pass in the URL. How we can collect the parameters and use the parameters. That is a basic approach again. Collect the parameter and use the parameter. So to access the route parameters, so you can use the method. You can use the method, and the method name is useParams. You can use the method useParams. UseParams is used to get all the parameters that are configured in the URL. We can define the route parameters in this way and access them and configure. UseParams is to define that and use it. So configuring the parameter and passing the parameter and accessing the parameter. This is the approach we need to follow actually. For example, see here, suppose I am configuring in our application. So we have a route to be defined. Suppose here we are creating a function. So function, and function is details. Details is a function. What this details function have to do is it should return. So it should return some functionality. Details function have to return the functionality. So it should access and return some details. So we will put a div. Now this details, for this details, we will configure a path. For the details, we will configure a path. So that means in the router, so we will configure a path for details. So I am adding route. Okay. And the route path is so /details. And we need to access the details. So we need to access the details and display. So here I will just render some content into it. So details page. Okay, let's run this here. At the top, I'm accessing here details, and it should get the details page. So it is working fine. We can put a link for that details page. So here I can put a link for that. So that means here I will add a list item and link to /details. Okay, and here I said details. Fine. So this is working fine. So we have home, electronics, footwear, fashion, details. But details is expecting some parameters. So here, what we are doing is in the details path, we are configuring /ID /name. Like this, we are configuring some options. So /price. There can be multiple parameters. For example, I'm initially first using only one parameter /ID. So now it is expecting a parameter. And you see that. So home, electronics, footwear, fashion, details. Every parameter in the route is mandatory. That is the reason it says that it is not found. because details is expecting a parameter, you have to pass. Suppose I am passing the parameter /1 and the parameter, now the details is working fine. That means /1, the details is working fine. The route parameter is properly working. Generally, earlier we have to pass a lot of query strings. Now we can simply pass the route parameters. That means you can simply say that. So route parameters. So route parameters. So above I will give here. So route parameters are similar, are used in the place of query strings, in the place of query strings. That means syntactically earlier. So we need to have detail like this, like HTTP :/localhost 3200 /product and question mark. So ID is equal to 1, ampersand name is equal to TV, like this. Now with the route parameters, we can define HTTP :/localhost 3200 /1 /TV, like this. That's how we can configure the route parameters and define the route parameters, specifying the route parameters. So currently it is expecting a route parameter. So whenever you call it in the link, it is mandatory to pass a parameter. It is mandatory to pass the parameter. So here we are passing the parameter. So that is /1, like this. So on details click actually. So that means the one parameter is passed. You can see here home. I click on details. Now it is working fine because one is passed into it. Now what's the intention here is we can collect the parameter and use it. Later it can be a dynamic value. I will tell you how we can keep a dynamic value there. Currently it is general. It's not any dynamic value defined here. So later we can have some dynamic data there. So the parameter is configured and parameter is defined. So we have to access the parameter and use it. That means now into details, we are passing the parameter. We have to collect the parameter here. How to collect the route parameters? To collect the route parameter, the details, when it is invoked, we will create we use destruction technique. That means this is an object destruction. We will use params. So use params is the method. Remember, use params is returning an object. You see, its return type is an object type. It returns all the parameters, key and value. It's an object. So use params is an object, and this is destructing object. That means object related first value will be stored here. Suppose I will create an ID here. So actually what we can do is, so we can access like this, LED ID is equal to use params. Use params is that dot. So we can access the ID and display. So that means it will get the ID from the parameter and it will display. So here I am entering a paragraph. So and say product ID is whatever the ID collected. Whatever the ID collected, we have to define that. But observe here, this is the concept here. You can get it and display. That means what parameter it is, we can access that and see details is collecting that ID. At the top, I am changing the ID 1102 and it gets that and display. That means what the parameter you are passing, you are collecting it and using it. That means now actually it is expecting a parameter. You can collect the parameter by using use params .id. We are accessing that and we are displaying. There is another technique, destruction technique, which is very commonly used. That means ILT, so I keep ID is equal to use params. So that means whatever the values are there, one by one, first value will be stored in ID. Now this is also a technique. That is a destruction technique. It will get that ID and show. I entered some 1111 and it gets that and display. This is destruction technique. So array construction destructions, object construction destructions will be there in JavaScript actually. So in JavaScript, array construction destruction will be there. The same approach we are following here. That means now we have multiple parameters. Suppose you have, so in the path, we are expecting another parameter. So then /: name, /: price. These three parameters are expected. We are expecting those parameters. That means now what we need to do is, so we need to define those three parameter related values here. One is name is mobile. So then price is some 5,000 like this. And you see, I want to collect all the parameters and display them. Then here we are expecting ID, we are expecting name and price. And I want to print here a simple data list, data term, product ID, and data definition. I need to get that ID. and another data term name. I need to get the data definition, so name, and another data term, so is price, and data definition, the price. Whatever the parameter we collected, it should get that and display. And here the point is, when I click home and I click details, all the values will come here. That means you see in the URL, the parameters are more cleaner than your query strings. So whenever you access details, so you can pass like this. So details slash parameter ID is 102 slash name is some night casuals slash price is some price. So some price, and enter, it will get the detail and display. It is going to access the detail and display. Of course, you know that URLs will replace your spaces with %20. That is the character used, because URL will not allow spaces and other special characters will be defined in this way. That means you are collecting the route parameters and you are using the route parameters. What is the advantage is we can easily transport the data, get the data, and handle the data with these parameters. So you can pass the parameters in the URL, and another component can collect those parameters and can use those parameters, configure and use those parameters. So usually, for example, that means first I will give you this example. I will copy that and an example. So here, app-home.js. So in this example, we are configuring, collecting the parameters and using. So I created a details, which is accessing and displaying that. So accessing and displaying. For example, suppose now means generally how they transport usually data from one location to another. Suppose I'm defining some collection and configuring some collection. We are defining and configuring some collection. Suppose let's create another component. Details, okay. I will create a component called, so functional component called categories. Categories is the component. The categories component, suppose is having categories. So a collection of categories. So that means it is having collection of categories or category IDs. It is having the details. Some product details are defined, categories are defined. So suppose I'm using here categories. It is having some data like, so category ID is one and category name is some electronics. And here category ID is 2 and the category name is some footwear, like this. Just we have a collection called categories, and I want this written and render. So categories, so I say categories. Okay, I want to return and render the categories. I will create an unordered list and I will just keep a div to render the details. I will keep an unordered list, and here we will use categories dot map, and we are accessing the details and displaying the details. Generally, how we access the details and display the details, you know that means how we can use the map function to render multiple details. You know that it uses a callback function that will return the data. That means it is going to access, so category. So that means, so it is going to access the category, and it is going to return, it is going to access the category, and it is going to return a list item. So the list item is going to print, so the cat dot, so category name, it is printing the category name, and it is having a key, and the key is defined cat dot category ID. We are configuring, so a list of categories and defining them. And when categories is accessed, the category put a link. First I will write a route. I am writing a route. So anywhere, so we are configuring the route. So route path is equal to slash categories. It should render categories component. It should render the categories component. I will keep a link for that. So that means I will keep a link. So link to slash categories. So I say categories. Okay. Now it links to the categories and get the options here, and you can see now. So home, I click on categories. it should get those categories. So electronics and footwear, these are the categories. Now the categories are printed in an ordered list. So because for all list items we defined the same approach, then that is the problem usually you will get. In index.cs, index.html, in index.html for all list items, we configured that. And here I will give the list items, suppose in an ordered list item, so that here I can generate an ordered list item. So I can generate an ordered list item. OL I will use ordered list item. Okay, that means we are retrieving and detailing this categories electronics and footwear. Now important here is, this is categories. When user clicks on electronics, I want electronic products, and footwear products. So we need a combination there here. So I want this clickable. But that should navigate to any specific path. That means it's not an ordinary link. I want as a route link so that they can navigate to some product details. So actually we have another option here. So we will create another function, and this function contains products. These products should return the list of products. We will keep a div. I will say heading products list. I'm defining products list, but products list is not there. We will see. Products list is not there. We will see initially. So this is the content products list. Now when user, we need separate path for this. So that means what we will do is we will configure here in the route. For products, we will define like this. So route. So the route path is /products. Then it should access the products component. Now when user clicks on the name, that means here you observe in the category, we designed the category here. When user click on the category name, so when user clicks on the category name, you can see this is the link category name. So when user clicks on that, I want that clickable. So I will put a link here. So link contains the category name. Now what should happen is it should link to. So that means it should link to. So the path, that means same like how you define. The path where it has to go, it should link to usually. So this particular location means products. So here I am writing that now. That means it should link to. I say link to. So /products. It should link to products. That is the option defined. That means now these will come as links now. When I click on electronics and you see products list will come. We will go to categories list will come. I go to electronics. I click on electronics. Then it is going to products list. There it should display all the products that is matching with the selected category. That means if user selects footwear product should come. If user selects electronic products should come. We need to follow that technique now. That means now you need to pass this category ID into the products. That means into the products we have to pass the category ID. So here I'm using / and a dynamic value. Here we need to put the dynamic value. But the dynamic value we need to concatenate with that product. So that means here we need to configure the dynamic value. So usually how in a double quote you cannot pass the dynamic value usually. Of course you can concatenate. People use the concatenation technique. Suppose here we are defining. So $, here we are configuring dynamic values. Concatenating dynamic values means here you have this 2 and we need to put here. So first string. So string is /. So that means it should redirect to /products and plus concatenation. And so /products / and we need to pass here. So here we need to pass the ID. That means we need to pass the ID cat.category ID. This is the approach actually. That means it should go to products and into the products it should pass an ID. That means usually when user clicks on any category, you can see that. So products 1 is coming. The ID is passed there. You can see ID is passed. Products 1. Go to categories. You see footwear. So the products 2 is coming. That means the product ID is passing. That means the products component is collecting the category ID. You click on category in the URL. You see product ID, category ID is coming. That means in the products component, in the products component, I need to collect the ID. I need to collect the ID. So that means I need to collect the ID, which is coming from use params. And here I will just put here temporarily first a paragraph. So category ID, and whatever the ID you pass it temporarily. Observe now. Suppose I click here electronic categories and electronics. Category ID electronic should come. But the route is not expecting the parameter because you haven't configured the parameter in the route, you see. So we have created products route. We created products route which is not accepting parameters. So /ID, it is expecting ID. But this ID is category ID. That means now you can see that I go to categories, footwear ID is 2. So electronic ID is 1. I'm defining like this. I'm configuring in this way. Now what I need to do is, in the products component, actually, in the products component, we will have products array. It is a collection of products. That means it is a collection of products. So collection of products like, so generally, the collection of products means what are the products collection here is, it have name, some Samsung TV, and the price, and some price. And category ID is 1. That means it have some relational data. Name, that is Nike casuals. And price is some price. And category ID is 2. Similarly, name, some earpods. So price, and here we have price. And category ID, and this is 1. That is also electronics. And name, some Lee boots. And the price, some price, and category ID, that is 2. So that is how we are configuring. This is data. Now what I have to do is, I need to display those products below. Suppose I want to create a table. In the table, we have to display. So table border is equal to 1. So width is equal to some 400. Now in the table, so we want to display, so T head with the T row and TH. So this is name and this is price. Okay. Now in the T body, we want to display only the rows that are, I don't want all of them. I want to display only the rows whose category is matching with this ID. Whose category ID is matching with this ID. I want to print only the rows. Tell me what we can do. Map will return all the details. Can you tell me how I can display only the category related details that are matching with the ID we passed? Currently observe here. So the table is coming. So that means home, electronics, footwear, fashion, categories, footwear, products list coming. But remember, I want to display only the products in the table row, only the products that are matching, whose category ID is matching with the parameter ID, with the route parameter ID. Now tell me how we can do that. Any suggestion? How we can do that? How we can manage that? Any idea? What do you say? So what I need to use to get only those details? You learned about such interactions in your JavaScript, how to get only the details that are matching, whose category ID is matching with this ID. How we can do that? Any suggestion? What do you say? Usually map is going to display all details. Map is going to display all details. For example, here I am configuring one more option here. This is products. That means now I am using here some other option like LED results. Results is an array. Into that array, products dot filter. We need to keep the filter. And filter X implies X dot category ID is matching with the ID I have passed. That is the approach I am defining. That means it will get all the details. Results contains all the details. That means filter is going to filter only the details that are matching with that category ID. So it is returning only that. So suppose result, generally filter is used for filtering such things, but when to filter, this is also important. It is filtering the details which are matching with the category ID and showing in results. I want to print the results. That means here we have to use results.map, and it uses the product. So, and it should return. So it should return. So a table row it should return a table row. This row contains, so this row contains a cell which contains the product dot name property, and another cell contains the product dot price property. I want to display only the name and price and configure. Several points are there here. See, now you can see now, I go to categories. I click on electronics, only electronic products will come. That means it is displaying only the electronic products. So it is configuring only the electronic products and showing them. So suppose here table is having supporter. So class name is equal to table whole. Okay, just like options we defined. Now this is fine. We are using Bootstrap here. I click on categories. So categories list will come. I click on footwear, then footwear products will come. And I click on, suppose again, I want to go back to categories. Go back to categories, then in the products list. So in the products list below the table, I keep a div and we will use link and link to, and it will link to categories. I will say here back to categories. That is back to categories option should come. Back to categories, get back to the categories. So I click on electronics, electronic details will come and back to categories. Footwear will come and back to categories. So we are filtering the data and accessing the data. Only one extra work you can do is you can get this data. I am hard coding the data. That's it. I am hard coding this data. You can get it from your API. Use an Axios or any fetch method. Get this from your database and use it. That means data response data comes in an array form. So you can configure and define. So this is configuring the route parameters and defining the route parameters. You can add more functionality here. Suppose I don't want to display all the details. Means in the table we are displaying all the details. Actually, like that I don't want. So suppose I want here only the product name. So product may contain a lot of details, but I want only product name. And very important is the product name can be clickable. Suppose I can make this clickable. So this row should have a key. So that means here we have a key to avoid the error. So prod dot, so the name is our category ID. So that is the option defined here, the category ID. So that means it will avoid the problems. So these details will come. You can add multi-level. Multi-level means I can make this clickable. That means name clickable. I want name clickable. Or there are so many other details also. Only product name is coming. Suppose here instead of price, I will keep as details. So details. And here I will keep an option called details. Here we will keep an option. So here we can keep a link. And this will be details. And this should link to. So link to. So the details, link to the details. Actually, into the details, we can pass several other details. You see now categories, electronics, and I click on details, it should get to the details. But details is expecting parameter. We have to pass the parameters and define them. That means what we have to do is when user clicks details, this product ID can be sent there. It can collect that product ID. And it can display the details of that particular product ID. So you can handle so many details. You can configure so many details. That means when user clicks, you can send that product. We can access the detail and display. That is generally how we follow the approach. That means it depends on how you want to create the presentation. That means it's not like, so every time you present a table and configure, I will keep this table separated. Means just cut that and I will keep it in for later use. Just I am showing you that here I am creating another order list. In that order list, I need to use results.map and a prod. And that prod has to return a list item. So where I want to display a link, that is link should be prod.name, only product name should come. And it should link to, so details, it should link to details, / details, it should link to details. And into the details is expecting some other parameters. You see now, I click on categories, electronics, footwear. I click on footwear, then footwear related products will come. And I click on that, then that product details can come. That means we can navigate from here to details again. So that multi-level hierarchy you can define. You can configure a multi-level hierarchy and specify. That's your wish. That means actually, so the details path that we configured, observe. The details path we configured, it is expecting so many details. I want only the product ID. I want only the product ID to be passed into it. and I want details to collect only the product ID. I don't want other options. I want it to collect only product ID. We will see that. That means we don't want others, only the ID to be collected. And important is then your data should have a product ID. Every product is having an ID. Product ID is 1, and product ID is 2, and the product ID is 3. That means in our data we have product with IDs. So product ID as 4. We have data with that. That means now what we do is here. So when we are displaying the details, we are taking to the details. Into that we can pass. That means same like previous you have to write now. That means we have to use an expression here. In that slash details, in that slash we have to pass plus. So prod dot the product ID. We are passing the product ID there. And I can display that product ID related products here. That means in the details we can display that. That means the product ID, what you are looking for, get that ID and show. Currently I'm using only ID. Now we are configuring that here. You see now I said here, so categories, electronic products will come, and I click on earpods, so that earpods ID will come. So that means the details page will come. Details page will come. Now in this details page, you can display all the products that are matching. You can display all the products that are matching. You can configure the products and use the products. That means you can display the product that is matching and show the detail of that product which is matching with it. So that means how we can manage that actually. In that case, we need this data. This is the products data. We need this data. We are configuring the data outside. That means the global data is configured there. Categories, electronics, so earpods. So data is configured globally. That means I can access that here also. In details also I can access it. In details also we can access that. And we can display. Generally how we can do LET product result. So I said searched product. This is searched product. How you can search for that particular product which is matching with that ID. Usually we can use products. Products is a collection. Dot find method. X implies X dot, where product ID is matching with your ID. That means it will get the result and it will display. That means now searched product contains only the product that is matching with your ID. So here I want to display the details. That means in a data list, so data term, I said product name. So just I want to display the name. Okay, name and data term. So data definition. So here we are displaying searched product dot name property. Another we want price, and here we are configuring. So searched product dot price. This is our category. I want to display the category. So that means here, so searched product, the category ID. So the or product ID. Just roughly, I want to display that, and searched product dot product ID. Usually, that is the approach of displaying that. You can see now. I go to categories. I say electronics. In that I say Samsung TV. The details will come. That's simple. So I go to footwear, Leeboot, then it will get that details and display. So this is the basic approach. You can create any level of hierarchy. You can configure any level of hierarchy. That is how generally we handle the routes with parameters, deal with the routes with the parameters. You can put back navigation again. That means from details page, I need to go back to the categories. So from details page, I want to go back to the categories of products. So you can do that. So just so we can display accordingly. This is a approach of configuring routes with multi-level hierarchy. So how we can define. You can display in simple table or more than one level. So this is all the example, entire example of how you deal with multi-level hierarchy here. So that means you say you say nested routes. So nested routes, that means there is another technique. In the nested routes, this is our component, app home component. And here we have a lot of data also dealing with. So this is our app home component actually. So generally you have another technique, like suppose I click on categories, I click on electronics. Okay, when I click on Samsung TV, I want to keep this products list and only Samsung TV details should display beside it. That means we want to keep this and bring that information and add to existing page. That's what we want to follow. That means we can create child routes. In the route, another route. You can create children routes. And we can also restrict the route. That means only authorized people can access. And authorized people can use it. For others, I don't want. That means suppose home, electronics, footwear, fashion is accessible to all. But category is not accessible to all. When anybody tries to access categories, I want to say, please log in. And if he successfully log in, then I can show this screen to him. If login failed, then I cannot show this screen to him. We can restrict that. That's what we have to learn, how we can authenticate the routes, secure the routes, so that it will allow only authorized users to use that. That we will see in our next, in our previous example, our example was app home in the routing. Index app home. So we learned about the routing with parameters. We designed this simple example, how we configure the routes. Actually, in this electronics, footwear, fashion, and these are general categories. Will get the list of all the categories, and you select on any category. The category related products will come, and you have back to categories. And when you click on any product, so the product related details will come. So generally, you have to configure and click on that, the product details will come. There is a nested kind of options you have defined for configuring the routes. So that is multi-level actually. Now another option is you can also configure the routes in such a way that it can have nested approach and is secured also. Nested, this example is enough how we manage the route. Another option is how we can secure the routes. That means how we can protect the routes, prevent the routes, and configure them. Actually, that is general approach of configuring the routes using a technique called authentication. Generally, by using the authentication technique, we can restrict the routes and we can configure the routes. So we can define authentication for the routes. That means we will see how security is handled, how we authorize, how the security is handled for the routes. So let's take an example. I will open here. Our example, yes. So one more topic is after understanding this nested approach here, how you keep the nested routes. Now another option is how to configure authentication. So authentication. So, or you can say secured routes. Authentication or secured routes, how do we configure them? So already we discussed it in the early approach. So we learned that generally security means a lot of points will be there, and we need to understand all the various options for dealing with security. That means when you are configuring security for application security, usually application level security includes various options like cross-site scripting attack, so and request forgery, so and authentications, so authorization and authentication, and generally security for application is in different ways. Token based, we generally call as token based. So many options will be there. In real world application development, security can be handled in several ways, configured and handled in several ways. So usually cross-site scripting attack, request forgeries. Some examples I showed you. Cross-site scripting attack, I already told you. How do we, what is actually cross-site scripting attack? Cross-site scripting attack means allowing the users to write some queries in the controls and post the queries. Request forgery means so allowing the users to submit data from any another application. Allowing the users to submit data from any another application. Any another application can make a forgery of our request and it can submit. And token based is nothing but it uses cookies concept for authenticating and authorizing the options. So it is not at this level in server side, you can understand that. Here, another option is authorization and authentication. Authorization and authentication is nothing but, you know, that authorization is, so authorization is preventing access to resources, preventing access to resources. Authentication is verifying user credentials, verifying user credentials. So that means, so security means we have to handle all these things. So the cross-site scripting attacks, and how do we handle them? And authorization, authentication. User credentials means authentication is verifying user credentials means. That means like you can say user ID, password, so security token, all this comes under authentication here. So we can configure so authentication and authorizations and define. So generally, so handling security is very much important. And security means generally people think only login and user ID and passwords. But when you are developing an application for web, so many options are present and we need to handle all these options. So this is security at various levels we need to manage. So with routing, what you can see is with routing, you can understand how to prevent access to certain resources, how we can prevent access from various resources, and so handle interactions with various resources. So generally, I will tell you some security concepts, how we can manage in React.js. Very important options you need to understand. So in that, this routing also will be a part. But routing is not only the part. It is one of the options. So that means I will give here a detailed option like. So securing React.js application. So it includes several things. So protection. So that means first one, protection from cross-site scripting attack with the data binding. I will show you how we can handle that. I will tell you. And detecting dangerous URLs. So dangerous URLs. How we can detect the dangerous URLs. So URLs. And rendering inner HTML. So that is another important option. That is actually inner HTML, better you say HTML. That means rendering HTML, not plain text. That means rendering HTML means be hello, will render bold. I should not allow such things sometimes. I should allow only text, not any HTML. And in React, especially, we need to prevent direct DOM access also. Direct DOM access. That means they should not access the DOM element directly, because React have to work with virtual DOM. So another important, that is server-side rendering. So we manage by using some Express Node.js interactions. And very important is detecting vulnerabilities and in dependencies. And that means identifying the problems in the libraries which are dependent. That means on your application. And injecting JSON state. So, and another option is detecting, so you say vulnerable versions. So detecting versions of React, which version compatibility. This all comes under the category of handling security in React.js application. That means generally when you are trying to define and configure and specify, so we need to identify that and we need to handle that. For example, how do we prevent cross-site? That means what are the precautions? What are the precautions to take? Another one I will show you, like authenticating and authorization. These two also we will see. Authentication, authorization means they are actually related to the concept of route, how we can define and use. That means user ID password is correct, allow. If not, then don't allow. That's how we need to define. So what are the precautions we need to take? That means preventing the attacks. Generally, when you are dealing with cross-site scripting attacks, what are the options you need to know? First option is cross-site scripting attack. Generally, when you are dealing with cross-site scripting attacks, so that means how we can prevent cross-site scripting attacks. So generally cross-site scripting attack means excesses. How we can prevent cross-site scripting attack. Generally, when you are rendering any content, so and we are binding any data, so usually the data binding happens. So with the data binding happens with binding expression, where you can bind the values dynamically. So generally, so syntactically, when you are binding any content, suppose we are configuring a div. In the div, we want to display some content. That means you can just use a binding expression, and you can write here. So you can write here as some product name, that is the value. I want to bind to that location. You say div or you say table cell. You want to bind the product name into that. That's how generally we do. Now this is good. Okay, this is good. Generally, so this is good, and it prevents cross-site scripting attacks. It prevents cross-site scripting attacks. Generally, there is another method how people write dynamically. So this is when you are writing binding expression here. So it have a property called inner HTML. That is the attribute. To that attribute, you are binding the product name. That will also print the product name. So this is bad. So this leads to cross-site scripting attack. That means you don't prefer binding the technique in this way, because it will bind to that inner property and it will display, but it is not secured. So that is one of the main problem. So that is generally what you have to take precaution to handle this. That means how we can configure and define the content here. Actually, if any data is coming, and if any data is not secured, so then don't bind them to the general properties of the elements. You directly render inside the element container. That is one option you need to handle. So that is preventing the cross-site scripting attacks. So how we can prevent? How you can configure the security also, I will tell you. Configuring security also, we will see that. In route, we will do that. So one security option, how to define. Another option is whenever you are dealing with the URLs and you are binding with the URL, that means another security you have to define is, so that means unsecured URL. How we can manage unsecured URLs? So how you can manage unsecured URL? That means actually URL may contain some dynamic interactions. So that means, for example, that is the first point. Actually, URL may contain dynamic logic. URL may contain dynamic logic or interactions. So dynamic logic or interactions can be there in the URL. URL may contain that. Syntactically, I will show you generally how we do is, when you are configuring an anchor href, this href can use JavaScript. And in the JavaScript, so we can configure some function. And we can define some functionality. I think majority of you know that. So this is how you configure the URL's dynamic logic and configuring the dynamic logic, right? Yes, 1 second. Okay, right. Now how we can define the secured URL, configuring the secured URL. So generally, when you are dealing with the such interactions and handling the interactions, what we need to do is, we need to use the parsing techniques of converting that into secured and unsecured things. That means this is called URL-based script injection. This is called URL-based script injection. So for that, actually, it is always better to validate the URL that the links are HTTP or HTTPS. Because if it is HTTPS, it should prevent. If it is HTTP, it should allow. That means we need secured, and secured options should not allow such scripts and all. So we need to prevent that. Then usually we can write simple functions for managing that functionalities. That means, so use HTTP actually for unsecured, and HTTPS for secure. And this requires parsing. And verifying URL. So this requires parsing and verifying URL. So for that, actually, what you can do is you can use JavaScript. Actually, you can use JavaScript URL method. That means the JavaScript URL method is going to handle the URL and configure the URL. And it can handle various interactions and manage the interactions. So for example, suppose how we manage that. I will show you one simple point. Means an example I will show you. Let's keep here. Already app home is there. Okay, already app home component is working currently. Okay, so in this electronics is there. So I will create electronic fashion categories. All these options are there. Okay, I will just create here a simple function, and I'm creating a functional component. Just create a functional component. So security test, that is a functional component we are configuring, and this should return. So a div, and just we keep a heading. So security test. Okay, and I will keep this in the router. So security, I will keep in the router. So route, and route path I'm configuring as /security, secured. So or simply I will keep as test. Okay, and it should render that security test one. It should render the security test. You can keep a link for that. So link to the security test here. So list item and link. Okay, so link to, yeah, so link to test. Okay, this just I defined that link as security. Okay, just I'm configuring some button control there, and you see security test is there. I click on that security test, it is working. Now actually, so we have to configure a functionality and handle a specific functionality here. That means in the security test, actually, we can have some button and some functionality defined for the button and configure that. So suppose, so we have an anchor, and inside this we are creating a function. So we are configuring a function, and this function is, suppose hello is the function, and what that hello function is doing, alert. So hello React. So something, this message it is displaying hello React. Now on this link click, usually we need to access that and use it. On the link click, we need to access that, use it. Hello React or console log, something we want to define. Usually, generally what we do here is this link href is going to bind that. So hello function there. That means we are going to bind hello. This is not button, this is text. So I say click here. So we are configuring click here. Okay. That means usually it shows click here, and that is the link here. And usually that the click here, href, have to access that and use it. Hello is the method. So hello is the method. And this method should fire up. Actually, I'm not calling here. You can see that hello method is called here and it is executing it. So, but generally, when you define this here, hello, how do you write click for this? Because generally, if it is a button, it's not an anchor. Suppose if it is a button, generally for button on click is equal to, we have to point towards that hello. So that means we have to have access that hello. That means it is pointing towards that hello. So on the button, so I test, I'm configuring like this. That means it is going to handle that test and alert, it will get that and display. Generally on link here, so this is the link text. So link text is also trying to access this hello and execute. And actually that is not allowed. That is not allowed. Of course, here you see in the security here, in the inspect, when you go to, so the console. Here you see that, so security test href, and you can see here, so it is using some option that is not related. Yeah, there is other options here. This is, yeah, invalid value for property href for anchor element. So that means it is saying that, so either remove it from the element or pass a string or a number to keep the value. That is the problem it is having inside this. Actually, so that means I want that function to execute. Suppose I'm writing like this. We are configuring JavaScript colon. We are defining JavaScript colon, and I'm accessing that function here. That means href is expecting some string. And usually you know that links can have a string. So JavaScript here. So suppose you return a string expression string here, and you are writing here JavaScript and colon, and we define some dollar here and hello like this. We want to access that method and use that point towards the method. This is general string concatenation. So, but this href is not allowed to handle all this. So because it is saying that everything you need to keep in this binding expression, you need to keep in the binding expression and configure that. I'm defining in the binding expression, I'm writing this JavaScript hello is the function which you are pointing. Hello is the function we are pointing. So usually you see now actually that the link is now clickable. The link is now clickable. The link is clickable. So when I click on that link, generally it should pop up and it should return the content and display. That means it is pointing towards a method, hello method. It is pointing towards the hello method. And on link click, it should alert that and display. You see that in the URL at the status bar, you can see, I click on that, it is executing a function, it is showing a function. Observe at the status bar at the bottom, when I move the mouse onto there, it says that it is expecting a function, hello, that hello will alert hello react. That means it is allowing that option here. And see that it shows a message, see. So the URL has a security precaution. And observe that it says that HTML, unsafe HTML. So it is unsafe HTML. It is not safe HTML you are using. It is not secured. Dangerously set in inner HTML. That means it is saying that what you are trying to do is not good. The function is okay, right? It is saying that it is unsafe HTML. It is not secured. So you have to better use the safe HTML. You have to use the better safe HTML. Actually, how we can use the safe HTML? That means it says that. So try using dangerously set inner HTML instead. That means when you define this, you see test alert is working fine. That means there is no problem in the function. The problem is how you return for the link. Actually, in JavaScript for links, we write like this only. But this is dangerous. This is not safe. So this is security issue. This is one of the major security issue. Now, how we can prevent such things? How we can prevent such things? How we can handle these things? So generally what you have to do is, there are two options. First, one, you either convert it. Convert it means, is it secured or unsecured? Verify HTTPS or HTTP. If it is HTTP, then include a converted protocol. If it is HTTPS, then use a secured protocol. That's how we have to define. And you want to render something HTML. You want to render something HTML. You can see actually here I am configuring some string, which is very dangerous. To render this is very dangerous. Usually what we can do is we can keep a binding expression. In the binding expression, that means actually first we have to use a property. The property should handle that interaction and define that interaction. So generally in binding expression, you define this way. Now we need to prevent this. Let's see, how do we write? So general example here syntactically, yeah. So syntactically, how you configure this. I will give this line, which means that it is not secured. First, I will give you that it is not secured. Now, how you validate it and make it secured and handle that, right? That's, yeah, this is the syntactically how you are defined. And this is not secured. So this is secured. This is secured. So this is secured. That means this doesn't have any problem, but the second one is not secured. How you write such strings and configure them here is actually you need. So if you want HTML, to use the string with script, so whatever you written there, right? String with script. So then you have to use DOM sanitizer. This is very commonly known to every person who is dealing with client-side technologies, that actually JavaScript uses a DOM sanitizer. Even in Angular, React, Vue, across all the technologies you are using, you will have a DOM sanitizer. Actually, this DOM sanitizer is responsible for interacting with the DOM. So how you manage, you have to use DOM sanitizer. What it does is it allows to use the functions, safely in DOM elements, DOM HTML elements, safely in DOM HTML elements. And what you have to do is actually, so you can configure that by using, it requires DOM sanitizer method, DOM purify method called dangerous. It has given you the suggestion like dangerously set inner HTML. This is what you have to use. It requires dangerously set inner HTML attribute for DOM element. Through this attribute, you can keep the unsecured content and display the unsecured content. So not only links, so generally when you are displaying various contents, you can handle them and use them. Actually for that, you need a special library. So it is defined in the library called DOM Purify. It is defined in the library DOM Purify. We have to use this DOM Purify library and you can use that content. So that is generally required and generally configured. Right? Let's see, actually, in order to allow such things, configure such data or such strings and configure, what you have to do is actually, you have to import you have to import. So purify, so so DOM purifier, so you need purify. From DOM purify, so you need to import purify. You have to do that. From the DOM purify, you have to use that purify. But actually, we don't have any DOM purify library here. So we need to install the DOM purify library. So we have to import that library. So because we don't have any DOM purify library, you don't have a module for that. You have to install that DOM purify. So for example, let's see here. So I am taking here npmjs.org, npmjs, yeah, npmjs.org, because that is the package manager, DOM purify. So this is the sanitizer actually, and you have to install this DOM purify, and this is used library. So that is npm install DOM purify. This is DOM purify, and this is not only for React. Every library, even JavaScript also uses this DOM purify actually. This DOM purify will provide a sanitize method. By using the sanitize method, you can handle these options. That means unsecured URLs, you can make them secure. This is very much required. We call this as sanitizer, DOM sanitizer. So because if you don't use this, then these kind of configurations in the string are not supported, because our browsers will block them. So you have to install this DOM purify. Let's install that DOM purify. cd Amazon, and here npm install DOM purify. So this is required in your project to install in order to deal with this. And this is not only for the content, so you can use everywhere. This option you can configure everywhere. For various types of contents you can define. Yeah, so DOM purify is configured. So DOM purify is defined. So now let's save this here. Now you have a DOM purify and you have a purify method configured. Now with that we can use that option. So this DOM purify and everything is ready. Now what you can do is in your method, in order to manage the security. So when you are configuring this type of URLs, actually what you have to do is you have to use a method. You have to use the method, and the method is nothing but you have to use dangerous. Dangerously, we imported here at the top. We imported, purify. And one more option you need is dangerously set inner HTML. So because this is the purify is the base library, so you can get the purify library and you can use that here in our application. We are using LND1. Yeah. So here you are using an option here. So purify. This purify, you can see that it is providing some options. So it is providing some options. And you see there is an option called sanitize. Purify uses a sanitize method. This sanitize method, you have other options also, but one more option will be there, that is verifying is it supported or not. That not required every time. You have to just use the option is, so this purify have to use sanitize method. And that sanitize method will accept the source string that you want to use. It uses that source string. So you can add a lot of things here. That means actually it requires source, and source is a string type. And what is that source? You can configure that as a string type. Suppose I am writing here JavaScript, and in that JavaScript we are configuring. So the hello is a method. We are defining the hello method. Actually, if you want a dynamic string inside it, it is a general string. If you want a dynamic string inside it, that means you need to configure here again. So again, we need to configure as JavaScript. So that means we are using JavaScript, and so JavaScript colon. So what functionality you want to handle for it? That means just like as I defined here. So hello. So we need to print that hello there. So that means we have to use an expression here, the basic expression here, and we need to print that hello, access that hello method and use that hello method here. Actually, sanitize uses a general string, so you don't need any binding expression there. Just a general string is enough. Now this is sanitize method, which is using your string and configuring the string. So this is how we can make an unsecured one a secured one. For that we need a DOM sanitizer. But important is generally in order to deal such things. So you need that in the inspect now. So console. So you can see you don't have any problem now. Earlier it is showing an error saying that an unsecured protocol is being used and unsecured URL is being used. So it is not secure to use. So we have to verify whether it is secured or unsecured, and based on that we need to configure. There is another method. This is one method, generally how we configure and define. There is another method. So let me give you first this example. That means first what you have to do is to handle this example. So first step, install DOM purify. Okay, that means we have to use npm install DOM purify. After that, just you have to define this import DOM purify. Second, import DOM purify. You have to import DOM purify, and that is by using import purify from DOM purify. And here we need to implement the method in this way. So use sanitize method. Remember, this is even used in general JavaScript jQuery. It is not only just React. So because to prevent such securities, we have to handle. And in React, you can directly import it and you can configure it. This time I'm using sanitize. Instead of using this sanitize function, you can have another technique also. For example, see, suppose here we have a constant. Some MSG is equal to, it is having B, hello, and close B. This is also, we are trying to print this. So security test, we are trying to print this. Okay, so we are trying to print this here. We are trying to print this here, or inside the div, we want to print. That means in the div, I want to print that. So by using div or paragraph anywhere. So I'm using inner HTML, and you see there is an attribute now, dangerously set inner HTML. And here I can bind that value and define that value. Dangerously set inner HTML. And what you have to do here we have to get that option. That means purify.sanitize. And what the data? So that means we have to get the data MSG. That data need to be displayed inside it. If you are trying to directly set that content and display the content, then you have the problem here and handling the problem. So this is used for handling such situations and managing the situation. That means this is generally defined for normal injection attacks. That means this is also just syntax. So this is how we define for normal injection. But mostly while working with the functions and all, we have to use this href, you are binding this. But if you are binding with the inner HTML of any heading or paragraph, then you have to define this. Otherwise, it will not allow, because constant MSG contains some tags options used here, which are not allowed, and they are referred as dangerous. For that, you need to use this DOM manipulation related options. Okay, DOM sanitizer, we call them as DOM sanitizer. By using this DOM sanitizer, so you can handle the security attacks and manage the security attacks. This is what generally related to basic security. So how we define, that means in web applications, security means it's not like only user ID, passwords, login pages security. Security is not just login page, right? Security contains so many things which you have to manage, especially while using such type of content. I will show one more option. That means usually when you are dealing with server-side integrations, you will also face a problem called SQL injection. I hope majority of you people know that, right? And we need to prevent such injection attacks and configure. But here, one more security now we are going to see is how to authorize. That means authorized access to resources. So how to give authorized access to resources? To give authorized access to resources, so we have to implement. Secured routes. Secured routes are used for providing an authorized access to resources. That means what secured routes will do is a secured route will verify the credentials and provide access to any resource location when authentication passes. That means we have to create a login screen and we need to ask user ID password. If user ID password verified, then we have to allow to access. If not, then we have to stop. This is what we need to implement with routing. And for that, we need to create a small example of creating the routes and authorizing the routes. So that we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow, we will finish this authentication. With a practical example, we will see. Once you finish this, now we can go into the concept of React Material and React Native, how to deal with React Material and React Native. So these two things we have to discuss in the next sessions, so that we will see in our few basic things we discussed about the security. So what are the options related to security we learned actually? Yeah. In security options, yesterday I showed you how we can handle how we can handle the cross-site scripting attacks, how we manage the cross-site scripting attacks and deal with them. Yeah. So this is one option we discussed about this, how we can set the sanitize options. In the sanitize option, let's see one point I'm showing you here. Generally, this is our app home. In that we have a message, constant message hello. It is having some option like this. Now I want to display a div. In the div, we want to display that message. And as we already learned that if I want to show the message inside the div, that means inside this security test or somewhere in our content here in the app home. Okay. Here we want to display the message in the security test. We will keep a div. And just we have the option to display there. Generally, to display some content and show the content here, we need to bind this content message, which is not safe. For that, yesterday I told you that you have to first import DOM purifier. After importing the DOM purifier, so what you have to do is you have to use the DOM purifier here. So let's go into the security test. Here, in order to bind safely, we have to use the option as how safely you can bind it. For that, we need an attribute generally. The attribute is dangerously set HTML. So we are using dangerously set inner HTML is equal to, we have to bind the value which contains suspicious string. We need to bind the value that contains the suspicious string. Then what you do is actually, so we need to simply use a object. This object should allow formatted HTML content. To allow formatted HTML content, we have to use underscore HTML. It is a property which sets a unsafe string as inner HTML, which sets an unsafe string as inner HTML. So how we access that? By using purify dot sanitize and the message MSG. This is very important in security. That means now the sanitizer, DOM sanitizer, will read your message which is not safe. It will convert that into the safe string and it will add into the div. This is as HTML. That's what we need to do. So this is safely using the content. You see now hello is printed in bold. Hello is printed in bold. So you need to present in this way. We need to configure in this way. So we cannot directly present the content without using these sanitize options because they are considered as unsafe strings. And this is actually considered as cross-site scripting attack. To prevent cross-site scripting attacks and to use the unsafe strings safely in our application, so we have to use a DOM sanitizer in React. And that DOM sanitizer is responsible for managing this functionality. So whatever the options you are configuring, so with some suspicious strings, they need to be set by using dangerously set inner HTML. And by using the HTML property, we use the sanitizer of DOM to convert and present into the page. So here I will give a simple syntactical approach for that. So that is simply what you have to do. Example I will show you. Just first step, you have to install DOM purify, so that we can do npm install DOM purify. After installing the DOM purify, we have to import. So we need to import purify, DOM purify. So we have to use import purify from DOM purify. And after that, we need to use DOM purify with the sanitize method. You have to use DOM purify with sanitize method. This is the code here. I will copy this. Some security test. This is how we have to use it. And this is how we need to configure the content. So that means we created a function in that we have an unsafe string. We want to use that unsafe string safely in our content. Then we have to do that by using this approach. So this is the basic of how we can configure and how we can define in our applications. So in React.js, this comes under security, how to prevent cross-site scripting attacks, how to safely use the unsafe strings. So security means not just verifying user ID and passwords. This is the major security action. This is the security. So that is how we manage the cross-site scripting attacks. Another important concept you need to understand here is in security, you have to handle security by using cookies in React. Cookies also play a key role in handling the security, which we will use in a further one example. We will see how we can handle authentications. So we can use cookies in that. But first we will see what is actually the cookies concept is. In security, this is also one important option. Generally, when people deal with the React-like technologies, at learning level, basically, they may not learn about how to prevent cross-site scripting attacks, how to prevent request forgeries. But at experience level, these are the type of questions asked in interviews if you show experience. That is the reason we need to discuss these points. So what is the concept of dealing with a cookie and how do we work with the cookie? A basic example I will show you. Actually, cookies are nothing but cookie is a simple text document. It is a simple text document. So cookie comprises of client data or client information. So cookies can be stored. So in two ways. That means cookie can be stored in two ways. That means in browser memory. We call in memory cookie actually. You can store in a client hard drive. We can store in client hard drive. That is the persistent cookie. That is permanent cookies actually. Now what is important is generally cookies store your authentication details. You can say that client authentication details, and reuse across requests. So when you are dealing with authentications, especially using authentications and cookies combination is a very good and perfect example for handling security actually. Because in real world environment, this is what we do. So that means that is reuse across the requests. Now cookies can be defined with the expiry. So that they are deleted automatically. They are deleted automatically after specific duration. So it is very important that you have to manage these cookies perfectly in your application. Let's see one basic example here of how we can handle or manage the concept. Generally, in securities, cookies have some drawbacks also. The drawbacks are nothing but actually cookies are primary virus carriers. That means computers are infected with virus through internet. Through internet, if virus comes and it is affected with virus, means that is due to cookie only. So the primary reason of virus through internet is cookie. That is the primary concept actually. So that is the reason our browsers will block cookies. That's the reason you see every day when you open sites, even in your mobiles also, they say that cookies, do you want our site to copy cookies or not? So if cookies are not allowed in your machine, then certain functionalities cannot happen. So like login, registrations, all these things requires cookies actually. Without cookies, they can't handle that because they need to keep the data in the memory, carry the data across the request and user. That's the reason. Observe, suppose I'm using Chrome. In the Chrome browser, any browser. So in every browser you have settings, you can check that here. I'm opening the Chrome browser, and in the Chrome browser, so here we are searching for Chrome:/settings. So this is the Chrome settings. In the Chrome settings, we are searching for cookies. And you can see I got here cookies and other site data. Go to the settings. You see allow cookies. I will say block cookies, don't allow cookies. So I disabled the cookies. After that, let's open Gmail. Gmail.com. I will open Gmail. And in that I am signing in. So I'm signing in with my email ID. I'm trying to sign in. Then immediately you can see that there will be a message. Your browser has cookies disabled. Make sure that cookies are enabled. So it is mandatory that certain interactions requires cookies. So without this, you can't log in now. You can't do anything in Gmail now. You can't log in at all if cookies are disabled. And if cookies are cleaned up from the history, you have to re-log in again. So this is the quite common concept you will come across everywhere. That's the reason you cannot say that I know React like technology, but I don't know how to handle cookies. That's like silly point, right? So that's not great. Because Then how do you handle authentication? How do you manage authentication in your application? This is the primary thing we have to design in a web application. So cookies are very common concepts. So, but majority of the situations anywhere when you look at the contents of React.js learning, very rarely you will find the cookies are discussed or handled. Why? Because so that is so much in depth about handling the securities, but that is very good to learn to handle the application at real world level. It's very important. It is mandatory also actually. So that experience level, you need to deal with them. At a fresher level, you just have an awareness, that's enough. Now, if cookies, how React application manages these cookies? How React application can deal with these cookies? Let's see that. So Chrome settings. So I will open Chrome settings, and I will again enable the cookies here. Search for cookies, okay. And I will allow the cookies so that we can test in our application. Okay, cookies are allowed now. So let's keep this, fine. Now, how you can configure the cookie and define the cookie? So cookies can be configured and defined in our React by using so local storage. You can configure that by using local storage. Actually, JavaScript manages cookies by using document.cookie, by using document.cookie property. It manages the cookies by using this. And in React, you can use local storage. In React, you can use local storage, and in the local storage, you can configure the cookies and define the cookie. Let's see one simple example, means how we can define and configure the values. So defining the configuration of the values and using them. Just a small example of how we can set the cookie. And later, I will show you how we can use the cookies in various authentication techniques. Suppose, let's go to this project here. Let's open this local host. Yeah. And in this, let's create here, I hope this index.html. Yeah. So in the style, let's keep a style here. So list items actually, so margin right as some 50 pixels, and unordered list. So we have display flex, and list style none. Okay, just roughly I'm defining them so that I can get this appearance here, so that I can know which one I'm using currently. Fine. Now observe here is in this. So we are creating suppose a simple login screen. We are creating a simple login and designing login. Let's go into the app home here, which is our routing startup option there. Let's create a function. So we are configuring a function, and I will give the function as login. Okay. What this login function have to do is it should return. So just return a div, and just I will just keep a simple email. Suppose I said so data list, so data term, or simple just one line I will give, just a label, say email. And here we are defining input type is equal to text. So, and here I want the user to enter the email and hit the button. So I want the user to define that. So that is, so register, or say login. Like this, the option is defined. Now, when user enters that email and provides the details, and I want to handle the functionality. So what we will do is here, we will use state in React application. So in a functional component, you cannot configure the state. So what you do is you can use state to use the state in the React application. So I'm configuring along with React, I'm using this use state also. Okay, now in our login screen, yeah, so this is the login screen, and here we are defining a constant, and that constant uses a description that is some message, and you have an option like suppose so set message. Okay, and here it should use state. Okay, that is how you configure that. Now the intention here is nothing but this is the message key, and this is the value into it, what value you want to configure. Now let's create another function, that is state. You can create a class component and maintain a simple state there. So we are using a functional component. That is the reason functional component can configure state by using use state. Now I will create so a method called as login click. Yeah, when login click happened, I want to store this login click. So is a function. So this function actually what it should do is this login click have to access the details from the username and store them into cookie. So login click is expecting a value. That means email. It is expecting email. That email must be stored inside the local storage cookie. So it must be stored inside the local storage cookie so that I can later use it and I can configure and define this. Now, usually there are so many techniques of configuring. You can use your traditional JavaScript, or you can use here. JavaScript also provides cookies. You can configure them. Here I'm defining local storage. And in the local storage, we can set item. This will create a cookie. It is asking what key you want. The key is, so I will say email. So email is the key. And into that, we need to pass the email what they have entered. So email is the key, and into that you need to pass that email value. And this email value comes from this particular text box. You can say login click or value change, and you can configure anything, right? So that means we can do one thing. So without this login click, while typing itself, we can display value into it. So what I will do is, so I will name this as store cookie or create cookie. Create cookie is a function. So whenever user enters the email, it should store that inside the cookie. Now we need to use a simple option on change. On change, I want to fire up. So this create cookie method, I want to fire up create cookie method. Into that, I want to store the current text box value. Then it's very simple. What you do is, so on change, we will collect the event argument and we will call create cookie function. Into the create cookie function, it is expecting email e.target.value. That means the current text box value will be sent into, so this local storage, and it will be stored in this reference, Now here, after doing that, I will just keep a message there. So that means we need to define the message. So we will say set message. So set message is a state. Into that, it is expecting the value. I will say that cookie created. That is the message I am giving, cookie created. It is accessing that, and it is saying that cookie created. Okay. Now you can observe that. That means you can access this by using message. Now here I will display that message. We will display that message. You can use a general class related state also. Here we are using function related state. This login should come and fire up when user clicks login. So what we will do is, in the route, we will create a route for login also. So route, and route path is equal to /login. And when user clicks login, and a login should come. So that is the content. And we will create a link for the login also. So let's create a link. So to /login. And here we say login. Okay, fine. Now you see in the page, so it is displaying. So the login will get that login and display. And it is asking some email here. And I type some email here, email and passwords, whatever you type here. Email, I'm typing some john@gmail.com. It says that cookie created. So that means now the cookie is created where your information is stored and it is maintained. Your information is stored and maintained. So the cookie is created. So once cookie is created, so how we can access the cookie and how we can use the cookie. Using cookie, we will see in authentications like concept here. There is a separate library for cookies. Generally, people can use those separate websites, separate library also. So you have a separate library we call as React cookie library. By using that library, it is easy to handle the cookies in a more better way. That's what generally our real world people do. But with general JavaScript knowledge also, you can handle this. With general basic JavaScript knowledge also, we can handle that, right? But if you have a separate library, it is easy. So that's because it is very easy for us to store the values, retrieve the values without writing much JavaScript logic. Observe carefully now how to verify this cookie. Go here, right click and inspect. In the inspector, you can go to the application category. You can go to application category in the debugger. In that, you can see that actually cookies are present. There is a separate option, cookies, localhost cookies. Here there are no cookies reference created. Why? Because we haven't directly stored in the cookies. Cookies are stored in a local storage actually. So we configured a local storage. In the local storage, we defined that, and we are using from the local storage. We are configuring from the local storage. That is the reason, if you are configuring from the local storage, then where you will find it is, there is a local storage option there. You see storage, in storage, local storage, in that local host, and you can see email, and that key and value pairs are there. That means the cookie is created and it is configured, and you can see that. So this is generally so very important to handle. Actually, if you install a separate library for cookie that will provide predefined functions for creating, configuring, you can also use all your JavaScript knowledge. And with that JavaScript knowledge, you can configure the cookies and manage them. Or you can depend on this approach. This is the local storage, and in that you have these details, email, and that is the value. Now what we do is we access that local storage value, and we verify the value in the local storage, and based on that we provide access to other resources. That's generally how we do. So whenever we are working with the securities, configuring your values in the local storage, accessing from the local storage is important. I hope if you have a little bit of knowledge in JavaScript about cookies especially, you can handle this situation. You can handle this situation directly because JavaScript uses document.cookie. It uses document.cookie. So by using document.cookie, you can configure the cookie and define the cookie. And the same approach you can use here also, but you need a separate library called React cookie. We need a separate library called React cookie. With that, we can create the cookies and handle the cookies. For example, I will show you that point also. Suppose this is general how we define the cookies and access it. Now let's check this. That means cookie is fine. It is defined and it is having the value. And let's check this. Now, if anybody asks you like, so how much time this cookie will be in the memory? So generally the cookie that you configured, actually the cookie that you have configured is an in-memory cookie. In-memory cookie. That means in-memory cookie means it is not permanent. It will be automatically deleted. So when you clean up your browser memory, so you can even make the cookie store in hard disk, and you can access from that and you can use it. But very important is, in order to try that, so you need the knowledge of understanding how we can persist data into hard drives. That's very simple actually. Cookies are not by default permanent. If you set a cookie with expiry date, so that is the point here. So by default, all cookies are in memory. So to make them persistent, persistent means permanent. To make them persistent, you have to set expiry date for cookie. You have to set expiry for cookie. You have to set expiry for cookie. If you set expiry for cookie, then automatically they will be stored in your hard drive and they will be deleted after that expiry time. Even when you close the browser, they are available. You have to define that. You need to configure that. So let's see how we can manage this with a predefined library also. That means how we can use a predefined library. For that, you have to install a library called React cookie. First, this example I will give you for your verification. Now, if you ask why we have to use cookies, everywhere, wherever you need authentication, it is done through cookies only, 100 to 100%. So that is the reason you cannot log in, you cannot verify the credentials without storing the details in the cookies. That is the reason you need to know about this cookie concept. Now, example, because we are going to learn authentication in our routes, the route authentication requires so a cookie concept if we want to implement in the real world application. But generally, while people learning about it, just they use true false boolean value and they will verify that at C. That is easy to understand, but in the real world, it cannot happen like that. Through cookies only we have to manage. So let's see. First, in this example, simple, what we have done is we have to create a component, and that component is a simple login component. In our components, we just created a component, and so before that component creation, so import use cookie, use state. You have to import use state already. So this is the use state. Make sure that you are importing that use state. Okay, fine. And after that, importing the use state, then create a component that can use the state and configure the cookie and display. That is simple login screen here. This login is enough. Now you can call that and you can display in your application. So that is one option. Now, generally, you can have another technique is React cookie library. React provides a cookie library. Currently, you haven't used it. Currently, what you have done is you just used a JavaScript cookie library. React has separate cookie libraries that makes cookie configurations more easier. Just a basic point I will show you here. Suppose let's open and here CD shopping, CD Amazon is our project, and install npm install React cookie. You install React cookie. So we are installing React cookies, configuring the React cookies. Now, once you are configuring the React cookies and defining that, so you can define the values into that. You can configure different options into this and add the cookie into your browser memory so that we can access and we can use that. So what React cookie provides is, it provides a cookie class that allows you to set the cookies and configure the cookies easily. So let's check that. First, we are installing this React cookie library. Okay, so that means install library. So that you do by using, yeah, npm install, so React cookie. Okay, once you have done that, now in your application it's installed, React cookie is installed. Once you've done that, you import the cookie here, and here we need to configure the cookies. So we have to import, so cookie. So React cookie, we have to import cookie from React cookie. So that is how you configure the cookie. And in our login screen, when in the login screen, in the login here, in the login screen, this is the login page. Okay, this is where we are creating the cookie. And now actually value is stored in local storage. Now we will store in local cookies also. Then we will first create. So now is equal to new date. That means it will correct new date. It will collect the current date and time. Now we need to set date. Now dot set time. So from the current time, we have to add hours, minutes, and the seconds. From the current time, we have to add. From the current time, first how to get the current time? To get the current time, now dot get time. So that means from the current time to the current time, how much time you want to add for cookie, so that it will expire after that. So how much time you want to define. So you have to set time. So by using plus, we have to write hours, minutes, seconds. 24 hours. And minutes, how many minutes you need to define the minutes, and seconds. Suppose 24 hours into minutes 60 into seconds 60 into milliseconds 1000. That means the time is set for 24 hours. You can say 48, 56. You can write how much time. You can directly write how many minutes you want, how many seconds you want. You can define directly. So this is so set time. We are configuring the time and we are defining the time. Now, how do we configure the cookie? So how do we define the cookie? Actually, so we have to just use the cookie class. We have to use the cookie class. By using that, you can use a set method, cookie set method, and we have to use the operations here. That means once you import this cookie, so once you import the cookie at the top, you can see that. So you can use that cookie, and by using that, you can set. And here in the set, you have to define what is the cookie name you want to set. So what's the cookie name you want to configure? So I want to set the cookie name as suppose email. So suppose email. So a user email, that is the cookie name. Into that, so what value you want to store? So email value I want to store. And here you need to define where it should be stored, the path. You have to configure the path. The path defines /, that means into the root of our application root. And how much time it expires? You have to define expires how much time? So that is now. That is the date time that you have mentioned. That is how we have to configure a cookie and define a cookie. So this is configuring a cookie and defining a cookie. So defining the expiry time and specifying the expiry time for the cookies and using. Remember, there are so many libraries. You can use so many different types of libraries for cookies. It depends on your requirement. So it's not mandatory that every time you have to use only React cookies. I'm using React cookies. You can use different. So the object comprises of so many details. That means how much time it should expire, what path it has to configure. Expire, how much you have to define the time. Expire after this particular date time, you need to configure that. You can use options like set cookie, get all cookies. These are all the methods required for configuring and defining. So you can define just name and value. You can use the options like set cookie. There is an option set, and you have set cookie like option you can configure depending on the libraries that you are using. So generally, suppose if you configure in this way and the cookie is created actually. Now this is happening on change. You can write on button click or anywhere you can configure that. Right? So let's run this here. React cookie have a problem here, some where we are using the class. This React cookie is having a problem in this library. I have installed this React cookie. Let me configure this. npm js. Means some package issue is there. So this is the cookie package. React cookie only. So set function also will work. Not exported, then it should work. The general cookie option also. It doesn't contain export imported as cookie. So this library may be having a problem. Cookies provider is there. But okay, means some version issue is there. So the latest version we are dealing in React is not supporting the cookie version that you are using actually. So I will do one thing. What is the cookie here? And so we have to use cookies better here. This is also there, right? Use cookies is there. And in the login screen, yeah, and I'm creating a constant. So cookies is the key and set cookie. And here we are defining use cookies, and the reference, you can use an array of cookies, suppose say email, user email. Is the option, and when user is entering the details, so set cookie, and that is user email. Into that, the value is email, whatever email is entered, and it is configuring the options like path, and path is / configured for that. We are configuring that set cookie. Initially, we are defining that we can access the cookies and display the cookies later. We are setting that here. So user email, that is the cookie. Now let's enter here some name. So some email is john@gmail.com. Okay, let's go to inspect, and in this application, and it is working fine. So and in the cookies, you see that local storage previously working, but now in the cookies also, you see there is a cookies category. In the cookies from localhost, the user email cookie is created, and you can see that the cookie is configured with the value, that is john@gmail.com, that is the cookie value. So you are now creating a cookie and configuring the cookie. So actually the previous one also suitable, but it is not supported in our current version, so we will use this advanced. So our previous version is not suitable here. That is the reason I'm using this new updated library here, that is use cookies. From React cookie, I'm using this use cookies. Actually, cookie also will work, so but it is no longer suitable for our advanced version. So we will better use this option now. So what it is doing, it is configuring the cookies, and it is using the cookie in a simple way. Just we are using use cookies. Into that, you can pass any number of cookies, and you want to access the cookies and display the cookies. That means you can do that by using get method. You can use that by using get method. You can get the cookies. You can simply get the cookies by referring to the cookie name and display. That means if you want to get the cookie name and display, then what you can do is, because these are stored in these cookies, you can present that. Suppose just here, I will write another option. So in the next line, so BR, I am creating here cookies dot, so that is user email. So that is the cookie name. User email is the cookie name. That means you can access that user email cookie and you can configure. You can see that that cookie value comes here. That means what the cookie you created, you can access that and display. Now you are entering something, David, here at gmail.com. So cookie is created and it is stored here. You see now, once you go into the inspect here, and you can go into the application, and you can see that the cookies and cookies from your application is having that david@gmail.com. You can configure that, so, and define that. Now, once you know how to store the user credentials in a cookie and how we can get the user credentials from cookie, now we can create a login screen and verify the details through cookie. He logged in or not. If he logged in, then we will give him access to certain resources. And if he is not logged in, then we will protect and prevent access to certain resources. That means based on whether he logged in or not, we will get that information from the cookies, and we can present through the cookies. That requires so a combination of routing and authenticating the routing. Now we will implement this in a routing technique, and we will see how user can access protected routes. That means security for router. So user will enter the credentials, which will be stored in a cookie. We will verify from the cookie, is that user same or not? Then we will give access to resource. If not, then we will ask him to log in again. Then he can view the resources. That's what we need to implement now. Now let's implement this in our routing example and see how the entire end-to-end application works. That we will see in tomorrow's session, right? So tomorrow we will see how to use this in routing and configure this in routing. Then I will show you one more time how to configure and work with the cookies with routing example, right? Then you will get more clarity on that. If you feel any confusion in this, tomorrow one more time I will explain how to configure cookie and handle security with the cookies, right? Tomorrow we'll see. We discussed about different methods of handling security. We learned cross-site scripting attacks, how to handle them, and cookies, how we manage the cookies, creating and configuring the cookies. Generally, two options are there. You can use local storage, and you can use cookies. Both techniques you can handle. Now, one more option you need to understand, because you learned how to handle security. One more option is how we can create authenticated routes. So security for the resources. So here we need to understand another point, that is authentication and authorization here, right? How do we deal with that? So the previous example was related to the concept of cookie, how you can store the cookie, how we can define expiry date for the cookie and manage that. Now, how we can define authorized access, how we can configure the authorized access to resources. So generally, when we are dealing with the resources in our application, actually, security is important. That means you can configure the routes and define the routes in such a way that only authorized users can access your route. That means you can restrict access to certain resources in application. Actually, you can manage this client side and server side both. Generally, when you are learning .NET, Java, JSP, PHP, all these Python and all, server side authentication authorization will be there. You usually create security tokens, verify the authorizations and authentications server side. But client side also, you can define the authentication and authorization. So you can restrict access to the resources, even client side. But little bit complex about client side is you have to manually, configure a custom router. You have to configure a custom router for authentication, for authorization. We have to configure a custom router. Already you saw how to create the routes and use the routes with existing router. So we have a router. In the router, we given the routes and manage it. But we have to create our own custom router. That custom router will verify the authentications and give access only to authorized people. That is one very major option at experience level. You have to know this, how authorization and authentication. So let's create one simple example for that. So it is a little bit complex thing because you need to dynamically write the routers, add the routers, and display the routers according to situation. It requires a lot of working with history object, navigator objects and all. So location and history objects also we have to use very much. So that is the reason, that is another problem with router authorizations client side, because these days in modern application development, you can't depend on history. So history objects and working with history objects, especially in single page applications, this is where certain options are not great in React. We have to depend on third parties. Why? Because generally any application which is trying to work with history object, location object, that means it is not good for single page application to handle history object. Why? Because if you are dealing with history object, you are giving access to previous page, next page. And generally in single page applications, you should not give access to previous page, next page. That's not good. But in React, you don't have another chance, another way. You have to either implement a third-party router, or you have to use this history-based access and configuration. So that is where React has certain issues when working with client-side security. That is the reason security related, when compared to other frameworks and libraries, React is facing problem in this area. But still, you need to understand how to handle that and how do we work with it. Let's see. So what is the concept? Here is simple. We will create a simple example, but it requires a little bit lengthy logic actually. We will create two pages. So one is a public page and another one is a protected page. So, or private page, you can say a private page. This public page is accessible to anonymous to anyone, and private page is accessible only to login users. So logged in, it is available only to logged in users. If you are not logging in, then that private page should not work. So that is the concept actually. So it should work only when, so it is logged in, users log in, then only private page should be visible. By any means, anyone tries to access the private page, it should not work. That is the approach you want. So that is the approach we want to follow. So let's see how we can create that, how we can configure that. So let's create a new component in our project by name security demo.js. Okay, security demo.js. Okay, and here we need to import certain options, like we have import So React, so from React. Now we want to use state for functional components. If you want to use state for functional components, so you need use state. We have to import that use state. We have to import use state. So we need to import that use state. And now I want two more options from the React. That is to maintain memory for the current component and use the memory for current component. State is used for maintaining a value. I want to maintain a memory for a functional component so that in that memory you can store the values and use the values. So across the requests, it should be available. That means I want to create a context and use that context for the component so that in that context, whatever you create is not accessible outside. So that means if user is logged in with his credentials, just like you say sessions actually. If you have any idea on sessions in server-side technology, so session states. For every user, when he logged in, we maintain a session. And all the activities of that user, we maintain in that session only. The members are not accessible outside the session. Usually, for that, we need to understand two concepts. Like, I think majority of you people have heard about single call, and singleton. Any idea about that single call and singleton? So have you ever heard about this single call and singleton? Any idea do you have about single call, singleton? Do you know what is singleton? I hope singleton majority of you people know, right? Singleton is creating an object. Yeah, creating an object for first request, and the same object will be used for all other requests. Am I right? That is actually singleton. Creating an object for the first request and using the object for all other requests. And single call is actually creating an object for every request. So remember, generally in server-side technologies, actually what happens is in server-side technologies, so we have a user. So this is the users. So multiple users may be there. So multiple users will be there. Multiple users will be there. Usually what happens is you have a resource on the server. So this is the same technique we are following now. Generally, to provide access to that resource, so first client, when makes a request to that resource, what server will do is, server will create an object, and it will use this object, it will use that object. Through that, it will give access to resource. Now, second client also uses the same object to access the resource. That means all clients are using the same object to access the resource. This is singleton. That means object is created for the first request. The same object is used for others also. The same object is used for others. That is singleton. Single call is nothing but, generally single call means this object is only for first client. When second client wants the same resource for the second client, it will create another object. So through that object, the second client will get access to the resource. For every client, it will create an object. This is called single call. This is called single call mechanism. And very important, this is a context object. That means that object will be available until the user sign out. So we need to maintain the credentials. That means that object should contain the data and store the data and keep the data available until the sign out happens. Once you sign out, the object is destroyed. That is the context. In React.js, you can create context by using create context, and you can access the information from context by using use context. So this is very much important, especially when you are dealing with security authorizations. So you have to maintain a context for every user. That is the reason here we have to use two more options, that is use context and create context. These two options are required. The intention of context is to maintain memory for every user individually. So that means a context will remain from login to logout, because after login, he can access any number of times until he logs out. That means the memory should be available until logs out. For that, we need use context and use and create context. Okay. In the context, values are stored in a state. Okay. Next, so we are importing router. For routing, we need so much library. So from React router, so from React router DOM, we have to import so many things. So what we want to import from React router DOM, so I need a browser router as router. Another one, I need a route. Another one, I need a switch. And I need a redirect also to navigate to the login page if user is not logged in. I want to use history to get the previous page from the memory, and the location to get the path. So we can use history and use location. Already I told you, you can directly use browser history object and location object. So, or you can define these use location, use history objects, which will give access to the history. So this is basically required. First. Okay. So this is the library you need for creating all this context. Next step. Now, another important is after understanding how we can configure this. The next step in this is we will create two components function. One component is public page. So this public page is accessible. So it will return some presentation. I will put a heading. So I will say that this is a public page. This is accessible only. This is accessible to anonymous, everybody. I will create another function, and this should be accessible. This is, suppose I said protected page. This page is accessible. So to only means public component, protected component. This is accessible only to registered users. So here also I will just give a heading, say protected page. Okay. Now we have these two components, public and protected page, and we are defining these components, right? So that is the basic option here, defined here. Yeah, that is public and protected page. Now, currently anyone can access, there is no restriction. Anyone can access the public page and protected page, but I want protected page to be accessed only for authorized users. So what I want to do now is I want to create a context for authentication, and I want to use the context. So I am creating a constant. So that is authentication context. This authentication context will create context. That means this is used to maintain the information of the user from login to logout, And we will create a function. We'll create a function called use authentication. This use authentication must use the current context related details. That means whatever the context you created, that must be used. So I just return. So use context. So which context we want to use? The authentication context. So the authentication context, right? That is what we have to define. So what is context? Just now I explained. So what is authentication context? Authentication context that you created is, the main purpose of this is to maintain the information of any user from login to logout. That means first you have to create a context and use that context. So after login, this context must be used. So use context will fire up after you log in, right? We have to define that. Okay, let's see. So this is context. Context is ready. After context is ready, generally what we have to do now is, after configuring the context, so we will create a login page. That login page should use this context. That means it will ask for credentials, username, password, your wish. You can design a form. So if username, password is correct, then login page should maintain the context so that the user details will be kept until he logs out. So we will create a login page. So a function, we will create a function login page. This login page component, so it should return some login button. So that means it should return some login button. Suppose here, please login to view protected page. This is the option. Here you can write all your login logic. Currently, I'm just using a button called login. Okay. Username, passwords, you can verify and define that. Okay. Now, the point is here, whenever you are dealing with this login page have to use this authentication context. So we will create here an authentication. It will use the authentication, use auth. So it will use that authentication context. Login page is using authentication context. The purpose of authentication context is to keep the information of the user, until he signed out. So we created a context and we are using that context. Now that context is accessible to login page, or you can access this context for any page that is after login. Suppose inbox page, contacts page, until he signed out, this context must be used so that his credentials can be carried out across all the pages. Okay. Now here I want to use two more. If he logs out, then he must go to the previous page. logs out, he must go to the previous page or to the main page, root page. That means depending on the state, whether he logged in or logged out. So we need to navigate to previous page and next page. And to navigate between previous page and next page, usually we have to use a history object. Generally, you can use directly window.history, or React provides use history. We can use that use history. Similarly, I told you already, location object also. In route, I told you, you can use window.location or you can use location. Both will be same, but React is native and it will provide more properties for handling the interactions. That will be better. Okay, so that means we are configuring this. Another point is when a user is clicking on the login button, I need to verify the state. Is the state already logged in or logged out? If logged out, then ask him to log in. If logged in, then provide the current state. This is very important. So generally, how we can handle the situation here. So what we need to do is, so we need to create an object. That object contains the status, whether he is logged in or logged out. So we will create an object from, so that means this is used for navigation from current page to another page or current page to previous page. That means from current page to next page or previous page, that is handled. Here we have to put the value into it depending on location.state. Location.state, that means actually location.state is going to provide the current state. So that means is it logged in or logged out, current state. Or you can also access, so by using path name, or you can also access by using path name. That means how to access the root location. You can do one more thing. This from object, you can put a path name. So path name. That means you can define the path name as /. You can define the path name as /. You can configure in this. That means if location state is working, you can use location state. Otherwise, you can use this path name for from. From is an object. That from object, so this is a property, from is a property of an object. That property contains the path. Path is nothing but / indicates the root. That means what is the intention of this is nothing but if you are already logged in, then provide access to the current state. If you are logged out, then automatically take to the root. Root means in the root we will put login screen. That means whenever opens, it will ask please login. So in the root we will keep login. You can keep login or home, anything you can define. That means here the concept is nothing but if user is logged in, it will use that state. So that means login state. If user is logged out, clicks on logged out, it will be redirected to this location. That is the intention we are configuring. Now when user clicks login button. So now what it has to do is it has to access the current state and use that current state. So when user clicks the login button, that means actually this authentication. So this is the authentication. Use authentication is using actually current context. In the current context, we will verify whether signed in or not, sign in or not. So what we will do here is we will write a method. We will write a function. So let login is a function. This login function will fire up when user clicks login button. So what this login function has to do is if user is signed in, so then automatically in the history, it has to replace with the current state. That means it should access the browser history and it should load the current state. This from current state must be loaded into the browser memory. That means history should replace with this current path. It should replace with the current path. So how do we define? So we use a condition auth. So auth dot if it is sign in. So sign in is a method. What this sign in method will do? This sign in method uses a callback method. It is using a callback method. What that callback method will do is, so it will replace history dot replace. It will replace the history with a path from. That means if user clicks login, already if it is logged in, it will get the current state. If he is logged out, then what happens is it will get this path and display. That means which path it will depending on the history. History.replace is a JavaScript history replace method. Actually, JavaScript history object is having history.length. It is having like history.go and it is having history.back. So it is having history.forward. These are all JavaScript history object related methods. It is also having history.replace. This replace is used to replace the current path with a new path, That's what it is doing. So this is login, and login should fire up when user clicks the login button. Then on click, we will just put that login. So we can access the login and display. So on login, we are maintaining the state. So we have a public page, we have a protected page, and we have a login page. And for login page, we created an authentication context so that user logged in or not, we will verify. If logged in, we will give access to private. And if not logged in, we will again redirect to the login screen and we will say that please log in. That is the option we have to do. So that is the route you have defined. Now, important here is one more option is we need to provide. So we need to provide some screen in such a way that if user logged in, it should say welcome. If user logged out, it should say that you logged out, please log in again. That's the message we need to configure and define. So what we will do is we will create an authentication button. We will create an authentication button. It's a component. And what this button have to do is it should use history. It should use history. So use history, and it must use auth. So that is use auth. Use auth is used to get the current context. Remember, we created use auth to get the current context. Current context is to verify whether logged in or not. Whether logged in or not. Now here the key point is, if user has logged in, I want to display one message. If user not logged in, I want to display some other message. I want to display that. So that means simply I want to get the current root path and display. Then what this authentication have to do is it should return. So a presentation depending on so whether user available or not. Generally this context will provide authentication context will provide use auth is current use context. Use context will provide a property called auth. It will provide a property called user. This user is a property will return true. It will return true or false. If user is logged in, it will return true. If user not logged in, it will return false. So what we need to do is we need to verify. Remember, here we are conditionally rendering the content. Already in React, I told you how to conditionally render the content. If situation is matching, render one. Situation not matching, render another. So now you have to render based on authentication. If authentication user is available, then what to render? I want to render a paragraph, just display. So welcome. And I want to display a button, sign out button. That means he already logged in. If logged in, so welcome. So you logged in, this message should come. Welcome, you logged in. Or simply say welcome. So login success. This message should display. So, and there should be a logout button. So we will put some space here and we will put a logout button here. So logout buttons, that means we will keep a button. And what this button have to do? So this button have to just put a option logout. That means we have to give a logout button. On logout button click, we have to log out and go to the main path that I will tell you. This is the condition you are writing. Okay, this is rendered when user is available. User is logged in. If user is not logged in, then colon. What you want to render? I want to render a simple paragraph saying that so you are not logged in. You are not logged in. So this message will say, so please log in. This message we want to display. You are not logged in, please log in. This should display. Conditionally we are rendering. That means if user is available, it will display this message. If user logged in, it will display that message. If user not logged in, it will display another message. That's fine. But one more option is when user clicks logout button, I need to come out of the current path and go to the root path. So that means you have to write a logic for this click. So write on click. On click is equal to, so here we need to write a callback function. We have to write a function directly. You can write a function and call the function, or you can directly write the function. And this function has to use a sign out. That means auth.signout. So sign out. What this sign out have to do? Auth.signout. Sign out uses a callback function which will access. So which will access the history slash. That means what we will do is here it will return history dot push. Into the history we will push this slash. Into history, if you push this slash, or you can write like this also. Into history, if you push slash, that means automatically it will take you to the root location. Root location is login. Or you can also write location dot path name. And here path name is equal to, so you have to define, so the path. Or you can write in this way, simply in the history, we can define history dot push. And into that we can use this slash. Why better to prefer history push? Because if I use location, that location is accessible to the users outside the current context. Location is accessible outside the current context. That is the reason we don't want users to access outside the current context. That means that leads to a concept called request forgery. I told you, another person can make a forgery of your request and post data. That is the reason we are using history in order to maintain a state. And through the state, we are giving access for that application. That means only the user who logged in, he can use the current history state, and through that he can access the resource. If I give location, it will be global. Anybody outside also can access that. That is the reason better always use this history. Okay. So now authentication button is going to return this success if he logged in. So, and if he not logged in, it will show a message saying that you are not logged in, please log in. And after login, it will show logout button. When user click logout, it will come to the main page again. So main page is login page, right? We will keep the main page as login page. This is the authentication button we have created. Okay. After configuring the authentication button, now we need to create a route. We need to create a route. That route should change according to the user. If user is available, if user is, that means we need to create a private route. This private route will verify user logged in or not. If user logged in, it will take to the protected page. If user not logged in, it will take to the login page. So that is the option we have to manage. Now, so many points are there here again to handle. So we have to use the authentication details and configure the authentication details through login. So let's see how we are defining. So after configuring the authentication button, so here we are creating a function. Let's create a private route. Let's create a private route. In the private route, we are defining a children. In the private route, we are defining children. So children is used to accept the routes and configure the routes. So we are defining children, and it should able to access multiple arguments. So then we will create a REST parameter. This REST parameter, because generally route contains so many details. What are the details? Route contains component, route contains redirect to, route contains children. So many attributes will be there. All attributes must be able to access with one argument. Then we will use a REST parameter. This REST parameter is used to collect all the values and keep it one location. Okay. Now these are general options configured here. So what is the intention of this private route is? Private route will again use the authentication. Authentication is always your context. Use context, use auth. Now what it will return? So this private route is going to return a route. It is going to return a route. Now important, it is going to return a route. In the route, we need to define so many details. Remember, it is going to return the route. It is going to return the route. And the route contains so many details. Which route to return depends on situation. It depends on situation. So what we will do here first. So what are the options it should return? That means route contains route parameters. We will use a REST object. This is the REST object. Whatever the REST parameters are passed, we will collect it here. Okay. And route have to render. So route should render. What it should render? So which path it should render? Depending on whether user logged in or not. Depending on whether user logged in or not, it has to render certain details. So render has to render depending on whether user logged in or not. So what we need to do now is, so we need to configure. So here we are configuring. Here we are configuring a location object. That means we are defining a location object. Render uses the properties. Properties, we will get a location object, a location property. This location property can verify whether the user is available or not. That means auth dot user is available or not. So if user is available, that means logged in. If user is logged in, then what it has to do, it has to accept that children. Children means protected route will be passed into it. Protected route will be passed into it. If not logged in, we will pass protected route. You will see that. If not logged in, then we will render again. So we will render, or we will simply redirect. So that means we will redirect. We will redirect to. If he is not logged in, we will redirect to the main path. We will redirect to the main path. So how you will redirect to the main path? So by using here path name. So by using path name is, so we will redirect to /login. That is the path name it has to redirect. We need to configure redirecting to that location. And the state we have to get from the location state. That means is the state logged in or logged out? You have to get that by using another object state. State gets the information from, so it gets the information from location state. That means from dot location. From the location we have to access that and display. So that is the path we have to configure and we need to define for that. That means location related state. So that is the state it should access and use. Here, one more important point is, I will tell you this path, what we are going to do. Observe here. First, I will explain separately so that you can understand how the route should be. Let me write a route here. So that means, see, secured route, this is the key point for secured route. The concept here is, first, it should take the values. What are the values we pass into the secured route? Actually, into the secured route, we will pass public page and login page and the protected page. we will pass 3 different pages. So now it has to collect all the pages. That means it should need a REST parameter. To collect all the options, it needs a REST parameter. That is first point. Another point here is it should render. That means first it should collect the parameters. Next it should render. What it should render? So render is a method. So let's enclose this render. Okay. What it should render? It should render depending on whether user logged in or not. So if user is logged in, then it should render the protected. If not, it should render the login page. So now this is render is expecting a callback function. So usually render is expecting a callback function. This callback function is expecting an object location. Location object is going to get the current location details. That means the current route location details are accessed by using this location object. Now what will happen is it will verify whether the authentication user, so that means user is logged in or not, user is available or not. If user is available, then it will render children. If user is available, it will render children. Children is nothing but the current path. Current path is protected. If user is not available, then what it will do? If user is not available, it should redirect. So it should redirect to specific location. That means here it has to use. So it should use redirect. So redirect again is an option tag. What redirect have to do? It should redirect to specific path. So what is the path it should redirect? So we have to define the path name. Path name is it should redirect to a path called login. And the state it has to set as from location. So from location, that means the current location state will be set into this from. So this is how we need to configure, we need to define. And after that means these are the options you defined. Then after that, you need to end the route. That means you need to configure and end the route. This is route end. That means inside this route itself, you have to define. So arguments, which location to render. So previously, which location to render directly, we give a component name, but now the component will be changing according to the situation. It will not be rendering the same. It will be changing according to the situation. So this is what we have to configure in the secured route. So secured route should contain all these details and define all the details. So that is how you configure the secured route and define the secured route. This is how we define the secured route. Now, one more time, I will show you while implementing how this process works. So initially first, you need to understand the order while execution, then you will see that. So this is ready. That means private route is ready. And private route is rendering the route according to the current state, whether user logged in or logged out, depending on that. Now comes one more important point here is this user, so which you are using to verify. Authentication is using the user. Actually, user is coming from the current state. Into that, we have to set username. If user is set, then based on that, we can verify that he logged in or not. That means remember this authentication user, user is not set. Authentication user will be set. It will be set. So depending on whether he signed in or signed out. That means we need an authentication provider which will set the username when logged in. It will remove the username when logged out. So this is important. So username, user, sign in, sign out. These 3 things we have to return by using an authentication provider. So what we are doing is here we are creating an authentication provider. That authentication provider. So let's create a function. So function. So use. So we simply first create an authentication provider. So provide authentication. What that provide authentication have to do? This provide authentication have to handle 3 details. One is user, another sign in and sign out state. User, sign in and sign out state. These are the 3 things it should handle. So for that, I am creating a constant and I will create user and set user. This is state. We are maintaining state. Use state. So use state. And currently in the state, we will put null. Nothing is there, empty currently. Okay. If user signed in, we will put user. If user signed out, again, we will put null. So, and we will return that. So that means we are creating a constant. The constant one is sign in. Sign in is the constant. This sign in uses a callback. It uses a callback function. So what that callback have to do is it should return. That callback have to return some sign in. So we will create a fake authentication. So fake authentication sign in. So this sign in, what it has to do is it should return. So the username, that means we set the user by using set user. By using set user, we will set this user. We will set the user and we will call the callback function after setting the user. So we call the callback function. So we call the callback function here, So what is the intention of this? The intention is nothing but if user is signed in, automatically this user word is set into it. If user is set, that means user is signed in. When user is signed in, it will return the protected page. Otherwise, it will redirect. On sign out, we have to create similarly another option. We have to create a constant. So on sign out, we have to create a callback, and this callback have to return the fake authentication. So fake authentication dot sign out. So sign out, and what it should sign out. That means it should simply set user empty. It should simply set the user null. That means set user is again null. We will set it to null. And callback here. So that means if sign out clicked, automatically the user is removed from the current state. So if user is removed from the current state, then automatically it will redirect. It will redirect to login page. If user is there, it will go to protected page. If user is not there, it will redirect to the login page again. That is the option you defined in provide authentication. Okay, we have to use this authentication now. Whatever the authentication you provided, we have to use. Remember, this fake authentication is not yet designed. We have to design that fake authentication. Fake authentication will verify is authentication true or false. If true, then it says authenticated. If false, then it says authenticated false. And you can set here authentication true or false. You can set the callback function for a specific duration of time. That means you can put session timeout. Generally, you might have learned in any technology, in any server-side technology. Have you learned? So every session have a default timeout. That means if you don't log out for certain time, automatically it will timeout after specific duration. So do you know what is the default timeout? Do you know how much time the default timeout? Any idea? That means if a session is created in any server-side technologies, in any technology, and the session is not timed out automatically, you can set timeout for specific duration. If session is not timed out for specific duration, then automatically it will timeout. I hope majority of you know that default session timeout will be 20 minutes. You can change it. You can change it to 5 minutes, 10 minutes, because 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the user is not doing any action, automatically it's sign out. You can use timeout function also. So actually, what you need is you have to create a fake authentication which will sign out and sign in. So we need to configure that. So let's see how we can define the sign out and sign in option here. So what we have to do now is this is all the function authentication provide, right? After that authentication here, we will create a fake authentication. So constant. So the fake authentication is created. And this fake authentication object contains the property is authenticated. So that is false. By default, it is false. Okay. And if sign in, it will be true. That means I will use sign in. Sign in will use a callback. And what it will do is, so it will set fake authentication dot is authenticated. It will set to true. And we will keep the set timeout. So set timeout. So the callback will timeout. So timeout after suppose 1000 milliseconds or 100 milliseconds. We can define the timeout. That means if it is sign in, then it is true. If it is sign out, then we have to write another property here, sign out. If it is sign out, it uses a callback. And what that callback uses is fake authentication dot is authenticated. Is authenticated is false. That means not authenticated. Then set type timeout. So we use the callback function to 100. So that means based on the fake authentication is authenticated property, you can know whether it is authenticated or not. User authenticated or not. Now this we have to use for authentication provider. So we have to use the authentication context. So that means we have to create a function. And this function, suppose I say provide authentication. And what it has to do is it has to take the route parameters. That means it has to take your route. So by using children, it will take the route related details. And what it will do is it will create a constant. So authentication, it will use provide authentication. This provide authentication will return. So this will return, provide authentication will return an authentication context. It will return an authentication context. This authentication context, actually authentication context. So authentication context dot provider. So authentication context dot provider. So this provider, so authentication provider. So we'll use the value. The value comes from current authentication state. Authentication state is defined in auth. That means use provide authentication. This is the authentication. This will get the detail, username avail set or not. Username is having a name or null that we are using here. And based on that, we need to render the details. We need to render and return the details. So that means the children, it should render the children here. So we have to render the children path here. If authentication is successful, one path. If not successful, another path. We have to configure that now. So now authentication provided and authentication is configured, and we are using the authentication and everything is ready. Now we need to create a screen for representing the interface. So we will create an export default function, and I will give security demo. And what this security demo have to do? It should return provide authentication. So provide authentication. It should use the provide authentication. So provide authentication is accepting children. It is accepting children, and it is using the authentication details. Children is nothing but it accepts a router. You are configuring a router. Inside the router, first we will put a div, and here we will create an authentication button. We will render that authentication button. At the top, we are rendering authentication button. Actually, authentication button we designed, it contains so welcome login success, or it contains like logout button. So that is displayed at the top. Okay. Now below this, so here we are creating an unordered list with a list item, and here we will put a link, and link this have to link to. So it has to link to so public, so page. It has to link to public /public. So when you access public, then which this is public page text, public page. When user clicks on that, so it should access which component we will write. It will use public. Okay. Another one is another list item. So we will put a link, and this is to protected, and I will say protected page. Okay. We are configuring this protected page. Okay. Now which one to render? So that you have to tell using a switch. So inside the router, we have to create a switch. And the switch contains so route path. So what is the path? If the route path is public, then it has to render the public page. So that means we have a public page component, it will render. If a route path is, route path is login, then it should render login page. That means it should render login page. Okay. But if route path is protected, then it should not give access to protected directly. So for protected, we created a separate custom route called private route. We created a private route. This private route will take the parameters. It will verify whether the user state is logged in or logged out. If logged in, it will send children, and it will render the children into the route. Children is nothing but it is sending the protected page. Protected page contains a lot of details. Remember, this REST parameter is going to access the path. It is going to access the component. So why you given REST parameter? Because it is going to collect both path and component and render it. It is going to render both path and this. That means now this contains a private route. This contains here. So this contains a private route. This private route. So we'll use the path. It will use the path as a protected. So protected. And when user access protected, then it will access that protected page. Protected spelling. Yeah. Protected. And it will access the protected page. That means here we say protected page. It should access that protected page. So this is a custom route. You create a custom route. That custom route will give access only when the authentication is successful. For that, whatever configuration is required, we define, and we are rendering that information. Now we need to start with this security demo. Let's start with that security demo and see. So here I am going to index.js, and let's import that security demo. So import security demo from /security demo. Okay. And let's implement that security demo here. So security demo example here. Okay, security demo is imported here. So and CD shopping. So shopping. So or CD Amazon. Okay, npm start. So here we have to start with this protected route configured and defined with the protected route. So this is security, how you are preventing access to that route. That means we are configuring the route and defining the route. Remember, this part is very much asked for most experienced people. If you are a fresher, you are just learning the React and you are applying as a fresher in the companies. So this much in depth of routing may not be asked every time. So basic route parameters, so route related attributes are asked. But if you show more than 4 or 5 years experience, you need to implement this route with security. So that you need to understand how do we configure the routes, define the routes, dynamically create the routes and use the routes. That's very important. So initially here, when the application logs in, we are managing this client side. Generally, this is this can be done server side. Server side authentications also can be defined. Here, one more option is there. Whatever sign out options are there, we haven't returned them. Make sure that the sign out options are returned. Otherwise, user credentials will not be registered. Suppose you see, you created a use authentication provider. This is the use authentication provider. So use provide authentication. Yes. In this use provide authentication, that user and sign in and sign out are configured, but they are never returned. Make sure that you return them. That means we have to return. So we have to return these details. So we have to return the user and we have to return an object. So sign in and we have to return sign out. So sign out. So otherwise, so it cannot access those details and use the details. That's very important to configure here. Now you see it shows that you are not logged in. Please log in. So you have a public page and a protected page. And I click on protected page. It says that please log in to view protected page. If I click public page, the public page is visible. It says you are not logged in, please log in. So public page is visible to everyone. But when I click protected page, it says please log in to view. We just created a login button. What you can do extra, put user ID, password, text boxes, collect the value, verify. And if true, user ID, password is true, then allow protected page. If I click logged in, now it will log in. When it log in, then it says protected page is there. So welcome, login success, and logout is ready. And now you can see currently your state is maintained until you log out. You can switch between the public page, again come back to the protected page because it is maintaining state. That is what we have done by using current context. By using context, we are maintaining the state so that it will keep your details available. And when I click here, logout, see public and protected, you can switch between them. When you click logout, then it says you are not logged in. Now, when you click protected page, it is no longer accessible because your user is removed from the current session. If user is removed from the current session, you have to log in again. Then you have to log in again. You logged in, then you can access the public and protected page any number of times. You logged out, then it is not available. It says you must log in. This is the basic approach we need to follow for creating authenticated routes. And this is very important at higher level. So, and you need to have a good practice on this to handle and deal with this. So once try this, if you feel any difficulty in understanding and feel confusion, I will explain one more with a different point of examples also. One more time I will explain if you feel any difficulty in that, right? Now, after this, we need to now go into the concept of React material and so React native. So, or you can also use Ionic for building cross-platform mobile applications. I will show you one extra framework called Ionic, how to use it for building mobile-based applications, right? Progressive web application. So what is React material? How to use React material? That we will see in our next video. How we can use React native options to work and handle. So actually, so generally in various applications and various projects, you may work with React native and React material, or we have different types of alternatives also. I will give you a simple overview. Actually, the concept of React native and all these are to build cross-platform applications that can run on any device. So other than React native, so many options are there. Actually, we will see today one simple point, like the main option is building cross-platform mobile applications. Cross-platform mobile applications in React. You can also call that cross-platform mobile applications in React. Actually, till now we have seen how do we build single page applications. You can call this as progressive web applications. You can use progressive web applications. So in short, we call them as a PWA, progressive web application. Actually, the concept of progressive web application is nothing but an app-like experience. So in the browser. So that means you can develop and design app-like experience for application, app-like experience in browser. You can develop and design app-like experience in browser. So that is what actually progressive web application is. Actually, to handle this, we use a combination of developers have various choice. So you can use React native with material UI components. You can use React Native with Material UI components to build a good user experience, UX actually. Or you can also use several third-party frameworks like you can use frameworks like you have the frameworks like Apache Cordova. So you can use Ionic. You can use native script, etc. So it depends. Generally, sometimes people may be talking about only concept. In various situations, they are also not enough for building complete cross-platform mobile applications with our type of requirements. Then we need to depend on third parties. So today I will show you, however, I will show you general React Native and Material UI, but I will show you additionally some third-party frameworks which are very popular and which are used for building mobile application with React, cross-platform mobile application with React. So generally people always learn React Native or Material UI components. This I will show because once you know any one framework, similarly others also. Only the point is every framework have its own components which you can use in your applications to make the development process more easy. So let's see today an option of how we can building a progressive web application using Ionic in React, which you can do with React Native also and Material UI components. Every framework have different set of components, depends on your requirement you can use. Actually, Ionic have some major advantages. So when you compare with React Native, that is the reason. So we depend on this Ionic native script like things when you are specially developing and working with them, right? So because it provides some predefined libraries which will best fit for your React applications. Later I will show you the comparison with React Native, but once you know any one framework, all other frameworks are in a similar way. So we have to handle them in a similar way, right? Let's see how we can set up the environment and work with that, setting up environment and working with that. Actually, many times people ask differences because many times people learn only React Native. They may not be aware of others. So then usually the doubt comes, what is the difference between React Native and Ionic? What are the major options? So these you will get at the end. I will give you a simple point so that you can understand in what way these third-party frameworks are better, right? Because every time your React Native may not be suitable for the situation, right? So let's see how to use this Ionic. How do we work with Ionic? So first step, we will learn how to set up the environment. How do we install? So what you have to do is just a point I will give you. Ionic. What is Ionic actually? Ionic is a framework. Used to build cross-platform and progressive web applications. So which can run on any device. So it provides predefined components and hooks for React. Not only for React, so for React, for Angular, even you can build cross-platform mobile applications with JavaScript and Ionic like frame. So you can use Ionic instead of React Native and UI. Material UI also, how do we install and how do we work? So today, let's see how we can set up the environment. So first, what you have to do is, so download and install. So Ionic CLI on your PC. Download and install Ionic CLI for your PC. So actually, CLI is, you know, that it is a command line tool. So which provides which provides set of commands. Use it to create and manage your application. Create and manage your application. You have to download and install that CLI too. So how do we do that? So syntactically, you have to run npm install -g Ionic/CLI. You have to install Ionic CLI. So globally, you can install this Ionic CLI. So I am running here. So in the command prompt, we have to install npm install -g Ionic/CLI. We have to run that command. So Ionic will be installed on your PC. Already I have that installed on my PC. You have to just wait for a little while to download and install everything for that. Once Ionic is installed on your PC, now you can start using Ionic for your React application. So you can create a simple project and you can configure the project for your React application. So what we will do is here, let's open our project workspace. So this is the project workspace. In this project workspace, so already we have some project called Amazon. Now here I want to create another application. So what we will do is to create another application with Ionic. So a React application with Ionic. So now next step, create a new React application integrated with Ionic library, Ionic framework. So you can create a new React application integrated with Ionic. In an existing React application, you can install this so that it will add Ionic. In existing application, what you have to do extra, I will tell you. If you want to create a new React application integrated with Ionic, then what you have to do is you need to run a command. And for that, the command is you have to use Ionic start and your application name, any application. So I will define the application name as some demo app or PWA, means progressive web application. So, or I'll simply put syntax here, app name, okay? And generally, Ionic apps can be page by page, can be tab by tab. So it's depending on how you want. Usually we use tabs for presentation. And it should use React hooks and React applications. So the type of flag, we have to use -- type is equal to React. So this is the basic command which you have to use. So Ionic start and your application name. And what is the application? You have to define the application style. Usually progressive web applications will be designed and configured in tab style. How you want to browse, that's it. And React type, you have to configure the React type. So it will install that, create that application with Ionic. It is creating a React application. So I will open this workspace, React full stack. Here we need to run the command. So npm install, npm, here Ionic, already we installed Ionic start and the application name. Application name, I will say mobile app, something. Mobile app is the application name. Mobile app is the application name. And here tab style and the type is equal to React. That's how we need to configure. Now enter. It is going to create a new React application integrated with Ionic. It is going to download and install everything. Actually, Ionic needs a capacitor. So that capacitor is automatically, it is a compiler. Capacitor is a compiler. It is automatically added into your application. So nothing special happening here. You are creating a React application integrated with Ionic framework. You can do that with React Native, or you can do that by using React Material. But in real world, React Native, React Material may not be enough for every situation. So that is the reason we have to use and depend on several third parties, right? Now, once it is installed, we need to add one more option here. So it will take a little while. because it has to do two things. It must create a React application and add Ionic into it. Now what Ionic will provide here is, that means, so here note is a simple note here is, it will create a React application integrated with the Ionic framework that provides library with that provides library of predefined components and UX, user experience. That means it will make your application more better in user experience. I hope majority of you people know user experience means unified user experience. Unified user experience means, so your application will have same behavior across all devices. That means mobile users can get access to everything. That means same experience across every device. Your application will have same behavior across device. So that means it will not optimize. Actually, applications will optimize. It will not optimize your application. Optimizing means it will shrink and fit according to the device. It will not shrink and fit according to the device. It will make your application same across all devices. Everywhere it will look same, work same, function same. That is unified experience. Another option is fluid user experience. Fluid user experience is nothing but, so it is like SPA. That means user will stay on one page and gets access to everything from the page. So that is SPA and progressive web application environment. That is fluid user experience. To make your application better with unified experience and fluid experience, these kind of frameworks are required. Sometimes people use React Native and Material, sometimes Ionic native script. This is Ionic. So we have so many things, you can use any. What I'm showing you today is Ionic, just so that you can try this for building mobile applications using React. Or you can also see the React Native and Material, which are similar, like Bootstrap things I will show you. Like the Bootstrap things, they are similar. I will show you how they are handled. So let's see, is it finished? Yeah, it is taking a little while more. Okay, I will show you the framework, because once the application is created, then we can start working. This is Ionic. So this is Ionic. That's what we are going to see now. And this is the cross-platform mobile application framework. And in this, we are using free library. It provides a premium library also. Premium library means you can buy the extra library, and your applications are not satisfied with the general React Native and Material UI, because some people just talk about only those two things, but our real world applications are not satisfied with all of them. We need more. Then even Ionic free provides free, but those free are not enough. You have to buy. You need to buy, and you need to use that depending on your requirements. So if several components they provide already are not enough, you can buy the templates and you can use them in your application. That is one general thing you need to know. We have Ionic. We have like native script. So native script is also very popular. You can use Glimmer native script. So different depending on the requirements. So we can use various, but React people often compare with the React Native and React Materials. Other components are very much compared. That is the reason. So you can say that I know React Native because I will show you that how to handle, and Material UI. Along with that, you can also, because the example I will show you, simple examples I will post, so that they are enough to make you work with React and Ionic. You can easily handle them. So first step, you need to create a React application. After, it is taking a little while to download all the library. After that, what you have to do is, so update your React application to use React hooks and progressive web application. You have to update your React application to use React hooks and progressive web application. For that, what you have to do is you need to install one more library after you created an application. Inside the application, you have to install npm install Ionic React. Ionic React hooks. And you also have to install Ionic progressive web application elements. This will give you all the library for React, means UI and UX for both of them. After creating React application, you have to update your React application with reactive hooks and progressive, because actually Ionic provides. So why you need this? Because the point is Ionic provides various components. So derived from progressive web application elements. Then install the progressive web application elements. Otherwise, your React application cannot handle that. You have to do this work also after creating the React application. So, and by default, another point you should know is by default, React application, by default React application uses here Ionic React uses TypeScript. I told you that JavaScript and TypeScript. Ionic React uses TypeScript. That means here your files will be TSX, just like JSX, TSX. And the TypeScript is nothing complex, same like JavaScript. So it supports more features than JavaScript. It is strongly typed. So, and it handles all the object-oriented approach, so which JavaScript is not capable of. Just only nothing special you will observe here, just basic file extension will be TSX, means generally TSX, that means it will have the extension .ts. TypeScript files have extension TX. So TypeScript, you can see still it is creating, yeah, it will take a little while because many dependencies and many libraries are required for this. So it is downloading everything. Actually, this is enough to even handle your mobile devices, like calling, like photos, camera, photo galleries, developing mobile native applications that you can do by using this Ionic. That means you are not just building a mobile application, you can build a mobile native application, like a contact book, like a photo gallery, like a caller, dialer, all such things you can design. So that's what Ionic gives power to React to handle such. Depend on third parties, you can use this one, right? So these are the two important options you need to know. First, you create a new, first you need to install Ionic on your PC. So after installing Ionic, now you need to create a new application with Ionic, and you have to install React hooks and progressive web elements library in your React application, so that now you can start using that. So let's see, because it is taking a while, it will take time. Already the entire environment so will be the same way how it is for your React application. Only the point is extra framework is added. It is asking, do you want to create a free Ionic account to collaborate this with application with Ionic community so that you can get an online help from the community? I don't want, just I will say no. And everything is ready. Your application is ready. You can use the capacitors and all for running on iOS and Android. iOS and Android, for that you need extra mobile environment to download. If you download extra mobile environment, you can even test on an iPhone screen directly, or an Android mobile. You can synchronize your mobiles and you can test directly on your mobile. So that will work. So it is ready, right? And now you can see that here the project mobile app comprises of everything similar, same, no change. You have your SRC folder, you have your public folder. Only extra you will see that your SRC folder is having some ready-made files, but here you will see the extension TSX, not JS, TSX, TypeScript extensive. That is, but concept is same. Index app components, only the code will be in TypeScript. So assets contains all your icons and all in public folder, everything similar. Now go to the mobile app, CD mobile app, and here I need to download one more library. So that is npm install @ Ionic / React hooks, and Ionic / progressive web application elements. These two things we have to install. So we are installing those two options and configuring. So it is additionally installing two more libraries which are required for React to handle its React hooks and progressive elements. So those are also done. Fine. After you installed these two, now your React application must use the progressive web elements and load the progressive web elements and attach to the browser window object, so that the browser window object can translate everything into browser native. So what you have to do is, after installing, next step, you have to go to src index.tsx. This is index.tsx. In that, you have to import a library. And the library that you have to import is, let's go here and import. So import. You have to import define custom elements. You have to import define custom elements from Ionic and progressive web elements. In Ionic progressive web elements, you will have a loader. This loader will load the custom elements. Whatever the custom elements you are creating, these elements will be made native to the browser window. For that, what you have to do is, one more thing you have to do is, you have to use define custom elements, and you need to load into the window object. That means whatever the progressive application elements you are using in Ionic, they are added into browser window and translated into the browser native, so that it can run on every browser perfectly. So this is ready. That means your React Ionic application is ready. So what you have to do next step is, after installing this, so set up custom elements for window. So to do that, what you have to do is go to index.tsx. You have to go to index.tsx. So it is present in your src folder. So in src folder, you have to go to index.tsx in src folder, and you have to import and configure progressive web elements. So progressive web application elements, you have to do that. It's mandatory. Otherwise, Ionic related whatever components you are trying to use, they will not work. Make sure that you have done this. So I will copy this line, and this is added here. We have to import that, and after that we have to configure. This is already there. That means this is already there. That means your app component is in the startup. Under that, you need to add this line, define custom elements set up to window. That's what you have to do. So once it is done, now it is ready. You can run your application and see. So run your React application with Ionic. So for that, you have to use the command Ionic serve. This is the command you have to use. That means in the project, so you have to run the command Ionic serve. Yes. It will start your React application. It will invoke the Ionic framework, and it launches your application. Now you can start building your application. You can customize your application. It is complete React application only. Only the point is, in this React application, it is going to match so many third-party libraries which are added and used from Ionic. So many things. So let's check that. That means how they are defined, because it is a ready-made component library. It contains predefined components. So let it start. Okay, so it is running on the development server, and it is on local host, 808100. this is your React application. Actually, you can see this output. You can see this output on your mobile environment also. On the mobile environment also, you can see this output. Now we can customize this. I will show you a simple option. You see at the bottom, you have tab 1, you have tab 2, tab 3, like options are there. Tab 1, tab 2, tab 3. Now see what we are doing here is, let's go to the app component, app.tsx. App.tsx, you can see this is the app component. In the app component, it is having some library. You see, you know that app component is the startup component. So after starting this, so app.tsx is the startup component. So you can customize app.tsx. You can customize app.tsx. So in SRC it is present. You see, observe here. So this app.tsx, it is using, browse here. You can see here on the screen a triangle, a square, and a ellipse. It is using these symbols. Actually, these are coming from Ionic icons. Generally, what React people learn is, usually they learn React materials. That material have its, just see in simple way to tell you that it is like font awesome, or it is like your Bootstrap library, because you know that Bootstrap provides ready-made toolbars, models, so carousels, same like that, same to that Bootstrap library. You will have this library also. You need to just use that in your project, in your application. So for example, see now, suppose it is using icons. So several icons will be there, hundreds of icons. Suppose I want to use a phone icon or say call icon. Import that call icon, okay, from icons, and I want some gallery icon, gallery, or say images icon, okay. I want like camera icon, okay. I want like home icon, okay. So you want various icons, you can just import those icons. Suppose I want these 3 icons, so like call, images, and camera. And see, I want to change those icons. In the design, you see here, you have the icons defined here. You see, these are components, you can easily understand. You see there is an icon, Ionic React router. You have Ionic tabs, and you have route paths. You see, tab 3, third tab will open. You have tab 1, tab 2, tab 3. Those tabs will open. So tab 1, tab 2, tab 3 having these symbols. What I will do is, for tab 1, you see, for tab 1, Ionic icon is triangle. I will put call that we imported. Okay. I will change the label as call. Okay. And the second tab, I will put as camera, and I will change the label as camera. Third tab, I will use as images, and here I will keep as gallery. And you can see the screen is updated now. You can see at the bottom, now you got a mobile screen. So you have so call, camera, gallery. You can keep your own symbols. Actually, earlier people have to depend on Bootstrap, font awesomes, or after that people use React Native and React materials. Now more advanced is this type of frameworks. Now here you can design. I will give a complete example of gallery and displaying. I will give you a small logic here. Suppose what should happen when user clicks on camera. So actually you can customize this, because you see call 1, it is tab 1. So that means you go to pages. In pages, you see there is tab 1.css, tab 1.tsx. You write the logic here. You create the presentation, what title you want for tab, what name you want for that container. So these are all ready-made, what title you want. So tab 1, suppose here we are changing as call. So this is call. That means it will keep those options and it will put those options there. Title, that is only title we have defined. And it will add them. You can customize, you can remove this and you can use your own. So here I said, suppose say call. So that means you are customizing them and you are changing them. You can change the effects. So from its CSS file, you can change. You see the title is now call. First one is call. Second, I click on camera, it should be changed to camera. So let's go to tab2.tsx. And here we will change the title as camera. And the title also, Ion title also keep it as camera. So, and tab 3 TSX, let's change this as some gallery. And let's change this to gallery. So this is gallery. It's a combination of several components. You can create your own component and add there. Now you see camera, you see gallery, you see call. These options are designed. You can change this text, whatever text it is displayed. You can put your own content. So that is actually body. What you want the body. That means the container. So from where it is getting the data and accessing, you can customize. However, this is generally, it is coming from components and it is defining. You can customize them. Now, what's the logic here is simple. Suppose when user clicks to these components, we have components. We have some ready-made component here. And we have pages and all these options. What I will do is in SRC, I will create a new folder. In SRC, I will create a new folder and keep this folder as script file, not the JavaScript file. So let's add a new file. Some use photo gallery.ts, a TypeScript file. I'm creating a simple TypeScript file. TypeScript file will have the extension .ts. Now in this, you have to write the logic to launch the camera. Remember, actually you need several third-party libraries, but React is now integrated with Ionic, which is already using hundreds of libraries, which are suitable for mobile. Mobile related measure, all the options are available here. Gestures like touch, camera, calls, galleries, everything predefined. You have to just use them, those libraries. So what we will do is actually, so here we will import. So I'm importing from, we have Ionic, in Ionic React hooks, Ionic React hooks, we have a camera. So actually React Native, all these people have this, means people using React Native and others, they also have all these functions. So you can use any, if you know one framework, others are similar, just only the library you need to know. From this, I will import use camera. Use camera is a function which is used to invoke the camera. Okay, that is available in this. Okay. Next, I will import some more libraries here from capacitor. So from capacitor. So we have a capacitor core library. This capacitor is responsible for making your components and libraries compatible with the native browser. So that is your, which browser you are using, which operating system you are using. So here we need to use some libraries like camera result type. We have to use camera source. We have to use camera photo. So we have to use like capacitor. We have to use like file system directory. File system directory is for saving your photos into the gallery and again showing them. These are all required for mobile-based environment when you are dealing with it. Now we will create a simple component that will use the camera and take the camera photo. So we will create a functional component, export function. So use photo gallery. So that is the function. Now what I want this functional component to do is, I want to take photo and return that photo. So we will create a constant, and the constant get photo. It is an deconstruction of object. Which object? Use camera. Use camera returns a set of properties which are used for accessing the camera device, and which you can now access by using get photo. This is a destruction technique, destructing of object. So now I want to take the photo and return. That means we need one function, but important is generally the function that you execute in mobile-based environment should run along with other functions. It should not lock the other functions. So we have to create an asynchronous function. So we will create a function constant take photo. Take photo is an async function, asynchronous function. So we create an async function. This async function should return. Usually JavaScript async function will return by using await. Async and await are the JavaScript asynchronous functions. So it has to get the photo from your camera source, from the camera, and store in a location. So what we will do is we will create a constant camera photo. Into that, whatever the photo you captured from camera, it should be stored. So it should use await. So get photo. Get photo is an object which will get the photo from your camera. So result type, it uses the property result type. So the camera result type is URI. That means the result photo, it will return the photo location, the URL. Result contains the photo location. And camera source is defined by using source. So camera source dot camera. That means it will get the embedded camera. Actually, camera source contains, you can get from photo, you can get from camera, you can get from prompt. We want to get camera from photo from camera, not from gallery. So it will invoke the camera. And quality, we have to keep the photo quality to 100%. So otherwise the quality will be reduced. Okay. Now this component have to return the photo it has taken. That means this take photo, whatever the photo comes, it should return it. So what we have to do, we have to return, and we have to return the take photo method. Take photo method. So this is the basic approach we need to define. So what this functional component will do, so use photo gallery, it will invoke the camera, it will take the photo from camera with this particular quality, and it will store its URL in result. It will get the camera from camera source and quality, and it will store that result inside take photo. Take photo is going to return the photo you captured from the camera. That's what it is going to do. Okay. So whenever you call take photo function, it will return the camera. It will pop up the camera and it will use it. Okay. Now where we want to use this, I want to use this photo gallery in the camera tab, that is second tab. So go to tab 2. In tab 2, what we are doing is we are importing that library. Import that library. Import. What we have to import? Import from // from hooks. We have to use photo gallery from there. Import that use photo gallery. You have to import that use photo gallery. And after importing this, use photo gallery is providing take photo function. We have to call that function here. So we will create an object constant take photo. It is using use photo gallery object. So use photo gallery is returning a function. Use photo gallery is returning take photo function. The take photo function is now attached to this object. Now call the take photo function here. That means we have to just use take photo function, call the take photo function. On load I will call, or you can call on, because on that will load automatically. Usually it is going to load automatically. On load it will call. You can see that it shows the camera here. Let's go to the previous and launch this. So that is tab 1. So this is tab 1. You can see this is tab 1. Now what happens is when I click on tab 2, it should launch the camera attached to my device. That means you click on this camera, then it should launch the camera from my device. And you click on this take photo button, then it will take the photo captured. You can cancel that. You can take a new photo and you can confirm that. Now rest of the logic we have to write. Whatever photo captured, get the URL, save in a location, and again display inside the gallery. That means go to another tab, pull the file and display there. That's what you can do. You can switch between the reverse camera and front camera. You can go to the gallery and pick up a file from and you can use that here. So we have to write the logic for that. So retrieving it, accessing it, and displaying. So this is building mobile native applications with React. So generally people use several third-party libraries. When compared to React Native, so Ionic and other third-party libraries are, you can say, very far better than that. So generally you may be hearing about only React Native and React Material, but these kind of frameworks are more flexible, have more advantages. And in real world projects, even we purchase these to get more components and integrate them into our applications. I will post an example complete. That example will take photo, store the gallery, and show the gallery. You can practice in the same way, right? Now the similar type of work you can do with the help of React Native and Material also. If you know this, you can handle those. I will show that how React Material and React Native also used in the similar approach. Suppose I want a calendar, calculator, then automatically ready-made components will be there. Just we need to call the component and invoke it with the library. That's it. It's ready to use. So how do we handle that? React Native and working with the React library with Material UI. That example I will show you tomorrow, right? So that tomorrow you will get a clarity on difference between React Native and other third-party frameworks like Ionic. I will post this entire example. You can try on your devices. Actually, we don't have any mobile, so that it will test on Android screens, iOS screens, and it will show you directly. You can synchronize your device also, so that you can test this on your mobile devices directly. So that is mobile environment development, right? So, but this is what React can do, right? And how other options are used, that we'll see tomorrow, so that you will get a clarity difference between React Native and of those frameworks and develop applications for mobile native experience. Actually, very popular. Generally, people go with React Native or the other frameworks, as I told you, like Cordova, Native Script, and Ionic. All these very popular for building mobile native application. Yesterday I showed you. Now, generally, while developing application for React, so to make them mobile native, so you have the options like React Native or Ionic like framework, what I showed you. I will upload that complete simple sample examples related to mobile environment today. And you can try those other examples in a similar manner. So now another option here is, while working with React, people also show interest in using the Material UI for React. So Material UI is just like Bootstrap. So just like how you use Bootstrap and Font Awesome in building applications. So Material UI is nothing but it provides predefined components for React application. So you can customize and inject into application. So they are better than Bootstrap because Material UI is a similar to Bootstrap. So but native to React application. So that is the reason. So that means more compatible with React application rather than Bootstrap. Of course, Bootstrap also good because React is completely typed JavaScript based only, so there is no problem in that. But once you are dealing with native, that means more compatibility. So your applications will have more compatibility with the browsers and other devices, especially when you are dealing with Material UI. Actually, Material UI, same. It provides all the components for you. So it will provide all the components for you. Same like Bootstrap. So like you have models, you have alerts, you have cards, calendars, date pickers, everything same. How you use for your applications. For example, it provides Material UI. Material UI provides like containers, just like Bootstrap. It provides a grid. It provides a like a model, like accordion like alert, etc. All these are predefined. So date pickers, calendars, but many times these are also not enough in real-time projects. We have to depend on several third parties also. But these you can explore by yourself, and you can use them in your applications. So that will be more. I will show you how you can use them in your application. So you can use that in your applications. That makes more better. Right? But remember, these components may not be enough for complete your type of requirements. That's the reason. In various occasions, what you have to do is, so you have to depend on third parties. So like you see, one of the third parties like Telerik.com. So this is one third party. You can depend on these like third parties here. So you can see when you go to the demos, they will provide here for React. When you go to React components, you see hundreds of React components are available. So such components are provided by Material UI. As I already told you, Material UI is not enough. So sometimes you need more than the Material UI. Then you have to depend on such third parties. And you can see that when you are selecting and using this, see the previews. I selected like a combo box, multi-column box, some avatars, menus and all. When I click on them, and you can see it will show the preview of that. So you can implement this in your project, in your application, and you can keep that. So, but this is some are free, some you need to pay. So Material UI is also same. Material UI provides some free templates for you. You can go to Material UI for React. This Material UI provides some free options for you, and it will provide some premium options also. Premium options means you can buy and use them. That means it provides even templates, ready-made templates. These are the premium templates. So you can download those templates and you can see the cost, just like Bootstrap templates how they give. You can download that entire template and you can customize according to your requirements. So Material is all about exploring according to your requirement and using it. I will show you one example, a simple example of how to use Material. Then other components you can explore by yourself and you can design, right? So let's see how we can use these Material components for our application. For that, first you need to download and install few things. So first what you have to do is download and install Material UI for your React application. So you have to download and install the Material UI for your React application. So usually how we do that? So generally we can download by running few, and the command for downloading the Material UI. So what you have to do is change to your project folder and run the following command, and the command will be like npm install and material UI core, material-UI core. So you have to download the Material UI core library. This is the library you have to download. And after that, another library is also required. Actually, Material UI library uses material icons. So you can also download material icons. Same like font awesome icons. You have material icons also. So you can use those material icons for your application. And for that, what you have to do is npm install and material UI/icons. That's how we need to define. So these are the basic icons that you need, and these are the icons you have to design. Technically, the icons we need for displaying like home, like about, like contact, like mail. So generally, people use font awesome or other icon libraries. Here directly you have some icons. Okay. So once you install these two, so let's go to the project, and in the project, make sure that you make sure that you are accessing and using. In the project, you make sure that you are using this. So that means we are adding that cd Amazon, that is our project location, and npm install. npm install, I have to install material UI core, UI core. I already installed that, it will take some time. And similarly, install Material UI icons. Now you can use all the knowledge of that materials. You have to explore everything from the official sources, and you need to use them. You have to learn that. Actually, suppose I will show you a simple example of how we can use cards. Example like card in Material UI. Actually, already I showed you in our previous examples with the Bootstrap. We can use the cards. With the Bootstrap, we can use the cards. So generally, Bootstrap means it will have classes like card header, card body, card footer, card image top, like that. Now in Material UI, so what actually Material UI provides is, so it provides the components. So, and those components you can use and keep in your application. So you have so many options. For example, in order to design card, Material UI provides various components for card. Like you have the component like card header. So usually these components are like functional components you define. You have a card header. We have like card media. So we have like card content. You have like card actions like this. So we can use the options like collapse. Same like your Bootstrap have collapse. You can use options like author. So you can use buttons, you can use icons. So many options are there. So first important is, if you want to design, you have to import all these libraries. That means you have to import all the library required for components, all the library required for components, and you can use them. So there is nothing complicated thing to understand or deal with, because as a web developer, once you are familiar with Bootstrap, JavaScript, jQuery, and one example you saw in React, material components, all other components you can implement by yourself. You can get help from the official source and you can do that. I will show you this. Similarly, you can try other also. So let's create one simple example. So I am creating a new file in the SRC. I will give as carddemo.js, carddemo.js. Now in this, I want to design a material card and present that material card. Then you need to import everything required for it. So I want to import React from React, okay. And I need to create a component where we want to use all this content. Actually, to design everything, you need the same bootstrap-like approach. So that means, for example, export default, so a function and card demo, and it will return and render some content. It will return and render the content. So let's keep an empty container here to return and render some content here. So I'll just keep a heading as a card demo, or simply say material UI card. That's the option here. Okay, and I want this to use in my application. Let's go to index.js and import here. So import card demo. So from /card demo. Okay, and add that here card demo. Okay, now your application is ready. So the card demo is working fine. Material UI card. I want to design a card and keep that card. Generally, Bootstrap cards, as I showed you already, there is an approach: card header, card body, card footer, card image top. Here, everything is designed as component. So for those components, you have to import the component related library first. So you want to use a card, then first you have to import. So we need to import the cards. You need to configure the cards. We need to get styles, define styles. So, and actually, this React uses a lot of icons library, CLSX library. So many we need to import and define here. Actually, we are importing. So from material, we have material now. Material UI, so material UI. So core, material UI core. We have like styles. By using styles, you can get the predefined styles or create some styles. You have an option called make styles. You can import this make styles to configure your own styles, update those styles. Remember, by default, materials uses a font called Roboto, and it uses some predefined styles, so which you have to import and use them. And there is another library used for representing the contents. So like card headers and all, we need to import them. Remember, Bootstrap is simple because everything is under one file. But here we need to import a lot of library because everything is provided like a component. So we have to import card. We have to import card from material UI, and in the material UI core we have card. So from the card you have to import the card, and card have card header. So then again we have to import card header from same material UI core. In that card header. Everything you have to import in this way. So we have to, means whatever you want to use for the card. So we want card media from, so again material UI core, some card media. We have to import card media. So, and we need to import the card content. So import card content. So from material UI card content. So that's you have to define. And you need like card actions. So you want to perform some close, expand like options, card actions. So we have to get it from material UI card actions. Yeah, card actions. So we have to get from card actions. So what is advantage is they are more native to your React application, and they will be more compatible to the React applications and can run React Native. That is what actually the advantage is. So I have imported only these card related things. So to expand and collapse any content, you have like card collapse, or actually collapse. Collapse is same like your Bootstrap also have a collapse. And here material UI core / collapse, we can import that collapse and use it. Collapse. So we can add that. And you have like buttons, icons, colors. We can even get different colors and import the colors. For example, I'm importing here like avatar. So material, so UI component like avatar, like this we have different. All these combinations means in one example I am showing you many things so that you can get a clarity. So I'm using another import. So like you can have an icon button. So from you have material UI core. So that is icon button. So you have an icon button. So you can have text related effects, fonts actually, that you can get from typography. So material UI core typography, your typography, you can import from that. So you can import colors and different icons. So for example, if you want to import color, you can import like some red color. So from again material UI core. So we have the option like colors. It will give you the colors and color shades. We can get icons. So icons like home icon, about icon, contact icon. So you can import suppose some favorite icon from. So material have UI icons, separate library we downloaded. And in the UI icons, so you have favorite icon. So you can add that. Hundreds of icons will be there. So I want like share icon. So from same material UI icons. So we have a share icon. In that we have again share outline, share field, right? So I want to expand more icon from material icons. So expand more icon. So we expand more icon. So everything you have to import and use them. Okay, one more last I will import as more vertical icon. Vertical icon. So from material, so more vertical icon. These are all the options. So now the question is, how do I know these libraries and options to import and use them? You have to explore their official material UI library. So material UI, so that means material UI. You have to explore this materialui.com. In this, you can go to the components. In the components, you see, suppose there is a button component. When you click on button component, it will show you what are the options required. And actually what you have to do as a developer, you have to go to the API. This is the API. In that you click on the button API, then it will get you the library required for it. What library is required. Then you can import that library, you can understand its properties, and you can use in our project. What CSS it provides, what properties it provides. So by using that, you can create the presentations. You can go to the first. You always have to go to the API. In API, you will get all the information, syntax and library that is required. Sometimes some libraries are dependent on other libraries. If you miss those dependencies, it will not work. That is the reason you make sure that you imported all the libraries required. Okay. Now, once you define this, once you know this, you can implement in your project. So here we are importing it. We are importing and configuring that. We are importing and configuring them all. Now, how to use them? So it's simple. Generally, suppose I want to apply some effects and configure the effects. You can write your own styles and you can define the styles. You can use your own styles. So those styles are very much required for handling various interactions. Suppose you can use predefined. For example, suppose I want to design a card. So how to design a card? Under this heading, I am adding a component now. That is card. Card component is ready. In the card component, you need to put some properties. I want to display some content. So I want to display some information in the card header. You need to display. some titles, some options, whatever you want, you can configure them. So for example, here in the card header, I'm defining an icon. So you could say some author. Author is used in card header. Author uses a simple image. So that means I will use here an image, and image source is equal to images slash, suppose I defined some shirt.jpg. Width is equal to some 50, height is equal to some 50, like this we design. And in this you can keep your headings, contents, everything, whatever you want. Now initially this is a simple option defined, so card header, and it is having an image. And in the design you can see a card like option will come. Actually card came, but there is nothing inside the card. So we need to define the styles, the classes, the attributes, and configure them. Actually, so here whatever you are defining, that means the height, width of the shirt and displaying inside it, it's still not there. Why? Because see, suppose here we are defining a heading, means inside this after the author is defined with an image. In the card header I'm writing some option and I have to return this. First we have to create a component and return that component. For various options we need to define them, then that functionality will work, right? Directly I'm designing some author. Suppose here I'm defining like a heading like shirt, right? So that means in the card it has to display that shirt. But here you can see how we design is important. In the code you can see that it says that, so the class is having a problem that you defined, because it should have a class name and configure the class name and define the class name. So these elements require some predefined classes which you have to implement and define them, because without those classes these are not complete in presentation. So you need a combination of all those classes to define and return. So generally how we do that, suppose we have to use a class from the configuration. So the card is having to use a class. Then you use the attribute class name, and you bind the class. Here two options are there. We have ready-made classes. So we have ready-made classes. So we can access the classes. So the classes object, and through the classes object we can apply. But actually classes need to be accessed from this styles. You see, we have this make styles. We have to create the styles, configure the classes, and use for that application, for that component. That means usually what we have to do is, first we will create some constants here. Let's create a constant. I will say use styles, and we have to make styles. Make styles is expecting some object. That means it is expecting a style theme. So okay, style theme, and it will return some set of styles. So what are the styles? That means you have to define the class names actually. So we have root. Okay, root is the class, and this width I am defining like some max width. Max width is suppose 350 pixels. How much maximum width? Okay, that is for root. Okay, you have to add other classes now. We need to define the other classes. Suppose we are adding a media class. What should be the size for the media height, media padding, media spacing, how much you want? You can define the options. That means for root you configured, so the max width how much you defined, and for the contents that you are going to display, remember this all to be returned as a use styles. So we have to make sure that we have enclosed all this. Yeah, it should return all that. So let's keep this in a simple. Yeah, it should return. And what it should return is, it should return some set of effects. We have to configure the effects and return some set of effects. So this is going to return some set of effects. And those effects we need to configure. So those effects we need to define. So by using attributes like suppose root, and what is the height and width for this root? Suppose I am defining the maximum width. So like max width. Okay. And how much? Some 350 pixels I want. Fine. Next, I want media. Okay, these are all the styles we are defining. And how much you want? Some height. So height, some 0. Okay. And padding top. Suppose I want to display padding top. Padding top, I want some 50%. So 55%. Some padding top. The ratio, how much you want to display. Like this, we need to add the effects and configure the effects. So we need to add and configure the effects. So we can even write the transforms, transformations, transitions. We can access them and you can implement them. Actually, you can even write transforms, transitions also. So for example, I want to give an option like expand. Expand is how to use a transformation. That means now we are writing here. So option like transform, that means expand uses transform. You can use your transform effects. Transform, you have scale, you have rotate. So how many degrees, 180 degrees. So all these you can configure. And you can define, so transitions. Suppose I said margin left is auto. We are adding auto. And we are defining transition timings, transition durations, transition timings. This requires a good knowledge of your CSS. That means that you can put transition for the time. And transition is you have to create a duration and define the duration, transition duration. Those you can get from theme, that is the property you pass it. The theme property provides several options. You see it has options like shadows, spacing, so many properties options it provides. We have options like transitions. In the transitions, we can create a transition. And that transition, it is just like if media properties we write in CSS. Same, we have to write the media options here. That means we have to say transform, and how much distance, duration, all these you need to display. That means duration is, so duration. And duration, it has to get the shortest duration. That means suppose we say theme dot transitions, in that we have a duration. And ready-made durations are there, short duration, shortest duration. We can give a manual value or you can define these predefined options. This is how generally we configure and define the options. This is how we define the options. So we need to specify and define the options in this way, right? So we are adding the effects and we are configuring the effects, adding and configuring the effects. This % requires a string. Okay. So this is one small example how we have to write the options. Now, remember these classes need to be used in our application. So you are creating the styles, we are configuring the styles. These styles we can access and use in our application. So for every concept, you can write the style. So this is for expand. For example, I have expand open, and that I want to set a style. So say transform. So transform, and rotate, suppose 180 degree. So 180 degree. So open, how it has to rotate. And I want to define some avatar with a background color or some effect. You can add some option. So height, width, you can define. You can add all the effects in this way. We can configure and add all the effects in this way. Now, these styles that you defined, they must be accessible. This is set of styles. And if you want to access those styles, then you can simply create here constant. So classes is equal to. So use styles. We are using a destruction technique for accessing all of that. So depending on state, React state, we can configure some values and define them. Now these classes so can be accessed and applied here. That means we have to use classes dot which class you want to apply. That means I want to apply the root class for this. Okay. For card header, there is no class. For card body, there is no class. That means you have to define the class names in this way and you need to configure. So that makes it the presentation in a perfect way. So these class names are not, see, now the card height and width is okay. You can see there is a card. The height and width of card is defined. Now I want this avatar to be returned in the card header. So we need to use some properties that can return those components, the methods that can return those components. We have to add some attributes. So actually in the card header, we want to display. Then this is the card header we configured. So the card header is ready. In the card header, I want an avatar. So we have to use here the attribute avatar. And avatar should return. So should return an avatar component. It should return an avatar component. Then here we have to design an avatar. And that avatar can contain some image. It can contain some image. So that means here I will define image. Image source is equal to. So it is from images / some shoe.jpg. And the width is equal to 50. And height is equal to 50. Now we designed an image inside that avatar and configure. This is inside the card header. We are defining the card header and configuring the card header. So you can close this card header and you can define other options inside the card header. This is card header end. This is the card header. That means a card header comes. You can see a card header with a small avatar icon is there. So you have to use these options. You have to use these options and configure these options. So this you have to explore by yourself, because version to version, they will be changing. They will be changing. So in the card header, we kept an author. Okay. So for example, this is like some shoe one, some image, whatever image you have, that shoe one. And you can see the display sync. So I define suppose like shirt.jpg. Height width, you can adjust that. It will get that shirt and display. Now inside that, you want some title, you want some headers. Actually, this card header contains some properties where you will get that information, what properties it contains. Usually we get that information from the API. That means you go to this, and in the components, you see, you will find where card, okay, some card is there. In the card, scroll down, now right side, you see API is there. And you go to card header API. In the card header API, you will see that it is having action, it is having author, it is having classes. It is having all these attributes, subheader, title. So what you want to display, you can configure that. Suppose I want to display some subheader or title. So then in the design, you can just go here after returning that author. So then inside the card header only, I'm adding one more option like title. Title is equal to suppose some shirt. So say some Levi's, so shirt like this. And you can see that. So the title will be displayed there here. You can add some header, like suppose I'm using another property as subheader. And subheader, so I'm defining some option for that. Suppose some 65% off on. So from yeah, like 60, just option I define 60% off that, it will give that hit. So it is displaying that card. Now inside that you can have so the image, that means after the card header. So I want, this is card header finishing. Then inside the card, I want card media. Card media will give you the image, and the card media answer. Now card media is having some properties to define. What are the properties? So class name. So class name, it should use from the classes. So classes, we have a media class. It should use that class. You can create your own classes and apply. And it should get card media usually contains an image. And image, what image you want? So from images. So shirt.jpg, that image I want. So that image I want to display, close that image, already it is closed. That's what we want to define. Already it is configured. That's the image you want to display. And here, the properties, that is the media. And this is the image. And you see the image will come here. Of course, so you can adjust the height and width of the image, height and width of the image, and display the image. So you see already you are using a card image class. So card image class. So height, so you define some this. Suppose I configured the height as suppose some 100, so 200. Height value I configured as 200, and it has to get that and display. You can shrink fit. You can directly configure the values here, card media. You see in the API. So you go to the card here. Already it is there here. Card is there. In the API, yeah, you go to the cards API, card media API. In the card media API, you see this is the attributes. You can use these classes and configure them. So these are all you have to implement by yourself and you design. So if you want some content to display inside that for that particular image, this is the card. We can configure that. Suppose we want some more options to define here. Suppose I'm adding like some card content. So inside the card content, I can put some paragraphs of information. So I can display some paragraph of information. Usually text is displayed by using typography component. In the typography component, you can define the colors. You can define some attributes for the colors. Put a color, and the color is like, we have colors like text secondary, text primary, all such colors you can define. Inside that, you can keep some paragraph of information about it. Some paragraph, a small summary like, so like information I copied there, and I'm keeping this information there. So that means that content will be displayed like this. That's depend on how you want to design the content. You can keep the buttons like expand, collapse, more, short. You can even keep the icons. So you can configure the icons. So that means you can define the icons and place the icons. Like you have favorite icons, you have like share icons, like already I showed you icon. So suppose I want to design some card. This is the card content. That means we configured the card content in this way. This is card content. Inside the card content, so you can add so many other things. So you can add some more actions here. Suppose I'm adding, after that, any number of content you can add. Card actions I'm adding, card actions. And card actions, I want to add some buttons. Then how you can do, we can use an icon button. And which icon button you want here. So that means in the icon button, I can add some favorite icon button. I can add a favorite icon button. So that means I'm adding a favorite icon button and configuring it. And you can see that that icon will come there. Favorite icon will be there. That means below you can see that favorite icon is there. Suppose I have another icon button. So another icon button. And here we have option like share icon button. Share icon button is there. I can add another icon button there. And you can see the share icon will come. We can design such things and we can configure it. So this requires a lot of concept to explore by yourself, because this is not like somebody will teach you and you learn, because hundreds, thousands of such components are available. And these will be keep on changing version by version, keep on changing version by version. So you have to explore by yourself, read the API and see the demo. So you see the demo. And in the demo, you can open the source and you can see what components are required. And you can import and use that in your application. So this is all you need to do by yourself itself. That's the reason many times people ask, like, anybody teaches material. Material is not a concept that somebody teaches and you learn it, right? It is just somebody needs to give you an idea how and from where you can get the information about it. Then based on that, you can implement and you can use it. So that is the basic thing about material. Same, I will upload some examples. So you can get the examples from here, but I will just upload some important example like filtering, sorting, how they can be implemented in React, so that you can try on the data, whatever you are having. But if you want to get more information, you have to get that. This is what we design like. You can get that more and you can get that information. So this API sources, and you can use them. You can go to the source and you can see what are the options they have used, how to configure them and define them. That's the basic approach. So this is all in place of Bootstrap. Remember, you can also use Bootstrap. But when you know React materials, it provides so many ready-made components which are easy for you to implement and handle them. That's one option how we can use the React material.